the stars. all your love. Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Your love. Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Could you give me all your I'm out of focus, I need a spark. I can't keep living in the dark. Nothing feels right, my thoughts are unclear. I just wish that you were here. Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head. And I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking the toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. I couldn't imagine where we would be now. I wish we could somehow live in a moment in time where I was yours and you were mine. Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head. And I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking the toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road, we spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. speak, I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity.
It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Where the rhythm never ends.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus, Republic of Gamers, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
mate. I feel like throughout the duration of this entire tournament here at ESL Challenger Melbourne, I've been trying my absolute hardest to give it my best Aussie accent. My apologies to all the Aussie fans in the crowd. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jasmine Kanuga, but all of you gamers will probably know me as Veracity. We started off this entire tournament with 8 teams, and this time around, on our final day of the tournament, we are down to a mere 4. Joining me on the desk today, I have my 2 beautifully dressed, rather dapper analysts. We've got Neo and Hedja. How's it going?
It's going good. I just gotta say, I mean, you're getting better. I think you're getting better at the end of the accent. I feel like I can definitely say it's got better from day one for sure. But no, I'm really excited to be here. Right, semi-finals. We've got 2 banging matchups. Arguably some teams who we didn't really even expect to be here potentially. I think Wings Up's definitely the one that everyone's gonna look in their attention to. It's a good day. I'm excited to see what we have today.
How about you, Hedja? How are you feeling to be here as the final day? I'm so sad.
I'm not sad at all. I'm super hyped. This is going to be some, like you're saying, banger matchups. Amazing games. We're gonna see Wings Up. Are they gonna fly all the way? I don't know. Anything can happen today, really.
Well, I know that we are not the only people that are going to be bringing you the actions to your very screens. And over in the arena, we also have our amazing casters. Folks, are you there? Can you hear me?
Feeling today, you guys are looking absolutely spectacular going into finals day.
Thank you very much. We do try. What do you guys think of the Aussie accent? Do you think it's getting any better?
It's a fair dinkum effort, but it needs a bit of work.
A fair whatever? Fair dinkin?
Fair dinkum.
Dinkum. Is that another Aussie phrase?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dink. Okay, there we go. I'm
going to
gonna
quiz for you guys as well.
Go on.
Before you leave us. All right. What is the rubbity dub?
Rubber duck. Put in the bath.
Well, close. Any other guesses?
A rubbity-dub.
I don't think it's safe for broadcast. I have no idea.
We are thinking about the exact same thing here.
It's just the pub.
Wait, it's what? A pub?
The pub, yeah.
Go for a pint.
Is that it? Okay, well, I feel like I'm learning something new every day. I'm going to let you guys go ahead and get prepped and get ready for this upcoming game. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm certainly looking forward to this one, but folks, talk to me a little bit more about, we've got the Entropic and the Imperial matchup coming on up. I feel like this side of Imperial have continued to let down fans everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think they've been able to show really what they are made of, right? What we are expecting from them, the Brazilian kings, the legends, the legacy, the last dance and all that, with the addition of Cello. And I feel like Cello has been missing. He was supposed to be the missing piece of the puzzle, but he has been quite invisible so far.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the other side of the bracket, we've also got paiN versus Wings Up. I know that Imperial versus paiN matchup was painful for a lot of those Imperial fans to watch, but Wings Up have continued to impress, Neo.
Yeah, it wasn't painful for me. I'm a big fan of that paiN roster. I mean, I've said for a long time, I feel like they've now made the right changes. With Zevi and Skulls coming to this roster, they are a completely different breed. They are a step above Imperial. As much as people want to make the argument of the old guard, paiN at the moment, in current form, are a better side, and that's a simple way of putting it. However, I'm so impressed with Wings Up. They're making this great argument that Asian Counter-Strike deserves more attention. It deserves more respect. And finally, we're starting to see people wake up. We saw yesterday after Twitter and OG, people on Twitter, oh my God, this is happening. No, this is what should be happening. They just haven't had the opportunity. This is the first LAN they've ever been to as a core. They've never played. Bingo's the only player to ever play an international LAN on this team, and it shows how well they've done. They're taking on the number 15th ranked team in the world. They deserve the respect they can get. And finally, Asia's starting to get it.
And I feel like a lot of teams often use the excuse of, we've got those inexperienced players that might have a little bit of nerves here and there. But for the side of Wings Up, it's been onwards and upwards, and they've truly been impressing the whole way through. But let's take a look at today's schedule and the games that are going to be coming on up. As I did mention at the very start, we've got Entropic versus Imperial to kick things off today. I know that's going to be an exciting matchup, followed by paiN versus Wings as well. Of course, the winners of both of those matches will then go through to our grand finals. Folks, I'm so incredibly excited for this one. Which of these games do you think is going to be the closest one?
Closest one? I think the first game. I think the Entropic Imperial game is going to be the closest one. I think, both of them, they have experience, probably the best way I could put it. It's just like who turns up on the day. They've both been inconsistent. I think that's the biggest thing. It's kind of who can finally switch things around. We looked at early in Tropic at the early start of the part of the year. They were unstoppable. In Tier 2, they were considered probably one of the best teams, if not the best. Up there with the likes, you know, Copenhagen Flames at one point, Sinners back in early 2021. But Imperial, they started so well and they've been on a downward trend for a long time. This roster's only played 4 maps in the last 30 days. I mean, they really haven't had the experience. So you just hope that they can like finally start to pick it up and use the experience of like to Ford and etc. to find it.
Well, for the folks joining us in the arena, we will be back very shortly after this little bit of content that we have filmed with John G. So don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
So we're down here at ESL Challenger Melbourne, and of course it's not just the CS, as we are a part of the DreamHack Festival. Let's go check around the rest of the venue and ask the fans the hard-hitting questions. What sauce do you guys have on your HSP?
Hot chili, barbecue, and aioli.
Holy Trinity, pretty close.
Sour cream, barbecue, sweet chili.
Good man, love to hear it. What sauce on the HSP?
I'm gonna go barbecue, mate.
Sour cream and sweet chili, can't go wrong.
Oh God, barbecue personally.
Got to go with the Holy Trinity, mate. Honestly, just get all over it.
What do you reckon, mate? Vegemite or Nutella?
Oh, Vegemite for sure. Just a little bit though. Like if you put too much, Nutella.
Vegemite or Nutella?
Nutella. 100% Nutella.
Vegemite or Nutella?
Vegemite.
Ali, sauce in the cupboard or the fridge?
Cupboard. Depends on the sauce. If it's not aioli, the cupboard.
Good answer.
Same answer.
Same?
Anything with dairy and egg in the fridge and anything without, the cupboard.
What sauce on the HSP, mate?
What's that?
What sauce on the HSP?
30% or some shit. I'm more of a body shutter.
Oh, okay, I guess.
I have so many questions about that video that we've just watched. What on earth is a HSB? Vegemite, absolutely not. Nutella all the way, baby. Where do you put the sauces? Who knows? But one thing that I certainly do know is that we have indeed made our 1xBet predictions right here. Written right here is me predicting the future, hopefully. I'm hoping so. And you know what, folks? I think it's about time we post all of these. There's no going back after putting these in the box, okay? So I think we commit to this now, and then when we reveal them later on in the show, we're going to predict which teams we think are going to make it through to the final. And then we're going to reopen these ahead of the final. Whoever gets their predictions wrong has to have a spoonful of Vegemite.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay, we're committing.
Good
All
deal?
right, sure. I mean, you know, you got to go into the Aussie culture, right? And we saw a couple of people saying it's better than Nutella. So I mean, I like Nutella, so surely I'm going to like Vegemite.
Vegemite.
I've never tried it either.
It's got to be great, right?
I've never tried it.
If it's better than Nutella, for sure.
I've got a really big sweet tooth though, and I've heard that Vegemite is definitely not sweet, no matter how sweet it might look. So there we go. We've definitely put ourselves on the spot here. There is absolutely no going back. Hopefully my predictions are a lot better than yesterday's. But for the folks joining us, we'll be back after the break. Well, we're going to dive into this next matchup.
Ooh, I can't stop this feeling. It's setting all my dogs on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't let a moment pass me by. Too late, can't win, I'm giving in. Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. Ooh, but I know it's the price that you pay. Ooh, for living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps
in the middle. I can see it in your eyes, lonely in the corner.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to ESL Challenger Melbourne. This is sadly the final day. I know a lot of the players, a lot of the teams will certainly be glad to hear that, especially considering the fact that, you know, an awful lot of them have been complaining about the likes of jet lag throughout their travels and their competition throughout this tournament. But as far as I'm concerned, it's absolutely no excuse to not be performing at your very best. Coming up next, we've got Entropic versus Imperial. Talk to me a little bit more about the side of Entropic.
Well, if I'm going to bring my engineering degree into this, the second law of thermodynamics actually says that entropy increases over time. And I must say that this lineup, with the addition of Mir, they have certainly increased their level.
Well, not too sure what any of that is, but you know, I'm not a mechanical engineer. I'll take it from here, though. I mean, everyone likes to talk about this roster being, you know, kind of the Ellie and Mersha. Everyone likes to focus on them, and speaking about those guys, going to be the rock stars of this roster, essentially. But I think when you look towards the team, for me, kind of the guy who's the dark horse is Nickelback. I think he's the one for me who always seems to step up as a consistent player, and he's been far away one of the most consistent players if you look at their ratings of the last kind of 3 to 6 months in this roster for kind of all the right reasons. It's too bad that he kind of doesn't get the respect that he deserves in that sense, because to be perfectly honest, he's a bit of a Chad. He's kind of my hero. I do love Nickelback. He's the underrated king.
Look at this graph. Anybody that doesn't know that meme, you are severely uncultured, okay? Go and educate yourselves on all things memes. But I feel like you mentioned that Nickelback is definitely that player to kind of look out for. What do you think it is particularly about him that ends up being that driving force for himself and his team?
Well, for me, he's always that person you rely on. I think when it comes to any sort of situation, they can rely on him to step up. I mean, if you look at kind of his rating of the last year, even when Entropic as a whole roster been very up and down, he hasn't. He's always remained the same rating, always putting up the same stats time in, time out, and that's what makes him so great. Especially when you consider, you know, they were lacking the firepower. I don't mean to say it in that way, when they dropped Lackey, so they brought in Mir essentially to bring up that helm, and he has been great, Mir, but at times. Elian has been great, but at times. He's inconsistent, the both of them, and when they are, they struggle. Luckily for them, because coming in towards Melbourne, they've looked absolutely fine. Throughout groups, they weren't really tested, to be perfectly honest. They were very, very comfortably making their way through. However, now we're in the playoffs, it's a different caliber of opponent, of course, being that of Imperial, the old guard. They need to step up, and they need to find that form again, but if they don't, that's when you rely on Nickelback.
And how about Imperial from your perspective, Hedja? Obviously, before, we were chit-chatting a little bit about how Imperial versus paiN was the old guard versus the new, the boomers versus the zoomers. And now, for the side of Imperial in particular, how do you think they're going to look to kind of approach this game versus Entropic?
Well, I am older than all these guys, I believe. But, you know, I have been watching their games, and each and every one of these players, I have been following their whole careers. I have been in the sidelines looking at them. And I think that the Brazilian kings, they will have what it takes. We have Fur, he is Mr. Consistent, that he has been able to keep up that level and be this consistent throughout his entire career is just amazing. And what we saw from Fallen yesterday, especially on Inferno, he pulled 44 frags, 22 deaths. That's a solid 2 KD. That is just insane.
Yeah.
And Fallen, he used to be like the star upper back in the day. If he can keep doing that today, and if Vinny is going to show up like he did yesterday, he is such a good guy, you know. This cheeky little smile, he's absolutely adorable. I love him so much. But we need to also see Cello on the server today. I feel like he has been missing, and he needs to really step up his game.
Well, I want to hear from the teams themselves and see how they're feeling heading into this game, so let's find out.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the final day of ESL Challenger Melbourne. I'm here with Fallen from Imperial and, of course, Nickelback from Entropic. It's been a massive day, but, of course, Entropic, I'll start with you guys. You had a little bit of a break yesterday. How are you feeling going into the final day?
Feeling good. We watch Demon's opponent and chill a bit, watch their games. We are ready.
Fantastic, sounds good. And what about you, mate? You're pumped up. You've had a massive win yesterday, of course, and how are you feeling going into the final day?
It was a pretty good game yesterday, and today we're expecting to play well again and hopefully get a good result. It's going to be a biggest challenge today on this tournament so far, so it's going to be pretty good to play.
Yeah, fantastic. Should be an absolute banger, so we'll send it over to you guys and see you very soon.
Fallen, don't worry. I very much understand your pain mixing up your days, not knowing if it was today or yesterday. But let's dive into all things about the veto. What are we wanting to see come out from these two teams?
This veto writes itself. It quite literally has to be D2, Nuke, and Overpass. They're the only 3 maps that these two teams can play. When you look towards kind of Imperial's map pool, they've got a 5 map pool if you're being kind. If you're being realistic, they've arguably got a 4 map pool because of how kind of rough they've been coming out.
But this is a very interesting pick by Imperial. I am very surprised by this Overpass pick. Traditionally, it has been one of their best maps, but recently they played it 4 times the last 3 months. They have not won a single one. They actually haven't won Overpass since May.
Yeah, the fact that they don't pick it to Nuke is very concerning. In terms of Entropic aren't great on Nuke, and Fallen has always been known as one of the best callers in the world on Nuke. So the fact that they're not going towards a Nuke to kickstart things and leaving it to Decider is really a risky play, because this veto to me potentially sets things up for Entropic taking this in a 2-0. They haven't got their comfortable map. They haven't got the map in which they won on yesterday. So instead, they've gone to Overpass, which they're 0-4 in the last 3 months. I mean, it's a massive risk.
All right, folks, it's about damn time for you to tell me, who do you think is going to win? I'm going to kick things off first and foremost. I'm going to go in and I'm going to make a prediction. Maybe Entropic is going to win this one. Really quick, who do you think it's going to be?
Entropic 2-0.
I think Imperial might have a shot. If they can actually pull out Overpass, they will win this series 2-1.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm certainly excited to dive into this very first best of 3 for today. We will catch you folks after the break.
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. Cause I felt this world without you, I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow, and I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and
Ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves ready. It's day 3 here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. It's the grand final day, but we're nowhere near that yet. We still have 2 semi-finals to get through, of course, before we jump on into the big old granny and give away the ESL Challenger Melbourne trophy. I'm Mac, this is Jim. We're bringing you all the action to kick things off. Stadium isn't open yet, so we won't have a crowd for potentially the first map, but they'll creep in, they'll make some noise. We know the Brazilian fans, they're at the gates, they're ready to jump on in, Jim.
I've heard them. They're already rattling the gates to get in and chomping at the bit, and so are we. So, I mean, as far as this matchup's concerned, these are 2 teams that have a very similar play style in that slow, structured approach to maps. So, you know, as far as we're concerned, this is a very tactical game. This is a game of chess, and we're looking to the individuals to really spark things up, and they certainly deliver that intros. Yesterday, we saw some players from Imperial that haven't necessarily had the best form recently, like Cello, who is starting to really come into his own here, but also the likes of Vinny and Fallen's hitting some fantastic shots and really rolling back the years. That's a dangerous prospect for an Entropic who have been looking so damn good, so polished, so clean.
And I can't wait to see exactly what we get from them today. I had a quick chat with a couple of the boys from Imperial earlier. They said they were feeling really good. Also spoke to some of the people behind the scenes, and their body clock's finally starting to catch up to the Australian schedule. Another point I want to bring up as well is this lower bracket run that Imperial had to make as well means they had to play yesterday. And I've seen this happen so many times where the team that gets the day off going into the grand final day, they come in a little bit slow to kick things off. So map 1 is definitely going to be a tone setter. We can see how Entropic are feeling after having the day off yesterday and what they're going to be able to bring into today. However, without OG here, I'm looking at them as the heavy favourites for the tournament solely because of the performance we saw from them, not only on Friday, but also on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting in the box seat as far as everything is concerned, right? Like, they've had the form performances. They've really had some dominant performances too. They've been very clinical. What I did see from Imperial yesterday that really impressed me was their approach to anti-eco rounds and anti-force bites. They were just so clean in those rounds. They didn't drop any of them bar 1 against Greyhound, which really sets the tone for how this match needs to go for Imperial, because Entropic, they are a different beast, and Overpass will be the first arena in which we will see these 2 teams duke it out, because this is playoffs day, days, baby.
Cannot wait to see what happens, but Overpass, we've only seen it once, maybe twice this tournament, and it's a great tone setup. Dust 2 following, and then Nuke, of course, as that decider, and it looks like we've got a couple of fans starting to creep into the crowd, so might be some noise made very shortly. But let's have a look at how the pistol goes. Of course, Entropic going to be selecting the CT side to start on. Overpass, you're a bit of a silly bugger if you don't pick that one.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Slower start now after an early inquiry from Entropic just to get some information. Alien's now fallen back, so this is just going to chew up some time for Imperial as they have to now check a lot of corners. And they're moving back into that contact play, taking control of mid-connector, key rotation point between the sites. You hear the echoes in the connector.
Everyone, you haven't missed anything, don't worry. First pistol of the day, you've come just in time. And at the minute mark, Imperial still deciding where they want to go. You do see this shift still back towards T-spawn Imperial. A little bit of U-tilt to throw. With the shift down Colin as well, it looks like we are going to see this B-split come through. Fallen, just waiting for the train. He's a little bit worried there. Stops, he knows exactly what could have gone wrong. At Mir, though, up against the wall here at Monster. It's looking good. Entropic get the first pick eventually. And with the time ticking down, Imperial, they get every single kill they need to control the B site. Forrester down to 24, and it's not looking good for him. He needs a reinforcement. Elian, a little bit too far away to help yet.
Yeah, Forrester's just been cut down to 11 HP, and now Elian, he's got all the work to do, and now it's even harder in this 4 versus 1. They know where he is, and they are not going to misplay this. However, that's a ridiculous shot onto Cello, so looks as though this might be around a bridge too far. He's going to make it expensive for them, and might even just go for this at the last gasp.
Still time. No kit, though. It looks like he's just going to back away, keep that half armor into the next. Imperial coming out strong with a big win on that T-side pistol.
It was slow, it was methodical. And in the end, they just overwhelmed Monster. And it looks like we've got some Brazilian fans in the crowd too, because they were there for the first round win. But again, it was just slow and methodical from Imperial Entropic.
Yeah.
The counter just wasn't quite there. That instead of Julie's getting cut down at Monster quite early on in the piece too, that really just opened the gates. The floodgates to B were open. And quick entries as well, really just had Entropic on the back foot.
Well, into the second, Entropic backing themselves here with the buy. A couple of scouts. It's the map for it, right? You want those long-range fights, especially over towards the A side of things. Imperial looking to pick up the pace, at least towards Monster. Bolts, the sacrificial lamb over towards the B side, seeing if he can find some info, find some picks here. But Entropic, they have brought 4 guys to the party down there.
Yeah, they've definitely stacked this site, but how long they'll stick around for, not too sure. They're there with the counter flash. Nickelback's got that prepped and ready, but Imperial, they're not messing around. They're not necessarily over-committing at this stage of the game. Plenty of time to work with. They've got Cello in a forward position as well. He's got a ton of info, and so now they've got a ton of territory to work with now.
Alien just wants the info jump peek in here at Dice. And Cello, they have no idea how close he is, how close they are to danger. Imperial, again, doing exactly what we saw from them yesterday. A very slow approach towards these sites, and then explosive executes starting to come through. But Alien teams up with Mir to stop that first pick from coming through. Imperial, they're going to be chipped away at. These scouts just doing so much work here, and Imperial can't get past the defense from Entropic. Not yet, not now, not in the second round. And Burr is not going to be able to hold his own. There you go. Entropic strike back in the second.
They were not able to close the distance on that A bomb site. They were kept at an arm's length, and the scouts were doing all the damage. The pistols were there to clean up after the tags, but even then the wide peak with the MAC-10, you could just see how frustrating that would have been for Imperial. They did everything right in the mid-round. They took territory early on as well.
Yeah.
And so when it came to crunch time, Entropic were there.
Into the third, and Imperial backing themselves as well. A couple of digs, these Tech 9s. We saw a few rounds won from them yesterday with buys like this. We'll see if that trend can continue here. Overpass, it's a different affair though, of course. Long-range fights are not going to favour you unless your aim's damn on point. A Nickelback hits Imperial straight with the punishment. That's a 2-man advantage real early on. Bolt has got the sound advantage there. Catches Nickelback in rotation. Fallen as well, tapping away. Won't find anything as he makes his way to sight. Still an AK in hand though. Bolts with this upgrade. It could work well. Molly towards uppers. And all of a sudden, Imperial striking back in the round. Bolt putting the team on his back here.
They found a way in. The bomb plant will come in. Crad is trying to take that 1v1. He does succeed, and it's left Bolt in this 1v1. And he has an idea of where Mir could be.
It's a little early for an ace, but he's going to do it anyway. The Brazilians, they've entered the stadium just in time to witness a bit of greatness. But we're still very early on in the game. Imperial, well, at least Bolt, he's here to play.
Bolts is here to play. Bolts has had enough. And it's got the crowd riled up nice and early on. It's exactly what we want. Entropic, they've got a really sketchy CT buy, not a lot of utility on their backs either, so this could mean that if a site is taken, they might just try and prioritize the save.
Yeah.
So that mid to late round, if it doesn't go their way, they'll be looking to save this out, take that into the next. You've got the Deagles on, Alien and Mir. They can do some early spam damage, maybe even catch some players out here. Vinny needs to be clinical.
Ooh, okay. The 3-tap from Mir is enough to net that first kill of the round. Now, we might see a potential other force by one, MP7. It's done some work, and Fallen goes down in con.
This is left Imperial in a tight spot too, because they now have to retake a lot of territory. They pretty much start from scratch. They got mid, but no controller connector. Bolts will be soon to join them. And they've had their backs against the wall in previous rounds, but you can see now that, well, Entropic, They've got pretty much everything covered. They're now turtling up in the sights. They do remove Mir from mid-connector, so they regain control of the bomb, but 44 seconds left. They've got to get a wriggle on if they want to hit one of these sites with enough time to clear it out and get that bomb down.
And they don't have much map control to do so. Great positioning from Entropic, as I'm seeing on the map here. A whole lot of control at both sites. Able to play retake no matter which way Imperial come. And Elian, he's going to be that first line of defense. Nickel back, though, gives up long control with the push through. Trying to find some extra information at the 20-second mark, but it's cost him his life. And Imperial, it could cost them the round if they can't filter out this site in time. You've got Bolts coming late to the party, but Bird might have just done enough, done the job. Bombs on the ground, and with minimal time to plant, they might have just missed it. Might have missed the opportunity. The time will tick away, and the bomb's planted afterwards. Entropic not forcing the point, but doing just enough to slow down that plant.
Yeah, as soon as that 4-second mark is gone, they lose that ability to plant that bomb. So just not working out for Imperial. As I said, they had to get a wriggle on into those sites. There was so much territory to clear. They had to clear every angle. They had to be clinical, and it just cost them too much time in the end. So now Entropic have a way back in. They do still have that Galil on Bolts, but I mean, as far as everything else is concerned, it's just back to pistols for Imperial. They want to keep forcing the issue, though. They know that the CT money is low, so that's why they've come in with these Tech 9s and Deagles and CZ. It really is a mixed bag. Oh, that's a good start.
Big kills coming out of Fallen. Trades there. As Mir as well may not be ready for the man at long, but how's the timing? Pushes through, and Mir, goes down to the techie of Fur. And that's going to be the man advantage now, as well as a whole bunch of control towards the A side of things for Imperial.
A little bit more time to work with now too, and they've actually put the CT side under slightly more pressure. However, we have got Entropic just making that informational play, taking territory down mid. They might even be able to isolate that duel onto Vinny. However, he's got an M4 this time.
Yeah.
So the angle that he currently has held is cleared, but I feel as though they're taking that territory, looking for mid-connector. Patience is rewarded though. And the second. And that's the way back into this round, because Crad is nowhere to be seen. He's in a different postcode. That'll be Imperial taking control of the A bomb site, but they are still going to clear every angle.
Vinny had a great day yesterday, and it took him a while to find his first couple of kills, but those two looked damn clean. Finally getting the impact just when it's necessary. And Crad, he is just tucked away in the corner here. Looking to keep the M4 into the next, so Entropic have some kind of fighting chance in that 6th round. But Imperial, this is going to be them taking the lead, showing what they're made of. And they've done it just with a couple of Tech 9s in the mix as well.
Yeah, just closing that distance, really putting Entropic under quite a bit of pressure. Individual duels, that's what it came down to. Imperial were able to isolate individual duels. That's not the position you want to be in when you're an anti-force. So, Crad will save out that M4, but the rest of Entropic will be lucky to scratch together anything. So, Imperial, this really is back and forth. As we said, it was two teams that are quite slow and structured, but the pace is pretty much what we expected.
It certainly is. Now, look, stadium's starting to fill up. Guys, I want a vibe check nice and early. I need to be woken up here. Entropic first. Do we have much Entropic in the audience?
Yeah,
okay,
good,
a little bit. What about Imperial fans? Where's the Brazilians at? Oof. Look, there's not many of them, but they're damn loud. That's what I'll tell you.
They are bloody loud.
Keep it going. There's going to be Brazilians for the first 2 games at least. And there's still a chance, ladies and gentlemen, that this could be an all-Brazil grand final if Imperial win now and paiN win later. There'd be a whole bunch of noise all day here in Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, I think Entropic have other plans though, so that's why they've taken some time out to talk about this. How are things going to be distributed in this round? They've actually gone back to those scouts. We saw them, they did work wonders. That was the round where they really just kept Imperial from being able to get into the A bomb site, all on the back of some scouts. So Imperial need to realise that. Otherwise they could be in some trouble early on, but this long push could be troublesome if they do not check this. They have numbers on it. Fallen's got that undercover for now, but the rest of it, Entropic are taking their time as well. They've got their B side on lock. Imperial, slow territory taken early on. They're not overcommitting numbers. They're very much turtled up, aren't they?
Just ready for anything Entropic throws at them. Spacing starting to go a little awry for Imperial, but they want some information. Flash it long, and Mir has his head down, but it's not enough. Pops it up at the wrong time. And Cello finds 2 quick eco frags. Big shots, though.
One tap dirt nap. That's one way.
Well, he's on for the ace. Feed it to him. Imperial. They want it. And Forrester's running the other direction. 5-7 in hand. Saying, come at me, Cello. See what you got. Play me like a fiddle.
It's a symphony of destruction for Cello. And my, oh my, it's a way to put your stamp of authority on the round. Not that there was a huge buy coming in from Entropic, but he's the kind of player that, if he gets into the game early on, and as we saw yesterday, really had a lot of strings to his bow.
He's done Cello dirty there.
He was looking, he was in the mix.
But what's that? That'd have to be like the 20th time I've seen Imperial win an anti-eco with 5 alive this weekend.
Oh, man.
Just
that
so
shot.
Often. Have a look at him again, Jim. God damn. Cello is here to reap some rewards.
The only thing crisper than that might be the morning here in Melbourne, but I tell you what, that is ice cold from Cello.
Well, into round 7 we go, and Entropic are looking less ready than the previous, but at least they've come in droves towards the B side of things. Imperial are going to fight fire with fire here. We got 10 men ready to brawl here on the B side. Great flash comes through. Bolts can't see a damn thing, but Entropic, they'll find one onto Vinny. Nowhere near close enough to use that weapon though. And Imperial hit right back. 4 alive, and the stonks, the economy, the bank, it's all rising.
And they keep that relatively clean. They only lose 1 player there, Imperial, so the money's starting to really build for them. Pressure's starting to build now on Entropic. They're on that CT side of overpass. They've got to maximize everything.
Yeah.
This is that Imperial map pick, so let's just see whether or not Entropic have to rely on their Dust 2 pick to get them through, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Imperial. But back on the gun round now, though. It feels as though it's been ages since we've seen Entropic on a gun round. Nice early util damage onto Fur. And so this just chews up so much time for Imperial. Look how deep set they are. Back in playground, back at the back of connector, and not even at the spindle yet. So
it's giving so much map control, showing so much respect. They know Imperial has been dealing with them so well every time they try to go aggressive.
just slow and methodical now from Imperial. Just setting everything up. Flashes to clear out, toilets. And so Entropic are well set. They're deeply set in this site. Alien's probably the furthest forward player with the cover of that smoke starting to fade too. Now, I suspect they will fall back to that bomb site. And funnily enough, if they do get caught out. Oh, Fallen cops a bit of damage there. So a little bit of spam on that line from Nickelback. Forces him to take that shot. And that actually has a lot of information for Entropic. But Vinny, the timing.
In that smoke, waiting for the fade. Nickelback holds strong. The molly puts him in the open and burns him to a crisp as well. But Imperial, they may still be in it to win it. Vinny with another, expecting that push in through the smoke. And now the site, it's controlled. Fallen shows some great coverage and some more as well. Crisp shots to Alien. And it's Forrester in a 1-on-3. Maybe able to find himself another pick here. He's taken the head off Cello's shoulders. Got Fallen and Vinny to get past, clearing out long first, shoulder spotted.
Okay.
And now he's on for one, but Vinny peeks on the contact, hits back quickly. And Imperial stand up tall, 6 already on the T side.
Yeah, it was a rough one for Entropic because that was another gun round for them that they do drop. So Imperial, they really do make everything quite expensive, even on the rounds that they're dropping. And well, just back to pistols for Entropic at this point. So as far as they're concerned, they're giving up a lot of territory early on. And yes, it's chewing up time for Imperial, but that just leans into their gameplay style. They like the slower rounds. They like executing late. They like hitting this site with a limited timer, and that fallen pick opens up nicely. Alien trying to take the fight to Imperial. And that's a scout dropped. So now just the pistols. The ranged efforts aren't going to be much chop. Pretty much forced to play in the sights now.
Frog Util coming through from Imperial. Looking to clear out party. Start to make their way to bathrooms. And Entropic are happy to keep the stack towards the lower side of things here. Imperial are slowly shifting up connector as well. Not telegraphing too much, but enough to bring Entropic up towards A.
So much territory to clear up. There's not a single chance being taken by Imperial whatsoever. Then you're not going to goblin them. You're not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah.
So, Entropic have no information. As we said, they're deep in those sites. This flash might be a nice chance to catch some Imperial players off, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late. It might catch the back half, and that's allowed first, straight to the side. Nice and clean from him. Mir provides resistance, but all for naught in the end.
Nice shot. Nice positioning coming through there. Unfortunately for Entropic, didn't work. Imperial were ready, waiting, guns in hand, and are stretching out this lead round by round. Entropic just can't seem to get a hold on this CT5 economy because they're not getting any rounds here, Jim.
That they are not. Back onto a gun round now, and Alien has that AWP in his hands, so real chance to take the fight to Imperial. That Molotov means they're going to try and take some territory early on. These early picks might be an option, but again, Imperial, that's not where the focus is. They're actually going to go a little bit faster, change that tempo straight into B. And that's, funnily enough, where Entropic have very little focus right now, but Nickelback very much keeps it in play.
That timing perfectly. But now a few couple of trades start to come through towards Monster. 2-on-2, Vinny very low. And Entropic, this is their best shot in a few rounds now. AWP still in the hands of Elian here as he starts to make his way through short. Mir as well. You can never take this man lightly. Open plant, and we do see the wrap to heaven now, so we'll see if that's going to work out for Bolts. Vinny still tucked away at pit. Wants to be that first point of contact, but he's so low, and he'll go down to the quick spam after being spotted. 1-on-2 now for Bolts. He has to try to clutch. Bomb still in the open. He knows exactly what he has to do here, but Elian is going to be able to take him down. Mir has a kit. He's got time. And Entropic, they've got a third round. Coming through just in time before it's too late in the half. But they need to shift this momentum before it's too late.
Changing pace not working at all for Imperial. Good on the entries. They pretty much had an empty site to get into, but unfortunately, that left numbers up for the retake.
Yeah.
And Entropic, they were able to make that work in the end. Post-plant positioning wasn't amazing for Imperial. As soon as that information was passed on where Bolts was. So now it gives Entropic an in to this round. Finally, they're able to afford the utility that they need. Mir in a very forward position. Elliot not quite finding the timing, but Mir's there for the cover.
Tucked in the corner, an aggressive maneuver. And it's working well for now. Fallen going to be tucked into the corner, has the flash, blinds Mir, wants a little more, throws the second one and peeks around to grab another.
Punished for overextending. However, they do still have a player advantage, Entropic, and look at all this information Forrester has attained. Bolts and Fallen have a lot of work to do.
Oh, Forrester has the advantageous angle there, a little further away from the corner. Works that out well. So it was this 2-on-4, but we'll see what Fallen's going to be able to do. Entropic have him locked right in here. Fallen, if he can make it past Forrester, there is a good chance the clutch could be on. He knows he's not going to connect though. And with the nade, the AK, it's enough. He goes back to the AWP, and with 30 seconds, he's still a little curious about what's going on behind him. Offline from Nickelback is enough to lock a fourth. And that'll do it.
Nickelback with a smart play there. Also, the information would have come through that he was pushing with the death cam. So There it is, Mac. That's what they're playing for at the end of the day here.
Giving that one away, aren't we?
Yeah, I know that's been your baby, Mac.
It's been all right.
All the way that you were clutching it this morning.
I'll give it a kiss before we give it away. Or maybe I won't. We'll check if the people want it.
Now,
for now,
Entropic, they've been able to string some rounds together. That's really important for a CT side. And so, up until these last 2 rounds, they haven't had a lot of success. Imperial have just been very, very slow and methodical. They've had a lot of territory to work with. Entropic have been giving it to them, though. They've been allowing them early passage in the rounds. And, well, this time was the first time they actually started to take the fight to them.
Yeah.
And actually, with that information, were able to push through on A. They were able to push through at B.
Early molly towards the top of T-Con there. Cello beats all the damage. Those HEs getting dodged like it ain't no thing. 20 seconds in. There's not too much early util used from either side. Still plenty for this mid-round. Imperial. I'm just going to drop that smoke at the end of con. They act like they're going up towards the top of toilets, but it's all the ruse. Imperial going for a different approach, and it's over towards long. Flash not going to work initially. Second one hits, and Elian falls off the line before he gets too much information. But Entropic have been struggling when they're playing back towards the site, so we shall see if this is going to be a change of pace.
It worked for them in the earlier parts of the half, but I don't know, Imperial seem to have made those tweaks. They've worked things out. They're also giving themselves more time to be able to hit those sites is the key piece of information that we've been omitting. But Imperial now, again, this long presence, they want to try and show that late. But oh man, Forrester put a dent in the plans of Imperial. And Krad's just buying some time. That really does put a halt to any long plans that they had, but fallen. Okay, there's an entry into this, and unfortunately the bomb's gone down with Cello at B, so this is a no-go. Imperial need to save these weapons.
Oh, Elian has heard everything. He might be able to catch someone on the flank, but it's minimal time. It looks like he's very worried about Entropic's own economy. They've had those financial woes pretty much this whole half, and they're happy to take a 5th. So, it's 3 in a row now. Entropic starting to swing that momentum. Imperial keeping a couple of weapons into the next. They're going to buy right down to nothing. So, if they lose this one, it's going to be a little rough. Loss bonus at 2,900 now means into the next, if they do at least get a bomb plant somewhere, they should still be able to buy it.
Molly extinguished. Don't want to take too much damage in the early stages, and that's what Entropic have been able to dish out with this extra money they've found. The rounds are starting to string together for them, but they do burn through a little bit of damage util in the early phases. However, again, what they've done is just created all this space for the CT side, just chewing up so much time that Imperial maybe don't have heading into the latter end of the round, but as we said, Imperial have been a little bit better at just hitting the timer earlier on and not leaving themselves with nothing to get into the sites.
Short take comes through, Imperial.
They got a smoke and a flash, Mac. They really don't have a lot of options.
They have some decent map control to hit this B site, but look at the timing. Forrester, he's peeked across the silencer. I believe it was spotted, but Imperial, they're just going to peek right back. The positioning from Entropic couldn't have been better. They got right there just in the nick of time. And Bolt, he's going to be able to find that first entry. Vinny posted up, waiting for the rotation deep towards Dirty Water. And oh my lord, it is not going well for Entropic this round. The 2-man disadvantage, and Nickelback, he's going to try and go forward. It's cost him his life, and now things go from bad to worse. Mir.
Okay.
He's on a rip, he's on a tear. He's got 3 more T's to take. He'll need an ace to clutch it.
But he wants more money, Mac. That's the problem. 3v1, no kit in his hands. And he's got Fur to deal with on this lurk, so he might not even be able to save this M4.
No.
That's disaster for Entropic, and they've fought so hard to get their economy up, but again, in the end, it's just not enough. Imperial have really hurt them at the business end of the first half.
Well, that's the majority of the rounds in the first half. Going to Imperial now. And if we do see the winds swing back their way, there's a big chance they could take 10 rounds on the T side of Overpass. And Entropic could be in trouble. Now, I'm having a quick look at the stats here. In the last 3 months, Imperial actually have a 0% win rate on Overpass, and it's their map pick. So they've come in fully prepped, ready, just to take Entropic down. Pulling something out of their sleeves for this one.
Bit of homework being done, that's for sure. And look at the fruit that it is bearing. Approach here. Does he want that gap closed? Yes, he does. Full of confidence into mid connector. Big part of the pie now taken for Imperial. He goes on to find a second. He's in some top form this morning. Really difficult to deal with for Entropic and Vinny. Well, timing working out just yet, but look at all this, Matt.
Yeah.
It's such a big map to cover with 3 remaining players. So Entropic, they actually haven't decided to gamble it on the side. However, Forrester, such a forward position, catches Vinny, gives him an into the round, but he's traded.
Great shooting there from Bolts to find him through the metal. Now, Entropic, an M4, a P250, all they have here. Imperial are walking right into the weaponry. Elian in the way, stops Ballin from making his way down long. And Imperial, they're aware of all those positions now. Fur may be caught throwing this util, drops into the pit just in time. But the molly has bought Fur the extra space to keep on going forward. And Imperial are looking very damn good at finding a 9th here. Entropic, they're running away. They need something to defend either side into the next round, into the final round of the half. Imperial are coming in real damn hot to this semi-final.
The bonus here for Entropic is with saving that weapon, they pick up that AWP that Fallen had left behind at long. So this is where you're going to see Imperial really try and push for this. Yeah, their money's not fantastic, but they'd rather that than have anything in the hands of Entropic. The M4 goes down. Elian, got a fair idea of where he is, but don't think they're going to be able to take him in time. I think they're quite content with that, Imperial. So, we've seen it happen a few times in Entropic in these late round situations.
Yeah.
They do opt to stack the site, and I think that's a fantastic way of making sure that you're either going to be in the contest or saving your weapons. And in this case, they did manage to save the AWP out, but what would they be able to piece together around it? I'm not too sure they're going to have enough money to do too much. If they prioritize utility, they're really lacking weaponry, and you can see right now they've tried to put together as best they can. They prioritize utility somewhat, but I mean the MP9s, they've got to close the gap, they've got to close the distance.
That being said, we saw what Mir could do earlier with this scout, and that's all he's brought into this round. However, Imperial have so much util to play with, and they've already got Cello so deep here out. Monster might be able to catch a timing. Sip and Tropic already, jump peeking. Crad, he wants to get forward. The stack isn't going to be strong enough. There's a whole bunch of shots coming through there. And Imperial now calling the audible.
Oh, they're making these MP9s try and work for everything. Just trying to these flash peaks, making it a little bit harder for Imperial to sit comfortably with the territory that they have. And now Forrester. Oh, the MP9 with the jump.
He's not done that. Usually you need that triple boost, but the jumping accuracy of the MP9 at that range is still good enough for another. It's cost Forrester his life, but the trades right now favoring Entropic. They've got that one-man advantage. Crad, he's low, but he can still find some impact, and Imperial are trying to figure out how to get back into the round from here.
And we're looking for the boost in. As far as utility is concerned, Bolts has the key. He has that smoke, which has just been laid, that will go into heaven, and so hopefully Fur on the back of that will be able to get the info and territory, and that's exactly what's happened. They've moved back up to A, and Mia recognizes that, so already the rotation is coming through. Fur's going to get as much territory as quickly as possible, try and short things up for the bomb plant.
Just Nickelback here coming from the front. The other three looking to make it come from behind. And there you have it. Cello stops it, at least for 2. That's going to be the numbers, but Nickelback finishes off Bolts with a nade. So still in a 2-on-2. The time now against Entropic to make the move. Nickelback doing work here, coming out of bank. And it's Cello. He got the ace earlier, and he's got to do it again to clutch it out for Imperial. Orb in hand. No fear. And the bomb's planted. Smoke goes down. Defuse starting to come through now. Cello falls. And a last-ditch effort at the end of the half. Net Entropic a 6th damn round. Ladies and gentlemen, we've still got a second half of Counter-Strike here on Overpass. But to get there, we've got to go to a break. We'll be right back.
that same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too.
Well, we've got ourselves a second half here on Overpass, as you'd expect, of course. We've also got a crowd slowly but surely building up. And we've also got Imperial leading by 3 at the half. And now they get to defend as well here on the CT side. And Tropic need to lift real damn bad here on Overpass if they want a shot. And the T side is a hard place to do that, Jim. But look, a pistol's a great way to start it.
Certainly is. 9-6 the scoreline can be overturned by a strong pistol performance. So, Forrester getting proceedings underway. And, well, that leaves Imperial a player short. Smoke flash comes in. That's going to give them some cover to work with. Vinny has plans of his own.
Ooh.
And so, have they got the commitment? Yes, they have. Vinny finds one, but he's got a lot to hold on to.
The defensive util's just been working so well for Vinny just to dance around until Crad finds a little one-way, jumping over Toxic there. Bolts gets the reload off. A couple of foot shots come in. He's good for one, but it's not quite enough just yet. Now Fallen last alive in a 1-on-3. It's looking damn grim, but he's doing a decent job for now. Forrester hits back, quick trade, and Entropic kick the T-side pistol off with a dub too.
Yeah, it was pretty simple stuff from them too. Early contact, and then straight into that B execute once they found that pick. So the utility was on point as well with that smoke towards the pole. And that just provided the cover, everything that they needed to get into that bomb site. So everything was perfect from Entropic. They got themselves off to a flying start here, but the force coming in from Imperial could be their undoing if they're not careful. Got the scouts. We saw it work for Entropic on their second round too, so we know how much of a handful scouts can be on this map, particularly for teams who do like to take things slow, leave it to the late round.
Decent buy as well coming through from Imperial. They're just going to hold this util. Try and play around it later on in the round. Elian. That heaven smoke to come through, and Forrester too. Oh, catches Bolt napping for a second. And a quick kill to Vinny is enough to crack open the B site. Crad as well. You don't want to be peeking this man. He's tagged down to 13, but at the same time, he has confidence for days. And he's also got Mir running in with the Mac 10. Not ready for Cello here, who's had a scorcher of a game so far, already 15 kills, and he wants to make that more as well. Chasing Nickelback down by his heels, but is he going to expect Crad tucked away in the corner?
Yeah, he's aware of the presence of Crad, but not too sure whether or not he's going to be in toilets. In fact, he's even going to try and clear that out because he knows what's potentially on offer. In the meantime, though, you've got Imperial just sort of covering, or sorry, Entropic covering all bases. Just sort of set this net around him, and hopefully Cello will fall into it, but might be looking for a weapon upgrade. They know that Scout went down somewhere. Would be even better to pick up an AK.
They're lurking. There's a rifle. Oh, in the corner. It's so hard to spot a player sitting there. Just through those tables. And Entropic are extremely happy to find themselves an 8th. Looking to tie up the game now, going into the 3rd round of the half. And if they do, maybe, just maybe, they can have a solid T-side as well. But look at these again from Forrest. They cross their placement on that swing to wood. Man, he's feeling it on the T-side.
Absolutely. It's the kind of form you want to be in as well. Get yourself involved early on in the piece. This is not a series you want to be finding yourself slow starting in, but Mir needs to back off. There's a lot of CTs coming his way, and he's got the right weapon.
He's got it in hand, reloads off as well, tries to isolate the fights in time, but Fallen is going to be able to hit back for one. Mac 10 now retrievable if they want it, but they are just going to try to chase this down. Looks like it could be a coordinated swing, but Imperial just back away instead. Happy with the Mac 10. Happy with the chance at the round, knowing that the bomb's gone all the way down to B. They might be able to find themselves some extra damage here.
Nope. Alien picks up one. Looking for more cash though. The jump offsets the crosshair, but he's still good. As Fallen picks up a very vital kill, to be honest, because that's going to bolster his money, give him a little bit more on that CT side. Now they can pick up that AWP. So great for him to get that Mac 10 kill. That kill bonus really will come in handy.
I actually love the size of the crowd right now because after every round there's just like a gentle clap and it's like we're just watching golf. You know, they sink the putt and then we just get the... It's beautiful. Thanks, guys. No, it's not a big crowd yet, but you're here. You're having a good time. Thank you, thank you. Now, all tied up.
Respectfully watching.
9 rounds apiece, Jim. Going into the 19th. It's anyone's game to take it. We got AWPs on both sides. We got rifles everywhere and a huge amount of util for both.
This is where things start to get a wriggle on for both of these two teams. They can sense double digits, and once you're in double digits territory, you're already looking towards match point as far as goals are concerned, but this is a bit of a fast approach from Entropic. They've been afforded territory by Imperial. The numbers just aren't there at 8, and so look at this. They are running wild with it. You've got Fur in a very forward position. He's been so solid, but Elian's got him covered.
Ooh. Elian, quick on the stick with that one. And is the man advantage going to be enough to be the first team all the way to the double digits? The illustrious advantage.
Okay.
Fallen stops them at their knees.
That he does. He actually finds that frag in transition. They were getting out of A. They'd shown presence. They were trying to rotate through. They had mid-connected control. And so there was actually a triggered rotation from Imperial. But it's actually now turned into some proactive CT play. But in the meantime, B has just been left wide open. Bolts will do his best to do damage through the smoke, but they have free passage in. The retake is now setting up for Imperial. And, well, a lot of work here for Cello to do out of mid-connector. They've given away that there's presence coming through, so Mir's got a job to do to hold that down. And if you're Imperial, they're going to be biding all of their time. I don't see a kit in hand though, Max, so that's the part of me that thinks that this is just straight up a save.
These smokes were just too much to buy the extra time, and Imperial have just been fended off with utility. Vinny still not moving a muscle there. And it's just that handshake, that gentleman's agreement that all 8 might survive here. And we're going to have another gun round going into the next. Difference is, Entropic, they're in the lead for the first time in a damn while.
It's been hard-earned for them, but we know how hard it is to do that on the T side of Overpass. Also chase down the deficit too, so the pressure's on them. But that 4-gun save from Imperial gives them every fighting chance into this next round. They only lost Fur. Very solid buy from Imperial, but this time it's a little different.
Ballin wants to go for that early cheeky peek there at the top of party. But that molly gets smoked late, and Entropic send it back the other way, thinking Imperial are going for that fountain control. Which means that's a pretty long rotation as well, back to B, unless they've got that con control. And you see Cello on the map there, just lurking, laying in wait. And Entropic are going to go for the one-pronged approach straight through Monster, but Vinny, he can't see a thing, but he doesn't damn need to.
Doesn't need to. When the fish are in the barrel, all you need to do is click, and he's held it down. Cello through connector as well. Makes it difficult. He's got Fur for support. Elian with the trade, but it's only a 3v1 at best. A minute left to play with. The bomb is down. And so Elian's already turned his attention to saving. They got good money. A bit of damage there on the fall. He'll be looking to do damage to the economy of Imperial.
Slow approach, pre-scoped, trying to stay sneaky. Bomb down in water. Vinny's here waiting. Time against him. Elian starting to make a ruckus now. Vinny will have heard every single step. 20 seconds. Only to Toxic. But Elian looks like he's going the long way to a save. Because there's no chance of a plant now from this position. Orp. Very valuable in the hands of Entropic going into the next round. And Imperial hit right back with a 10th of their own. As close as you love it to see it. 10 rounds on either side of the scoreboard right now. And Overpass is providing some solid counter-strike right now.
Certainly is. Vinny just made entry so difficult. It's a tough ask to get through Monster like that. You've literally got to just hold the spray pattern for Vinny, and that's exactly what he did. Just denied them entry. And from there on, Imperial, they had control of the round. Entropic were on the back foot. Tactical timeout now. Hooch will be rustling his troops. Been a big fan of Hooch, actually, all the way back to 1.6 days. The original Virtus Pro. He's got a lot of experience, and he's been guiding this roster with all of that experience, particularly on these big stage games too. And so in moments like that, that's where they lean on the coach. As we said, this is qualification. This is a grand final spot on the line, Matt, here at ESL Challenger Melbourne, and everything to play for.
It's do or die. Entropic, they didn't lose. They didn't get that second chance in the group stage, but they won't get a second chance here. Imperial, of course, losing to paiN, but then playing a scorcher of a game yesterday against Greyhound. And looking very, very sharp early on in the morning here in Melbourne, Australia. Great aggression coming through from Imperial. Look at the map control they've already managed to gain.
Bird just taking some tick damage from that Molotov, forcing him to back off, but left falling with the line. Cello just spotting for toes. So, well, Tropic have got to take territory. Oh, Elliot all over that.
Map knowledge. It comes in handy most of the time. And it looks like it might just happen again. Cello flashing over towards Fountain, but it's all fake. Smoke going to be tanked here by Mir, and oh, he's going to catch a timing too, so Cello won't find more than one. We're back to this 4-on-4. Imperial rotating appropriately. Looking to play that 2-2 setup. And Entropic, they've only got 30 seconds to get to a site and plant, so we'll see where they go.
It's going to be telegraphed from here on out, isn't it? They really can't afford the contact play. They've got a belt of utility, and you'd feel silly not to use it either, but I think that might just be the case. They're going to go play contact, use it in the post plant. Flash signals their way into this B-bomb site. Vinny is just laying in wait. He's got bolts for cover. And so the smoke rains in from the CT side. Time to plant, Mac. Have they got it?
I don't know, Vinny. He's doing a decent job of stopping this one from happening. One bullet onto Nickelback is all that's needed, and they cannot find him in time. But quick kills coming through. Bolts and Fallen looking damn good in the 2-on-2. But both their positions are known now. Forrester takes his kill. Fallen hits back, and we got a 1-on-1. Who's going to clutch here? Fallen waiting. Shadow advantage here for Forrester! But Fallen, he's not just an experienced AWPer. He picks up the AK, he does what he needs to, and he gets the crowd going with that one. Imperial take the lead by 1 round.
He had the presence of mind to check behind. Mir was the sitting duck if he didn't make that move. That right there. He had to make it, but Fallen was ready and waiting. Experience counts for everything in scenarios like that, and they fight their way into another round. CT economy still fragile, Max, so it's important they follow it up with a second. Entropic really have a chance to put some hurt on Imperial, though. Ooh! Finds that one blind, so key piece of the puzzle falling early on for Entropic. Mir goes down.
He didn't have enough action in the clutch. He wanted to get that first blood real damn early. And now Entropic on the back foot, looking to equalize to 11-11. But it's going to be a long uphill battle from here. Postured, ready to smack it towards that B site, but we'll see if Imperial is going to be able to stop it. They've got plenty of util to do so. You can see that counter nade coming through over towards Monster, but the boost is good. And there's that equalization they were looking for. 4v4 now.
We've got time to work with as well. So Nickelback's got connector control, but it looks as though everybody's going to cycle back towards this B bomb site. Nickelback might be that late lurk to try and cut off a rotation. But no, they've actually pulled the plug. So trying to play with the rotation of Imperial quite a bit. The problem is with going back to A, they're going to leave it to the late round.
Yeah.
Got a lot of angles to cover. They're not quite sure how far Imperial are going to be pressed up on this map, so it's going to chew up some time. Going to leave themselves about 10 seconds to get into the site. Fallen's there with the AWP, so really it's going to be on how well they use the remaining utility they've got. Here we go.
Line. He's already hit one of these at the start of the round, but it's his time to shine with 10 seconds to plant now. Entropic trying to get to site. They'll start to make it on, but Fallen, he is stopping them in their tracks right now, and they pack their bags, send it back to bathrooms, look to flush the toilet because Imperial is taking a big old dump on them right now.
Shut the lid. That is another round for Imperial. And unfortunately for Entropic, they couldn't get past Fallen. They had the util advantage. They got themselves into the site, but the bomb went down at the worst possible moment for them, and it didn't leave them a lot of time to recover. Man, Fallen was playing a very active role in the early part of the half, but just gets himself back in to the site, into Bank. Banks around for Imperial. Look at this buy from Entropic. They want to try and keep the pressure on their opponents as much as possible, but it doesn't leave them with a lot of utility. They are starting to speed things up a little bit. They don't want to leave themselves with late round possibilities. They want to give themselves mid to late round options.
Playing it slow. Entropic putting in high priority and hitting this B site. The A site wasn't working as well as what we've seen down on that lower side of things. And now they've got themselves a man advantage to play with. What do we see Imperial pull out here? On the CT side, you usually want to get a bit more proactive, try to equalize at some given point. And that point might be just around the corner here. Fur on the offline. And Cello not too far away to help him out as well.
Oh, man.
We'll see if Entropic are ready. They're definitely grouped up. They're looking for a couple of trades. They're looking for a couple of lines here. But Fur, he's done it for one. Entropic maintain the advantage.
It's this late lurk from Cello. That could be a real problem. Nobody's watching. Ooh. Does a lot of damage to the Alien, but the site is clear. The bomb is down. Cello couldn't quite find the next, and well, that chews up a little bit of time. What can Vinny do? He's got Fallen in tow, but that is a great start. The bomb is down again.
The open two, and it's going to be retrieved just in time. Crad gets the kill, gets the plant, and Fallen. Can he back it up from the previous rounds?
He was at the other side. He had to make that adjustment. He had to cover that option because that bomb was still in no man's land. It was in mid. It could have gone back to B, and this is just going to be a save from Imperial. As I said, they weren't out of murky water yet with their economy, and so everything they take away from this will be gold for them, particularly that AWP. As we've seen, Fallen's taken a more proactive role in the early rounds.
Yeah.
And, well, this time, Entropic, they tried to force that issue.
Have a look at the save as well. Only bolts there with the bank broken right now, so we should see some form of buy coming out from Imperial in the next, whether it be pistol armor. Have a look here. Oh, they're right as rain. Fallen, he can drop one across. There's going to be another full buy coming through. So Entropic still have a lot of work to do here. They need to start to stabilize their economy to try and get back in this game. Try to get back in the lead. It's a real tight one at the moment, and you can see the stadium slowly but surely starting to fill up here in the Rod Laver Arena. Everyone having a damn good time, nice and early. What's better than some semi-final Counter-Strike on a Sunday morning, Jim?
Well, if there is something, I'm not aware of its existence. Look at this forward line from Imperial. They're really trying to stack the deck in their favor. But Entropic, look how deeply set they are again. They were waiting out this A aggression. It's come from Imperial a few times. But the recognition that they are not so far forward as they've been previously. Bolts, again, has just got a ton of info. And so look at this rotation back towards A. Bolts has got everything that he needs. He knows that there's no presence towards B, so with Fur so deep in connector, I'm not liking this for Entropic. They really have to punch their way into this A site with a few entries, and that is probably their best chance through. So they will have to filter through A long.
Oh, Crad's so close there. With the attempt at the wall bang, push comes up to site now. Cello starting to strike with his head down over towards the plants. Fallen. He's mollied off for now, and dances with death there as he falls off a jumper. Bolts now starts to make the flank work. Good damage. And Entropic are second guessing themselves. They don't want to go for the plant, but Fur, he wants a bit. He wants a more! Alien checks his flank just in time and hits him with a flick.
They were waiting on that play. They were waiting on that play and it never came. Alien now has given them a fighting chance in this round.
Hunting for more. He's got lucky once, but can he do it again? Not just yet. It's all down to him on 14 HP. Fallen, though. This man, he's hunting for 3. He's looking to defuse the crosshair. It looks so damn good, so damn close. He's got the kill, but there's a kit. And Imperial, they'll take another. Great trade to come through. And Brazilians in the crowd could not be happier with that.
I would not be surprised to see Entropic buy into this next round. You know Imperial's money's pretty much on the rocks. So, yes, they clutched that round out. It comes at a cost, and it might just allow Entropic back into this round. But, man, what a time. Alien, they really had everything against them up until that. That is so dirty.
That just reminds me of what we saw from Ali yesterday.
Yeah.
Ridiculous scenes, a couple of crazy AWP shots already here in ESL Challenger Melbourne, and there's still plenty more Counter-Strike to go. Alien dodging all that damage spammed in through the condor. Cello expecting the change in pace from Mir up short. And a nade should get some great value for money there. Furkin follows through with a decent amount of damage. He's almost found 2. And he might have just done enough.
He's softened them up nicely, Mac. They're a little squishy. And look at the push coming through. Bolts with the confidence and the information. Alien's not going to stick around for any fight, but man, they've got no control of the bomb in Entropic. And so, where do they turn their attention? They've got a minute to play with. A minute to win it with not much in it. And there's, unfortunately now, Imperial starting to take territory. They've got bomb control. There's no utility left for Entropic.
Entropic, their patience all tournament has been such a sight for sore eyes. But is it going to come back to bite them? Because Imperial, they're so experienced. Entropic want them to make some mistakes, want them to overstep. But they know with the bomb down in short, there is no hope in this round. So pack your bags, try again. Moving into round at 26, it looks like Imperial may just be 2 rounds away from taking their map choice here in this semi-final series. And they're really, really taking it to Entropic on this Sunday morning.
These 2 AKs are going to have a critical role to play in the next round because I'm looking at the money. Yeah, the loss bonus is pretty much getting up. It's barely up on a Sunday morning, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And
heard it was easy on a Sunday morning.
Yeah. See, that's where you got lied to.
Entropic, no pushovers.
And I have faith no more in Sunday mornings, I'll tell you that. But as far as Entropic are concerned, these AKs, they've got to make something happen. They need some heroes to stand up. And there's our heroes in the crowd.
Doing work, making noise. Look, there's just a small chunk, a small section at the moment.
It's good to see you all in church on a Sunday morning, everybody.
So loud, so boisterous. Now, it seems like back-to-back tacks coming through. As we do jump back into the game. Both teams wanting their say, wanting to level those heads, and Entropic really talking through what they're going to do with this force buy. Not much util brought into the round, but they have to make something work with it because Imperial are 2 rounds away from a dub.
Utility halts progression for Entropic. Everything is on fire at that B bomb site, so the floor is lava and they do not want to take a risk, but Nickelback has managed to wait that out, beat it out a little.
Ooh.
Oh man, he's got to try and deal with all this util. Here we go, Fallen. Aggressive shotgun AWPing.
At this range, ridiculous. Molly as well to force them up short instead, but with this control just outside of Monster, Imperial, they're not letting Entropic into the site without a fight, and now Entropic running around like ants, just scurrying to safety, looking to upgrade as much as they can. Forrest has got himself an extra flash to play with, and he's just going to lob it across for nothing.
Tell you what, Entropic are having a bit of difficulty dealing with a very CT active side. They're proactive. Fallen's taken a more active role with that AWP. You've seen him really move that around in that early round. And that has meant that Entropic are kept guessing. This is that map you can do it, overpass. It's a playground for an AWPer.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, he is on the monkey bars right now and just having a time. Fur has even taken territory too now. So, man, Imperial, they're really trying to put the hurt on. Nickelback has got the line, though. So, with 23 seconds left, I don't think they're going to make it to a bomb site. They're just playing a really high-risk, high-stakes game of hide-and-go-seek.
Yeah, they just need to carry the rifles across to the next because Imperial are about to have 4 match points to play with, 15 secured in seconds. And look at the scoreboard as well. Fur, Fallen, Cello, Bolts, all of them lifting today. Vinny, a little bit slow to the party, but at the same time, he did a lot of work yesterday. You don't need everyone firing up to get a win like this, but Entropic, a slow start and maybe even a slow finish. They will not be happy with the performance so far, but Imperial have just brought the pain at the moment, and they need one more round to take their map choice and start the series with a map win.
If you're Entropic, you really do feel as though you were never in the map. It hasn't necessarily been as close as they would have wanted. They had a bit of a fight back there in the early stages of this half, but since then, Imperial really have tightened their vice grip on this map. So Forrester looking to try and find an early opening. Imperial heavy presence towards B, and we've seen them do this quite a few times in the early round. They're happy to let Fur just be this lone ranger, this splinter cell, send him in solo.
Imperial, early gamble towards the lower side. Back to A, see Fallen Scurry. Bringing the orb to a long-range line in case Entropic decide to commit there.
Oh.
But now with a bit of noise made towards the B side of things, we are going to see a bit of movement from Imperial back towards bathroom, just hunting for that info and looking to posture for a retake. Looks like it's a full-on retake set up from Imperial.
It certainly is. But they stacked it in the early stages, and now Vinny needs to take this active info role because he needs to buy so much time for Imperial. Contact play, they're in. They will get this bomb plant down, you would suspect, unless the fire and fighting is too much. Ooh. They're getting crushed on entry, Mac. This might be it.
This could just be it. Nickelback needs to get the plant down. No cover on short. There and there it bloody is. Crad falls. Vinny fires up right at the end. And it's a 5-round lead, a 5-round dub, 16-11. And Imperial, they've done it nice and early here on a Sunday morning. The Brazilians in the bloody bleachers. They're cheering, they're happy, they could not be happier, but there's still a lot of work to do. We got a second map to get to, and Entropic, it's their choice.
Certainly is, so they'll be hoping to take some positives out of this map. It really were few and far between. They felt as though they were under the pressure.
Yeah.
And as far as Entropic are concerned, they need to bounce back. Imperial, they look good.
They looked good indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to send it back to the desk to hear their thoughts on the matchup. We'll be back with a bigger damn stadium just after this.
Well, over on Overpass, Imperial did just Imperial things. We well and truly saw the Imperial we were kind of hoping and looking for throughout the duration of ESL Challenger Melbourne. And finally, we got what we asked for, winning out that map 16-11.
Yeah, and when you look towards kind of the history of the past and last 3 months of this map, they're 0-4. I mean, it's really not been the greatest of maps in recent times. So you come in towards the Overpass pick instead of Nuke, and you're like, okay, this is a big gamble, a big risk, especially against the Tropic. They really have some sort of idea of how they're going to take down the CIS side, and they did a really good job. I think it all came off the back of that strong start, and that question of too little, too late started to kind of ring out loud and proud, because Entropic could never chip away at that deficit properly.
And I got to be honest with you, though, at certain points in the game, it seemed like it was very much back and forth. I mean, we ended up with a 9-6 half in favor of Imperial. So ultimately, my question to you is, Hedger, what do you think it was that ultimately pushed them over the edge and allowed them to take away this victory?
Yeah, I don't think it's a question of what. I think it's a question of who. We saw this fantastic, phenomenal clutch from fallN at a very crucial point in the match. It was 10-10 on the board, and he manages to win an absolutely phenomenal 1 versus 2. And after that, I mean, that was just the awakening of bad fallN.
Yeah.
After that, he was just phenomenal and couldn't miss a single shot.
Yeah, I think it was slightly slow starting, but it's once he got the gears going. I mean, that's when fallN can really start to find the form we know he could. And finally, we sort of saw the fallN that we were hoping we were going to see in this tournament. I think generally speaking, he hasn't been as electric he has, especially in his old days. We were kind of saying, you know, can he roll back the years a little bit? And he started to do it finally. This is the fallN we know of. His calling was great as well. We talk about his firepower, his frags were amazing, but the calls he had, especially on that T-side, were brilliant. He did a very, very good job of breaking down that Tropic defense, and he was very good at reading how they were rotating, so he could catch some great timings, and that's what kind of pulled them across the line. Entropic, I think, overthought things a little bit at times, and was slightly, I guess, passive in the nature, which is when they really should be hunting for information, and that allows fallN to step up, because he's very good at reading those specific situations.
I feel like throughout the duration of Melbourne in particular, fallN has given us the impact that we wanted to see coming out from him, not only in the kills department, but also when it comes to riling up his team and also the fans in the crowd as well. But as we take a look at some of the match stats right now, 23 kills. I mentioned this at the very start of the series. People typically use the excuse of being an IGL for not fragging out. But I feel like in fallN's department specifically, maybe it's just the amount of experience he has. When they are down bad, he's able to pick up the team, put them on their shoulders. And it's like you mentioned, Hedger, as soon as they get that one round, they're able to keep up that momentum and keep it going. Why do you think that is?
I think that is because the Brazilian teams, they are playing this emotional kind of Counter-Strike, right? When someone does something crazy and just like, wow, this round was so amazing.
Sure.
The rest of the team will sit and cheer you on and give that extra hype. We see it when we are looking at the crowd photos, how the Brazilian fans are just hyping up Imperial, and that like good positive energy and good vibes, that's just gonna help everyone perform so much better.
Yeah, they're very much an emotional team in that sense. They kind of thrive off the fans there. And I think they were quite fortunate to have such a great call that have come out. You saw the fans in the crowd and they go nuts. Yeah. And I think that really plays into their hands. But another thing you were mentioning, Jazz, is spot on. I hate this argument that IGL shouldn't frag. It's not good enough, especially nowadays. I mean, you look towards kind of Electronic stepping up for Na'Vi. Okay, he wasn't always an IGL. He's definitely not, of course, used to it. But since he's been IGL, he's still fragging just as well, right? And even if you look towards Carrigan, Nexa as well. I mean, Carrigan for FaZe, he's been absolutely electric for the grand scheme of things. So, you know, as you look towards this argument, I like that fallN step on his own. The one thing I do want to mention on the other side, though, Mir, I mean, he started so well and he was looking amazing, and then he petered out, and that I think was the big costly thing for Entropic. There was a point where it was kind of, you know, 10-11, Entropic are right on the cusp of tying this game up, right on the cusp of essentially taking all the momentum and running with it. And I thought it was done. I thought, okay, Entropic has taken this map, potentially even the series off the back of it, and then Mir doesn't get a kill for 6 rounds in a row, and then we're done.
I think that's the difficulty when it comes to relying on that one player to kind of carry you through the process. But I'm ready to check in with Conky and see what the fans think of that game.
fallN did say that one big thing was the crowd in Sydney that got their big win a little while ago. So I thought I'd check in with the Brazilian boys. They've been very, very loud. So already can hear it. I'm here with Luan, and all I want to say is, mate, so far, how do you think the boys are doing?
We're doing great. We're all here to cheer. We're so thankful that Imperial made all the way around the globe, and we're not many here, but we go hard. Let's go, boys! Yeah!
Wow. And now you've been here all 3 days so far. You guys have been here bright and early. What's been the favourite moment so far?
Probably this game, to be honest.
Yeah.
We love watch our professor, the godfather of Brazilian CS on overpass.
Yeah.
So, especially for me, favourite map so far.
Awesome. And also I got something from Gilly as well, I believe. He had a message for the fans.
Olha, a Corona venceu, vamos Brasil!
Back to you guys.
Honestly, that energy is simply infectious, to be quite honest with you guys. But heading over into Dust 2 now. Hedger, I need you to pick this one apart for me, because obviously they didn't necessarily have the best of performances on the side of Imperial, especially when they played up against paiN. What do you think they're going to look to do in this game?
I think paiN had Imperial's number, and I don't think Imperial, the way that we saw them there, was what we can expect of them now. We saw Fallen, he has had his awakening. Dust 2, op map, this can be very much a close affair.
Yeah, but Entropic have been watching. They saw exactly what we saw from paiN. 16-5. I mean, that was a decimation by paiN. A solid performance. They know exactly what they need to do to break down this Imperial side. I think, to be perfectly honest, if Imperial don't continue that momentum going in towards map number 2, this gets really dicey, especially when we kind of focus our attention towards Nuke later on. This is a map which is set up for Entropic to take it. It's the CIS home ground. It's Dust 2. They know how to play it, and they know how paiN play it, so they can emulate it.
Now, the real question is, really quick from the two of you, what do you think the scoreline's going to be?
I'm going to go 16-11 in favour of Entropic.
Okay, how about you?
16-12. Entropic.
Okay. Very, very bold predictions. Well, we'll be back with Dust 2 after the break. We'll catch you very soon.
Let's love for the night. Slow dance till the sun comes up. Let's touch under lights. Slow dance till we're high on love, high on love. 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 Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love.
ESL. Republic of Gamers, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Entropic is very suited for LANs. We really like to play on LANs because it's different emotions. Even if you're playing online, even if you beat a tier 1 team, it's not like super happy like on LAN. And I think I'm playing CS only for LANs, for emotions and something like this. And we'll do our best, guys. Cheer for us.
Great to hear from Entropic. Couple of thoughts on the game, on the weekend, and what's going on, of course. It is going into the second map. It's time to jump on in for a bit of fun on Dust 2. I'm going to stand up for this one because this crowd is slowly filling out, and it could be Entropic's last map of the tournament if they don't start to fire up. But at least, Jim, it is their map choice.
That's certainly the case. Now, we saw maybe a preview into how this map will play out on Overpass, another big AWPing map as they covered on the desk.
Yep.
So both of these two AWPers have had some pretty blistering rounds, but I think for as far as Entropic are concerned, they just need to step it up that next level. This is their map pick. They're going to be confident on this, but they need to. The tournament lifeline is here and it's on the line, and they want to book a ticket into that grand final later today. So I think you may be right in saying that they have come off at daybreak a little bit rusty, but here's time to blow out the cobwebs, Mac.
They had a real long first map to start to warp things up. Going into the second, so it's their last shot now, and Imperial, well, look, they got a 2-0 yesterday up against Greyhound, and they might just be looking to do it again against the Russians. The Brazilians in the crowd, they've been loud, they've been happy, and they're damn keen to see a bit of Dust 2 going into the second map of the series. Let's see what Imperial can do here, starting on the CT side, going into the pistol, Jim. We got a little bit of util coming through from the Brazilians. Entropic still yet to decide on what they want to go for.
Yeah, no kit though on Imperial, so any action that they make is going to have to be quick, smart. So let's just see whether or not Entropic take a faster approach, a bit of a quick pace through the round. Not surprising to see aggression out of the CT early on. Mia's going to be coming that back through, and in the meantime, that's going to push Entropic maybe a little bit faster. However, this range duel, Vinny, he's got all the advantage.
P2K. A dangerous weapon in the right hands. And you know that Vinny is trying to get off to a better start than what he had on Overpass. He didn't have to do a whole lot because the rest of the boys were lifting, but now it's his time to shine. Not going to be able to see anyone crossing there. 2 smokes invested from Entropic means it's a free sight for the moment. Smoke on the corner, and Vinny, he's just trying to play that one way, but Crad knows this map so well. He knows the lines, and Mir is expecting this late rotation from Bolt. So that's going to be a man advantage for now. And Entropic are very happy with their positions. Cello, though, able to get that belated trade, and Nickelback falls to Vinny.
Yeah. Now they've got the T's turtled up in the sight. Whether or not they will come out of their shell will be remaining to be seen. Crad down to 1 HP. He's taken out by Vinny, but no kit. This is why they have to go quick, Mac. They make it work, and all the pressure put on Entropic.
Fully set, fully ready to make the retake happen, and make it they do. A pistol in the bag for Imperial. And that's going to be the first CT pistol we've seen. One this series so far. Both teams taking their T pistol and Overpass. So keep that in the back pocket going into the second half. But for now, the Brazilians off on the right foot. We'll see, though, if Entropic can hit back. Because, of course, we did see them go for the double scout setup earlier on Overpass. We'll see if they do the same thing here. Looks like they've got a couple, and the Galils with the bomb plant. The force is fully here. They've seen the crossing sight, and Fallen's going to be able to continue his way around the smoke, not going into pit. And Nickelback was not ready for that, but neither was Fur.
Yeah, Fur just fell trying to cover his teammate there. But that scout has already tagged bolts as well. So, Brad, hello, he says, through the smoke. It's a cheeky greeting, but Cello's there with that M4 for the cleanup. Street sweeping along. But can they get territory here? Elian thinks he can find his timing. He can! He can find the head of Cello.
What a shot. This man is dangerous with the scout in hand. And Bolts and Fallen both chipped away at as well, so maybe, even with a body shot, he could find 2 more kills in 2 more shots. Imperial gripping up on short for the retake, but Crad, he'll fall. And Elian now in a 1-on-2. He's going to try to take the fight to the Brazilians. The run boost not going to work initially, but it's enough to draw the attention. The scout shot missed, and the Brazilians take a second.
This is chalk and cheese from the last map compared to what we saw. The pace is so different. Both of these two teams are making moves, and they're making them quickly. And handshakes all around, because that is another fast round for Imperial on the CT proactive pushing.
Yeah.
But they had to. They had the time and territory. They knew exactly what Entropic were doing. They were going fast too, and that leaves so many gaps in your defense. So there's layer upon layer of flanking going on. This is the kind of matchup that we really love getting stuck into. But Entropic, they need to get around on the board on that T side. They are going to, again, force into this.
Oof.
Similar buy to last round.
The spawns aren't nice for Entropic here. Elian, worried about mid. He's going to get the tag on the cross as well. Bolts jumping. At least had the door to keep him alive. But of course, that always hurts getting tagged on the cross, especially when you're the B-side anchor. Straight out long, it didn't matter if they didn't have spawns. They went late anyway, and Vinny got caught napping all on his own. And Imperial could be hot on the flank if Entropic don't pick up the pace.
Yeah, Cello, he was already in mid. He'd already taken a lot of territory. But they are filtered in all that information. Still have to cover off B though. They don't have the info there, so it is a tentative hold. But now they're actually starting to hard commit to it. They've got enough information to be confident that it is going to be A. And man, look at the positioning Cello's got. If they decide to back off, it'll be trouble, but you know he's going to be there for the fast flank. A lot of pressure on his side here for Fur.
Man's tucked away here at default, finds the isolated fight. That's nice. The molly towards ramp as well to buy some extra time. Cello strikes from the flank to draw the attention for just long enough. Fur peeks his head over the smoke and gets one more to Ellie, and it's not looking good for Entropic in the 2-on-4. But they're going to give it a good, hot crack right now.
Fur and Cello combining to just make entry so difficult for the side. But Mia finds the timing around and now has the site control. That bomb is yet to cross though, so danger as Cello is also at short. They've got everybody eyes on the cross. And Nickelback, he gets the shot onto Fallen, but are they going to be able to retrieve that AWP in time? I'm not sure. More importantly, they deny a round for Entropic.
I think they might have just missed it, but you can't be unhappy with that if you're an Imperial fan, because that's 3 in a row and a blistering start to Dust 2. Such good defense coming through and patience from both teams as well. They were just waiting for the one team to make that first move, and Imperial picked their fights perfectly.
Just a lighter buy though. They still want to keep economic pressure on Imperial. They know that they've taken 3 losses in the last round. Their money's not amazing just yet, but Elian has all that info. He knows. Didn't quite get the tag though. And Cello, hard committed, along with his teammate and Fur. They've got mid control and they've got that kill. They can now back off.
Again, just happy with the man advantage. But Cello wanted that little bit more. Cost him a pretty penny, but at the same time, takes it to a 2-man advantage. So Imperial, no complaints here.
Tropic have to pick up the pieces in mid.
A Deagle, a Tech 9, and a Scout.
Yeah, this is as patchy as it can get. In fact, Nickelback's even taken damage to the door, so Imperial are just happy to let them play at distance, because the pistols aren't going to be super effective unless some, bell ringers come through.
Ooh, a chance now. An M4 straight on the ground, but Cello stops them with the Deagle. No one able to retrieve it initially. Nickelback gets his mitts on it, but with 40 seconds remaining, and Crad not in the greatest of positions. It's not looking likely for a round win, but Entropic are going to give it a red-hot crack here. One at long, one at short, and looking to splinter into A.
Just holding his line. Nice and easy for the cleanup at the end, but if you're Entropic, you've got to draw the line somewhere. They've been trying to pressure this CT economy.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to do it, so they've got to take the eco here. Well, actually, sorry, they had lightly forced into the last round, so the loss bonus is starting to accrue. They will be able to buy here, but it is going to be pretty much emptying the tanks. Alien on that orb, more importantly. Oh, Cello.
The timing shot there, Cello. Forrester has managed to slide his way all the way to blue. Crad as well, just waiting for a bit of aggression into upper dark. Entropic still just looking to draw as much attention as possible here over towards the A side of things. Prog Smoke as well, just to drop Forrester into pit if he wants it. And there it is. Crad finds one, but it's instantly traded by Fallen. And we're right back to a 4-on-4.
Yeah, the difficult part here is if they don't hold this A bomb site, they could be in a bit of trouble because both Fallen and Cello have orbs. So Cello's in that swing position. He's in CT spawn, but both Fallen and Cello do not have control of this A bomb site. A lot here on first. Just got to try and stay alive.
Oh, and he's not done that too well. Stuck behind Ninja there, and Forrester's taken 2 in a matter of seconds. Fallen, high priority on the AWP here, so he's just backing away and looking to punish anyone on the edge of that smoke. Timing not favouring him, but he'll survive for the moment.
And Alien's keen to take that fight. And so their hand has been forced. Imperial trying to save out everything here. And, well, as far as Entropic are concerned,
they're on the board.
They're on the board. They got their first round and it's come hard fought. But a fairly convincing round at that. Wasn't anything particularly special. They just had the pressure put on the right areas. Forrester opening up very nicely on that A-bomb site. As we said, he really has been a barometer for the performance of Entropic. So they really need him to stand up and continue to deliver.
Three-round lead now. Imperial having a quick chat. Try to bring this next round back in their favour. Another tactical coming through. And the crowd's starting to fill out, so good time to check. How are we feeling about Entropic? Reverse sweep, is it happening? Okay. What about Imperial? Is it going to be a 2-0 Brazil? Let me know. Ooh, they seem to think so, Jim.
Either way you look at it, the real winner is Counter-Strike here, mate.
Really is. We've had some high-quality CS all weekend. Crazy plays coming through. Ridiculous flicks from bloody everyone. And Fallen, you love to see him firing up, and he's doing it again here already on D2. 8-1 right now. We've even got the AWP in the hands of Cello this time.
Yeah, they ran that double AWP setup last round. Fallen couldn't afford to buy into it this time, but because they've saved it out, they still have that prong with which to work. And this is different from Entropic. They're going contact out mid.
Oh, with Util, gonna be stuck behind the box. He'll survive for the moment. Cello up in the window. It's looking damn good for him. Flashes for another attempt and bolts head down. Guns up. Eyes up too. Crad falls, and that's going to be the bomb on the ground at the doors. It's awkward. Entropic can't make their way through initially. The trade is there, and Forrester needs to lift right here, right now, and he won't.
They're not even going to get through the window. Cello focused on B, but Alien is going to make this expensive for Entropic if they continue to filter at him. They had all the pressure at B, and despite being under pressure, Cello remains a pretty mellow fellow. And that bomb will be firmly in his sights. Elliot has made a lot of noise, and Fur's got all the info. We'll try and take the peak.
40, 1-on-2.
Oh,
he's going the long route, the scenic route, straight down.
Long walks on Dust 2. A romantic. Nothing on offer for him though, so he'll opt to save. That's a good response from Imperial, so they had to force into it. They had to make it work. They've only been able to save 2 here, and Fallen will be looking for that upgrade. Hasn't found it thus far, but I suspect, yep, he'll find it in mid, so he still keeps Imperial under pressure with their money. So Entropic saving that AWP over 2. It's going to give them options. And now, this is the thing. Elian's been quite lethal through that door, so taking some early damage here could be quite harmful with that AWP still in play.
Bolt's really just clutching up there, finding that second kill with the swing into door. If we didn't get that one, then Imperial could have been in trouble. Nonetheless, into round 7 we go. And Imperial hunting for that long control. They'll win it initially. Entropic, a mixed bag. Not the greatest of util brought into the round, but they've got more than enough to do the job. They just have to expect angles like this.
Oh.
Hello! It's just gonna mop them up.
How does he get 3 there? Spray control like you've never seen. And that is going to be a very difficult entry now for Entropic into the round. They are scattered across the map. Krat's going to try and take something at B, but there's nothing on offer.
Dominance. Imperial. Sounds like a rhyme to me. Forrester in a 1-on-4. It's a big old ask. He's at least got the bomb on his belt, but look, it's going to take more than that to win the round. He needs a kill and he won't find it. Vinny crabbing at the top of mid is enough to net a 6, take it out to a 5-round lead now. And Imperial are off to the races on this CT side.
Certainly are, and that is exactly the way in which to stamp your mark on a round where you were under pressure. Your money wasn't in the greatest situation. You kept forcing into previous rounds and only surviving with 2 on your round win. That is Imperial so far in this matchup. They've looked so cool under pressure.
Let's see if things change. It's like we have a quick tactical, or technical rather, coming through here. So something I have noticed from Entropic is they don't take a lot of risks when they are, you know, 1-man, 2-man down. They have a crack, see what they can get, see if they can find some map control. But look, Elian, I backed him in that 1-on-2. I thought he might have gone for it with 40 seconds. Tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, I thought he might have opted maybe for the route back toward B, but took a lot of time there. So quick technical pause to make sure everything's in order for the important rounds of this half. Now, Mac, you've got to be feeling good if you're Imperial right now. You've just taken your map pick. You're on a commanding lead already on the CT side of Dust 2. You've got to be feeling good. Still more work to do, though.
I was looking at the faces of Entropic there. They were very, very worried. A couple of dangerous expressions. Not what you want to see when you're 1 map away from maybe taking the L, maybe getting knocked out of the tournament. But look, while we're waiting, a couple of questions. You guys, have you had a good weekend? Have you enjoyed yourselves? That's what I love to hear.
Are you still enjoying yourselves? Yeah, okay, maybe not.
Nice. Is it looking like we're going to see a Brazil v Brazil grand final? Ooh, I think they'd love that.
That's a good prospect. Certainly the way Imperial are looking right now, they're in the box seat.
All I'm saying is that B group, you know, maybe it was the stacked group. Maybe that's why the Aussies didn't make it through. Who knows?
That's what I'm telling myself.
I'll keep telling myself that. Brazilians, though, playing immaculate CS this weekend. Imperial having a rough show against paiN the other day. But yesterday they picked up the pace. Today they've got their body clocks in order, and it certainly looks that way. 10:39 in the morning, they are playing some superior Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they're firing on all cylinders too, which is something that we haven't actually seen out of them in quite some time. They said coming into this competition, they wanted to try and recapture some of that form we saw from them at the major, but that was over 3 months ago. And so from them, it's just been about a road back to form. And maybe this is a preview of some of these individuals starting to hit their stride. Cello certainly hit heads with that spray. And it made everything so easy for the rest of Imperial. Now we're back into the action. As we said, Entropic, they have to take a bit of a think tank break. Just back onto pistols. They've got that Pavilion, but what can he fashion here? They know they're aggressive in mid. Oh, he's already taken damage.
Fallen, just posted ready, saw a shoulder, strikes as well. Lowers player, falls to Cello, but the Deagle in the hands of Mo. You can't take it lightly, but Fallen, he's happy to get right up close range there with the AWP.
We know he likes a good dig or two. Back to a 3v3. Now, Forrester has the option to swing to either side. And let's just see whether or not his teammates can make this happen. Elian on that glass AWP is going to be a little squishy for his liking, but he does at least have Nickelback as cover, as an insurance policy. Is Bolt's going to give this up for free? That's the question.
Nice nade. Great trajectory. This man went to school and fallen. Ooh. Missing a crucial one, but the rest of the riflers are here to pick up the pieces. Nickelback is just waiting, lurking, only with a P250. It's nowhere near enough, and Vinny strikes for a 7th. Imperial just pushing and stopping Entropic from having any breathing room here on the T side. Spawns again. Looking pretty good for Entropic. We'll see if they decide with the weapons to send it out long.
Yeah, they've actually opted to not take the spawns they've been offered. At least got that full buyout. Elian back on that AWP. This time we'll at least have some armor. Controllers long here. Ooh. On for the contest.
Great timing. Util popping perfectly to set Forrester up for an opening, and now maybe a chance for Entropic to turn this into 2.
First thing, if you can level the ledger, anybody's caught sticking around. He's just pushed a little bit for info. Now, Entropic, they've turned their attention elsewhere. They've got that player advantage now, so they've got time. They can work this map quite nicely. They know that even potentially they might have a split sight on. They just need a bit more information to work with, and they're going to try and investigate through short.
The battle at bedroom. Forrester survives. And the instant rotation from Imperial, just waiting for that push up short, but it hasn't happened just yet. And Entropic are taking their sweet damn time, regrouping, spacing, looking real good to try to make a move. Imperial, they're just going to play retake on A. Expecting the drop in. Looks like they've done some homework. It is going to be this mid-B. Imperial with the big damn read, but it don't damn matter because Forrester's just knocked them to their knees.
And there is Bolt at the back of B. He's going to be able to find that rotate, but I mean, they don't have control of this A bomb site. Cello, he's stuck in the middle. Pulling Malcolm for the moment. Oh, and that's Bolt's gone.
And it's all down to Cello. With the big green in hand, he's found the first, but he's down to 22 already. And the save could be on. Since Bolts and Fur are broke, there's some cash in the tank for the rest of the members of Imperial. But this AWP could be so crucial into the next. It's done work already. Cello 15 and 4, make it 16, maybe more. He's got another, and he knows the position of the final man. He's got time. He's got a kid, and he's got a molly too. Nade to follow. Entropic have to push through. The timing's there. The bomb is planted. And he's got to reel it through. He's got the kill. The time isn't there. Count the seconds. He doesn't think he's got it. Entropic take the second, but damn, Cello. What an attempt.
Oh, man, he's made that so expensive for Entropic. They've been fighting hard to get their economy on a level playing field, so that makes it difficult. Despite the round win, he's just gone and done so much damage with this AWP. It's all him. All him, the ace.
The secondary AWPer, the man doing work, the newcomer to the roster. And he's lifting. He's carrying the boys on his back. He's a D2 gremlin, and he's coming out to play.
Can Forrester do the same? Normally that's the family wagon, but looked a little bit more like a WRX in some of these games. He's the barometer for performance on Entropic, and that's a well-needed round they've been able to acquire. But for the moment, they have long territory. That's important for them. But look at this information push coming through from Imperial. They've got all the info now. Upper dark's been cleared. They've pushed through mid. They've got the control there. And so, Entropic, are they going to filter into this? Are they going to lean into this A site? Because they've got no territory elsewhere. They do have options to back off, but now the net potentially has been closed behind them. They don't know that yet.
Nade at the ready. Get some great damage done to the T's. Smoke's going to be patched up. Nade, look at it. Forrester Nickelback chipped down so low already. Some big utility damage. And Elian is just gazed across the top, just waiting to graze the skin of Imperial. Flash here, ready to send it to short, but we've still got the trap set up on side, and Imperial, they're waiting for the push through. Fur wants to be this point of contact, and the attention drawn from the rest of the boys at elbow, at short. Imperial all here. It's going to be a bloodbath. Bomb is still not tapped, and there's 20 seconds to get to site, but Fur, he's just waiting for the perfect moment. There goes the bomb. There is the dink, but Entropic fight back in time. And speaking of time, there's just enough to get the bomb down. It's all down to Elian with a scout at long. Bomb planted for him. If he can make his way to plat here. But from sight, Mir still having impact, still finding kills. On 18 points of health, he's spotted jumping. Bolt can't find him.
Oh, Bolt. That's a dangerous game to play. And Mir is the hero in that round. Man, they were playing very much around Fur in that site. And so, well, Imperial, they actually are going to experience their own economic woes on the back of this.
Well played from Entropic there to work their way back in. Mir as well, so low. And great communication between him and Elian at long. Just to know that there's no chance that he's crossed into ramp without Elian spotting him. Able just to keep his head down. Guns up when necessary, and Mir is here for a bloody old spray down. Give him the ace, mate. There it bloody is. No! Cello, again, against all odds. He'll survive and somehow find himself two. So some financial damage comes through. But Entropic now, before it's too deep in the half, start to strike back on the T side.
Unfortunately, it was only a mere 4K, not the ace. Regardless, we are starting to have Entropic build their way into the map. We've got the money starting to flow. We have a buy coming out again from Imperial. And again, we're seeing Cello on that AWP, and why not? He's 21-6. He's having an absolute banger of a match.
Head down, dodging those flashes, and Forrester gets his way into pit, but it seems like Imperial don't know this just yet. Vinny, his attention's drawn. Nickelback's coming to try and help the brother out, but now they know he's here in the pit, and Vinny's got his back against the wall, tucked in the corner, has to fight for his life. A smoke to play around, and Fallen comes through just to help him out. Elian has no idea if he's dropped into pit yet, trying to find the sneaky CT, but Vinny plays Entropic to a T.
Tell you what, as our compatriots in the UK would say, they're having a laugh right now. And looking good, Imperial. They answer back perfectly. They had a lot of pressure on their shoulders. This was the money situation for them coming into this. It wasn't great. They needed to put something on the board, and they do. Entropic find themselves again on the back foot, but again, they're buying into this, hoping they can pressure something. They beat that utility out long. Fur needs to be careful. But the Molotovs are going to actually buy him a little bit of time. It's in Tropic's territory, though. They have to back off Imperial.
Slow approach towards the midsection. Fallen, smoke fades, and he finds Forrester. Pit control for Entropic. And Fallen's locked at car for now. No help either. And he definitely needed some. Elian takes down the counter-AWPer. And Entropic now postured for yet another A-take. Full long control, little bit of action here about to happen at short. And Mir, swings wide. Fur took him a sec. He brought that one back. Nickelback on the top of sight. And Vinny, he's going to be boosted up as well. Takes the elevator and takes them all damn down as well. Elian's in trouble. There is 9. Vinny had a bit of a quiet one on overpass, but Dust 2, it's a different damn affair.
They're fired up, absolutely. They've got the crowd in the palm of their hands. And Entropic just not finding the bomb sites at the moment. Imperial, they're just taking the fight right to them. They're not even playing for the retake. They're happy to take the fights, and that's sort of been the tone they've set early on, right from the pistol.
Well, Cello's on for 40, 21, and we're not even done with the half yet. Man is having a damn day at the office, isn't he?
He's feeling 21.
Entropic. They're doing a decent job, and he's going to crack open the festivities again.
Okay.
Pistols now looking at Deadly over towards middle. Fallen going to be able to take one. Trade starts to come through. Molly to buy some extra space, and he'll double up towards B ramp there. Bear gets his mitts on the M4. And Entropic reroute back towards the A side of things. Fur, 5 and 10 at the moment, but he's going to try to increase that as he can. Flashes in for himself, right behind. Great comms, great kills, great work from Vinny to stop the cross to sight there at long. And the rotations, the reinforcements starting to make their way in. Elian finds one, the trade comes through. And it's down to Crad in a 1v3 to find anything, but he's threaded that needle for a second, Fallen ready for the drop. And there you have it. Double digits found. Imperial hunting for an 11th as we go into the final round of the half.
Yeah, Entropic at the moment, unfortunately, just looking a little subtropic on the T side of Dust 2. They really have fallen flat a little bit. And even right now, this is the round that they desperately need. Otherwise, the CT side from them is going to have to be damn near flawless. And with the form that we're seeing coming out of some of these players at Imperial, that's going to be proving to be a tough task because Dust 2 can be a bit of an aim gallery. Ooh. And as soon as you sit on that T side, you are in the box seat.
Forrest has been really decent at getting these openings towards bedroom. At this time, he's forced away by the Molly. Entropic taking it slow. They don't want to make a wrong move. They don't want to put a foot in the wrong position or cost themselves a kill. Hinge smoke as well, thrown back from car. Entropic, slowly but surely, looking for some short control and deciding what they want to do. We see Crad still postured towards uppers, so maybe a chance of a late B split, but just drawing attention towards the A side of the map for now.
Oh, Fur posted up. And this is going to be Imperial just waiting this out. They're deep set. They've got control of long on that CT side so far. So that's a tough ask now. So the time is starting to tick, Mac.
Still 3 smokes as well. And now with 30 seconds, they have to make a move. They have to get this pick, and Cello's here in the way. The carry, can he do it again? Is he going to be cleared? The entries, they're decent, but Cello's still taking a man to the grave with him. And 20 seconds still remains. Fallen standing in their way, and he's going to buy some time in the smoke. Nickelback finds him, but the time is ticking down. The smokes are on the ground, and Entropic have to cross long dry. Mir has no fear, making his way to mid as well, and he'll fall. Imperial doing so much work. The usual found, the cross is there, the Molly burns and stops the plant, and there's no time. Elian, he'll get a pick, but it's all a consolation prize because Imperial have found themselves 11 rounds on the T-damn side. Ridiculous scenes here on Dust 2. Ladies and gents, we got to go to a halftime break, but this is looking like a high chance of a 2-0 here today.
Feels alright. So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can.
It's grand final day, and one of these teams seems to want to be the first team in it that little bit more than the other. That team, of course, is Imperial, with a 7-round lead going into the second half. And Tropic now, it's their turn to defend on D2. But is 4 rounds going to be enough? We're about to find out.
Early aggression here from Cello. Just trying to force the issue, but info play from Mir. So needs to be very careful that, well, they don't get collapsed on late, but more importantly, don't miss out on some key info. Need to keep holding that line. Late flashes, add along, just to try and pull the rotation. Fallen, just trying to make some noise, and it's not enough to pull all of the rotation from Entropic, but it has pulled the players off the site. Mir continues to hold territory in Upper Dark, but Imperial might actually walk straight into his waiting arms.
See in just a second, Cello doing a whole lot of work to draw attention over towards the pit side of things, and Tropic even invested in extra rotation nice and early because Mir hasn't seen or heard a damn thing, and he's still got one. First blood found, B side open for the take-in right now, but Mir again, just inciting fear into Imperial. The attention drawn is enough. Cello finds some work towards mid, and Elian as well drops that bomb to the ground on B. Entropic no, Entropic rotate. They are ready to take a CT pistol to make this light work for Entropic. Vinny, though, he's got other plans. He's also only got 40 HP to make it work as well, and a couple of reinforcements around the corner, but Mir is here again as well. And the B-side defenses look too damn strong. Entropic straight back into the game with a CT pistol of their own. That's 2 pistols for both these teams already this series. And that's a great way to start a half where you really need to come back.
That was a pressure situation. Classic strat from Imperial, though. Player in pit with P250, try and sell the distraction. But as soon as that bomb went down in B, Entropic, they were swarming all over that. Bolts, nice opener.
Okay. Great start to the
return
round.
serve. You're saying, seeing as we're in Rod Laver Arena, I thought return serve would be slightly appropriate. Thank you all boys. Thank you umpires.
Thank you for the one man that applauded the pun.
I'll take that every day of the week.
Well, 30 seconds in. And Imperial just running back the pace as Entropic. Spacing towards A is a bit dangerous. If they fall here, could become a little chaotic, but Imperial still deciding on where they want to go. It looks like they are postured, ready to send it through Upper Dark now. Split from Bolts late at mid. That scout in the hands of Fallen could also find some extra information, but also look what we're seeing from Entropic, the misread over towards mid. Trying to find Bolts in the corner. Dink comes through, but the helmet is there to save him. Elian finds one on the fallback, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-on-4. Entropic happy to play for the retake. Tag through the door, but it's not quite enough yet. Fallen planting. That's some extra dollars in the bank, though. Fallen falling. And it's Burr now with not a lot to play with. 4 alive at the end of the round. And Entropic carry across a few more rifles, which are all precious on these anti-ecos.
Certainly are. That's exactly the kind of form that they need to continue to take through this half, right? Remember, their backs are to the wall.
Yeah.
This is their map pick. CT side is not necessarily where they do their best work on this map. So as far as they're concerned, they need to maximize everything. They need to be flawless in their execution. They need to make sure that they don't drop some of these forced buy rounds. And we've seen teams falter. It has been their undoing. They come so far and then lose to a forced buy. They can't afford that.
Change of pace, maybe. Bolt's hunting for an opening towards the B site. But Forrest is ready and waiting, using the cover of the molly. Keep a line of sight straight in to uppers. Rest of Imperial working this mid control. Looking to split Entropic straight down the middle. The 3-2 split here. On the defense. Looks like it should work. Stacked towards the right side. Nickelback is ready to drop this. Molotov. Fallen. Connects through the concrete. And Imperial trying to start this XC up short, but Molly's Flames all just smashing on their feet here.
Yeah, all that util's been dropped by Entropic. Still a minute left though, so how else are they able to repel? Haven't got necessarily what they need. And Imperial are just taking their time. They're resetting. They've got control of short, but where do they go from here? They don't have control of long. No B, upper dark presence.
Entropic retaking that long control. It's going to be great for the long run. They can play solid retake on the A site. And Imperial, they might find a Nickelback lurking behind this smoke. We shall see in a moment. 30 on the clock. Not much time to plant. Imperial, they've excelled in situations where there's not much time on the clock and a lot of pressure on their shoulders. And this is going to be the same damn thing again. Nickelback drawing attention. Molly on site, and Elian is here to get a couple of 2-taps as the push comes up elbow. There's 4 seconds to get to site to get the bomb planted. And there might just be enough. Vinny's here, Fur's here. All of Imperial are doing their job to get the bomb down, but is it enough?
There's not a lot of HP left on Imperial either, so this MP9 could make them very, very squishy, but Fur has missed that shot. It's allowed Crowd a moment of opportunity. And he's picked it up, and now he's just going to go straight for the defuse. He's the ball.
First attempt, second shot! He'll clutch it out in a second! Fur finds it in the dying moments. Picks up the big green and does it for Brazil.
That is a clutch moment for them. They left it so late to get onto that bomb site. I thought maybe when he'd missed that, his chance of impact in the round was minimized. But maximize he did. So, Entropic, they are running that money stock low, that scout on Elian. They don't have a whole host of utilities, certainly no kits either, so a glass scout for Elian means that you can't necessarily afford to take extended fights. Super slow approach coming out from Imperial. They know that they're being afforded time and territory. And again, just placing that precedence on taking short control. It's such a key area of information for the T's. You can hear players rotating between sites. Know if you've pulled the rotation away. More importantly, such close contact to the A bomb site.
So much info going to be gained here from Crad in his position. Look how deep he is. Almost in behind enemy lines, and if a short push comes through, Imperial could be in trouble. Got Cello ready though. Man's had a damn good game. He's also got that bomb, and if he loses it, Tropic, they just find themselves in the driver's seat for the round. 30 seconds, Imperial starting to make their move again. Have a look at the map now. Crad going to make his move, but Fallen ready as ever for anyone peeking him, and it's down to Forrester. He does not have a lot to hold the site here. He's got no life either. Nickelback at least answers with one. Do Entropic go for this, or do they value the weapon?
And almost immediately facing that orb of Fallen. I feel as though their hand is forced now.
Yeah.
They can't really afford too much more than that. It was a small opening. Nickelback thought he saw that window of opportunity, but Imperial, wise to it, they were attuned to the fact that Dark was open. That was a real possibility, and that's it. Save time now. Oh no, this is going to add insult to injury.
There goes the first. Imperial hearing the chants of the home crowd. And there you have it. 13 rounds secured. Imperial could not be happier with this result. 3 rounds, all that's necessary to cause yet another upset this tournament. A lot of people expecting Entropic to have a damn good day here, to be the favourites after OG got knocked out yesterday. But it looks like the Brazilians holding it down for the Southern Hemisphere.
Starting to really roll back that clock too. Crad finds a trade, so good start for Entropic. Oh, that's a dangerous position to be in. Certainly if you're an unsuspecting T, but they've left Crad on his lonesome here on this A-bomb site with that M4, so this needs to do work.
Hidden. Mollied has one shot. An opportunity is better than nothing. Molly's missed him. And you've mentioned it. It is some good cover. He's got the timing. He's got a helping hand. The swing on the contact. But Imperial, guns at the ready. They're waiting. They're spotting shadows through the smoke. And Entropic on the USPs have almost no hope remaining. The nades annihilating all those blue health bars. They know the position of the final man. Elian, the booster, the Zeusa. He's thinking about it, but he's going to look like a damn moocher with that one. 14 rounds now for Imperial and Entropic. Their attempt here in ESL Challenger Melbourne may just be coming to an end.
Imperial are just looking so good and just destroy on the anti-eco. He's certainly not made too many mistakes in that department, but even more so, he's been so much in rhythm this game. It's actually scary. Some scary form from him today. And he's got some good help. I think that's the other important note here, is that he's not the only one picking up the slack for Imperial. They've got all cylinders nearly firing, so there's only so much to go around. Entropic, this is their real last roll of the dice. If they don't win this round, this could be the beginning of the end.
Look at Nickelback. He's thread the needle for one. And it looks like it's Imperial to take the favoured trades, but hold on a second. Crad is here. And he's dropped that bomb at lowers. A 2-on-2 now. All 6 players that were grouped up at mid, everyone bloody dies. And Dust 2's a big map. Fallen.
Okay.
Trying to find an approach, but still needs to get his mitts back on the C4. And Crad's made a whole bunch of noise going towards the top of mid here. Vinny's got a read.
This is just a game of timing now, isn't it, Vinny? Patience. Will it be rewarded? There's a chance now as the CTs and Ts swap positions. This is wild. The bomb will be reclaimed if they can get past Forrester.
There goes Crad. There goes the first hurdle. And it's down to Forrester, who had a damn good day on Friday. But it's struggle street against the Brazilians. He's not been spotted. He's got the time. There's no time to plant. And Fallen flicks around. Here's those shots in time. That's 15 rounds. And that's 9 match points. 9 opportunities for Imperial to close out the series 2-0. All of these best of 3s have gone only to 2 maps. It's ridiculous considering the level of competition here in ESL Challenger Melbourne.
Some of these maps haven't even been close either. That's the other part. Fallen takes the aggression out of Nickelback.
Beginning of the end.
First domino to fall. Will the rest crumble too? Forrester in forward position, but Mac, it's only a matter of time before that smoke fades.
Oh, but Vinny's got the first. Forrester, he's got a half a mag remaining. Does work for 2.
Missed smoke.
And Vinny now raising the confidence of Imperial with a man advantage, but look at this. Shifts into 5th. Rotates the whole way back. Fern knows the positions of both those CTs.
He has cut that map, hasn't he? He's given him such a commanding lead in terms of territory, but they've still got to make that cross. Fallen will go toe-to-toe with Elian.
Oh!
And that is it. It's all on Crad.
MP9. It leaves a lot to be desired. Doesn't even opt for the upgrades there in tons. An MP9, a 1v3 and a dream for Entropic. It's the last attempt and first. The villain here, he's absolutely done it at the last chance. Imperial are the first team to make it through the semi into the grand final of ESL Challenger Melbourne.
And they made Entropic look like easy opposition. They had everything going their way. They played rounds to perfection. And it was that slow and methodical game style on overpass that got them their round win. It got them that first peg. However, on Dust 2, they picked up where they left off and they never looked back. Experience, class, they had it all. And they booked their spot in that grand final, Mac. I'm excited because the fans here behind them, they are ready.
They certainly are, and so's the break. But the last dance storyline is certainly coming to light. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a break, but the desk is going to tell us their thoughts on this damn big game. Brazil, let them hear it.
Man, oh man, it does indeed seem like Imperial have bounced back in full force. They've managed to turn the tides completely in their favor, especially following that poor Dust 2 performance we saw from them previously. Neo, please break this one down for me, because I need you to pick this apart and tell me how on earth they came bouncing back.
Yeah, it's all about that kind of performance on the day. Because when you look at this statistically speaking, Dust 2, Entropic's the best map. It's the map where he's got the best win rate on in the last few months. And when you look towards the likes of their opponents, Imperial, it wasn't great. Look towards yesterday, 16-5 loss against paiN. And there's a complete contrast between yesterday and today. Yesterday's loss was their worst loss on Dust 2 in the last kind of 4 or 5 months. And their win today is their best win in the last 4 or 5 months. So there's a complete contrast from yesterday's performance towards today. I think that is a really credit towards Imperial about how much work they have put in the last 24 hours. They realized that yesterday was brutal. It's a tough performance. They got absolutely decimated. And they're like, okay, we need to bounce back. That was simply wasn't good enough. And thankfully, they've put the work in to make sure it happened.
Yeah. If I have one thing to say, it's only a cello there.
Yeah, that was the cello show. But I think we should check in with Conky over on the stage with both cello and Fallen to break that one down.
Here with two of the greats, of course, and cello being the newest member of the roster, absolutely popped off today. Can I hear it for the boys, first of all? Absolutely, love to see it. So, cello, I wanted to come to you first, mate. What does it feel like to be playing with some of the greats like Fallen and Fur?
Eu faço traduz para ele. Para mim, eu esperei essa oportunidade durante muito tempo, então eu só vim aqui mostrar que eu preciso mostrar para todo mundo que eu posso ser o melhor do mundo e eu tenho certeza que eu tô mostrando isso.
He waited for the opportunity to play with a couple of us for a long time, and he feels that here he can show everyone that he can be one of the best players in the world, and he's feeling it.
And also, mate, you had an absolutely fantastic first map. How was the energy for the team coming into this map today?
It was amazing. I think today, as the tournament went up, as the games have been played, I think we were doing a little bit better with the jet lag. It's pretty complicated to come here. We kind of made a mistake with the first day because we arrived at 7 a.m. and then it was impossible to stay awake the whole day. And literally we slept at 9 and woke up at 10 p.m. So from there on, the jet lag was kind of complicated the first days. But what I felt from the games we played is that the communication wasn't on point on most of the games. But today, communication was very, very, very good. I think it was one of the best games we ever played with Imperial so far.
Yeah, you guys looked absolutely fantastic. Everyone looked on the same page. So, cello, I'll hand it to you. What do you want to say to this crowd?
O cello vai te pegar, não. Esse camp aqui é nosso, hein? Vamos que vamos, caramba.
Love to see it. We'll send it back to you guys on the desk.
I just love the energy amongst them. I love the fact that he's playing up to the crowd as well. But as we did hear there from the two players on the side of Imperial, cello was absolutely popping off. So I need you to take me through some of these cello highlights in particular and pick this one apart for me.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just a replay package that we got going on here. This is a fragging movie on its own. I mean, the way that he could have an impact on most of these rounds. The guy had 21 frags after 12 rounds. He had this round in particularly that I thought was fantastic, where he's acing, taking out every single player on Entropic. He gets the second here, and then he's not even going for this round. But Entropic, they're trying to hunt him down. They don't want him to save. And it's just on a little millisecond that he doesn't stick the defuse here and wins that one too.
Yeah, and traditionally as well, when you look towards Imperial, they've always been a very, very passive team, very slow. You know, you look towards Fallen as an AWPer, he likes to hold his angles, you know, in comparison to like so Simple, for example, Monesti, those aggressive shotgun AWPer styles. He's a more slow, methodical approach. And now cello's come in. He was brought in for the one sole reason, firepower. FNX wasn't bringing it to the side. They were struggling with him in the roster. They needed some Brazilian to step up. And who is it? Of course, cello from MLBR. And since he has come into this roster, he's brought exactly that. He needs to step up in terms of frags, and he has. And you've got the other side as well, is that MIBR playstyle that we talk about, especially with Bit at the helm, it's a kind of a newer, fresher style of Brazilian Counter-Strike, and that is what this side needed, and it's worked.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when we take a look at our aces head-to-head between the two players that are indeed Mir and cello. 97 kills to his name.
Yeah, it's an impressive performance, and I don't. These as well. These are the newest additions to both of the rosters. Both Mir and cello, as Nea was saying, was brought in to be the firepower of these two teams. And today, cello has been impressing at least me the most.
Yeah, especially when we take a look at the fact that these are his stats overall from the entire tournament so far. So coming into the team, you know, being that replacement player for the likes of FNX, he's only gone and done it. He's only gone and proved exactly why he is more than deserving of this spot.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, let's clear that one up. You know, 97 kills in a series, that's pretty impressive. That is some stonking stats, to say the least.
97 in the first half.
I know, that's stonking, to say the least. But I mean, what you look towards Cello in terms of firepower, they've had iffy parts at the start. I think, you know, we mentioned about kind of jet lag being a problem for them. We saw them on Twitter saying how they were kind of a little bit tired. Thankfully, they've kind of refreshed themselves a little bit. And of course, as the scoreboard comes through, I mean, look at him. He's absolutely farming. As you mentioned, he had 21 kills after 11 rounds played. And the most time we didn't see Cello have any impact was 3 rounds in a row where he got, you know, entried early doors and he dropped early into the round. In the grand scheme of things, it was a really, really solid performance. And even though he's bottom of the scoreboard, I just want to highlight bo3. That ace he got really early in towards the map was brilliant. So, you know, you look towards, generally speaking, this whole roster, everyone stepped up when they need to in the entire series.
Now, I have to bring up the fact that first and foremost, all of your Nickelback references were absolutely beautiful now. But Hedger, from your perspective, we mentioned and highlighted Nickelback as one of those players to kind of look out for. He's got that potential. We've seen him perform under the pressure. But unfortunately, heading into Dust 2, that presence just simply wasn't there. Why do you think that might have been?
He forgot to look at the bigger picture, forgot to look at the, you know, the photograph. No, I'm joking, of course. No, it was simply Cello and the rest of Imperial who didn't give him any sort of way to play his game and to play into his own strengths. This was an Imperial that was simply just stomping over Entropic. Their Entropic's slow, methodical kind of playstyle wasn't cutting it today. They even had this one round where they actually managed to get onto the side, and one Molotov stopped the plant and made them lose that round.
Yeah, and when you look towards kind of course, the T side for Entropic, he's normally that slightly more lurky player. He plays a little bit more slower Nickelback. But the thing is, when you're against such a passive roster like Imperial, you're never going to be able to get in behind. You've always got people holding down the flank, and that happens so often. You can see him trying to pull something out of nothing, essentially. Look for multi-tracks, look for individual moments of brilliance. He couldn't find it. He can never get into that game, and that is where you credit the likes of Cello stepping up.
And obviously, you know, I'm kind of annoyed at myself because I feel like my predictions have been completely thrown out throughout the duration of this tournament so far, but I did mention yesterday the one rematch I really want to see again in the grand finals. How amazing would it be if we ended up having a paiN versus Imperial? What do you guys think? Do you think it's doable?
Yeah, I do think so. I do think it's absolutely doable. That's not maybe my prediction personally, but Imperial, we heard it from Fallen. They were super jet-lagged coming into this. So to have that rematch, I think both teams are going to be so hungry to get to play each other once again. And I believe that paiN Gaming, they would definitively want to prove that they can beat them, being jet-lagged or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely my prediction that paiN will make it towards the final, and we're going to touch on that in more detail later, but I think it's more, now my attention focused over towards Imperial. What are they doing in this next couple of hours to make sure it's not a repeat of yesterday? We looked back towards Dust 2, 16-5. It was a decimation, and you've really got to be concerned that, or you know, hope for the side that Imperial are taking these next 2 hours, 3 hours, not just, you know, sitting back, relaxing, not doing anything. They need to be kind of considering what they're going to be coming against, because we've already spoken about how limiting their map pool is, how much limited experience they've got. I mean, this is what, you know, they've played now 6 maps in the last 30 days, right? So they haven't got that much kind of official experience under their belt. So in the grand scheme of things, hopefully they're putting in the work now, despite them now, of course, making it to the final.
Well, I'm incredibly excited for this next matchup that is indeed going to be none other than Wings Up versus paiN Gaming. I feel like it's going to be an intense matchup. Both teams most definitely do have the potential between the two of them, especially when we look to the side of Wings Up. That matchup against OG was certainly incredible. They knocked out the fan favorites, but the real question is, will they be able to take down paiN Gaming? I guess we'll find out soon.
Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever.
to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
up my door. Don't go, my phone got my shit on airplane mode. Don't talk no more. Yeah, I heard it overflow. So cold, I'm froze. Only thing on me is gold. Can't go if it ain't up my door. Don't go, my phone got my shit on airplane mode. Don't talk no more. Yeah, I heard it overflow. So cold, I'm froze. Only thing on me is gold.
Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again.
So we're down here at ESL Challenger Melbourne, and of course it's not just the CS, as we are a part of the DreamHack Festival. Let's go check around the rest of the venue and ask the fans the hard-hitting questions. What sauce do you guys have on your HSP?
Hot chili, barbecue, and aioli.
The Holy Trinity, pretty close.
Sour cream, barbecue, sweet chili.
Good man, love to hear it. What sauce on the HSP?
I'm gonna go barbecue, mate.
Sour cream and sweet chili, can't go wrong.
Oh God, barbecue personally.
Got to go with the Holy Trinity, mate. Honestly, just get all over it.
What do you reckon, mate? Vegemite or Nutella?
Oh, Vegemite for sure. Just a little bit though. Like if you put too much, Nutella.
Vegemite or Nutella?
Nutella.
100% Nutella.
Vegemite or Nutella?
Vegemite.
Ali, sauce in the cupboard or the fridge?
Cupboard. Depends on the sauce. If it's not aioli, the cupboard.
Good answer.
Same answer.
Same?
Anything with dairy and egg in the fridge and anything without cupboard.
What's sauce on the HSP, mate?
What's that?
What's sauce on the HSP?
30% or some shit. I'm not a body shredder.
Oh, okay, I guess.
It's always a good thing to have crowd. It doesn't matter if it's against you or in favor. It really adapts to the game. To all the Sterling fans, I'm sure it's going to be a great show of Counter-Strike. So thank you all for coming. E agora para os meus fãs brasileiros, para todo mundo que torce para paiN, obrigado pela torcida de sempre. Vocês são muito importantes para todo mundo e é isso, vamos para cima.
It is time for our second best of 3 here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. I'm certainly excited to get stuck into this one and have a little bit of a chit chat about how everything has ended up taking us to this very moment right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and how everything has ended up faring up the way that it has so far. Our next matchup is going to be Wings Up taking on the side of paiN Gaming. Guys, I gotta be honest with you, I'm all for this paiN train, to be completely honest with you. I want to see that paiN versus Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see the Brazilian derby again. I mean, it was already a pretty exciting game on Dust 2 in that best of 1. I think the thing that everyone can probably agree on here is that no one expected to be Wings Up. If you look at how that bracket was looking, OG, everybody expected them to make it through. So the fact that Wings Up have made it this far, now we have a completely different conversation to talk about. Can Wings Up continue now in the best 3 format? Can they continue to find that consistency that they found in their previous best 3 against OG? And that's what I'm hoping. For paiN though, it's a completely different kettle of fish.
And joining us this time around, Alan, you're back on the desk. How are you enjoying that Entropic Imperial matchup?
Well, it was pretty boring, to be honest. It never felt like it was truly a game, and I felt like Entropic was going to win it going into it, but they didn't show up today. Imperial looked amazing, so I don't know. I'd be nervous if I was one of these two teams going into the grand final.
All right, so talk to me a little bit more on the side of paiN Gaming. Obviously, we saw them give us an incredible performance up against the likes of Imperial previously, which was arguably, I've said it time and time again, the old guard versus the new, the up-and-coming talent. Do you think they have what it takes to be able to take on the likes of a Wings Up?
I think without a doubt, paiN have to be the favourites in this matchup. They're just more experienced, they're more used to playing international competition, they're more used to this stage of tournaments. Of course, in particular, Blast Showdown, probably was about May, June of last year, came second. They looked amazing with some of these players. So I think almost every factor in this matchup points towards paiN winning it.
Yeah, I think I've made it evidently clear that I'm a huge paiN fan. I mean, Zevi and Skulls, I love the two of them. I think they're brilliant. I think they are that kind of new generation of Brazilian Counter-Strike. Brilliant at kind of finding individual kind of prowess, essentially. And I'm hoping that they can continue that form of yesterday. Yesterday, the stats that they were putting up were absolutely phenomenal. And now they've got another best of 3 to prove it against Wings Up. So I hope they can continue that form.
All right, well, I think it's about damn time we educate everybody at home about who exactly are paiN Gaming.
Be prepared, because we are right now a mystery box. paiN Gaming is here in Australia to show them how we really play Counter-Strike. Every player in Brazil wants to beat Imperial. The legacy that Fallen and the boys build up is something that is amazing. I'm really grateful for them, what they made from Brazil. I think the next step also is to beat them. Now it's my time to build that legacy. It's always been a dream of mine to play against all these teams, and now I'm having the chance. Everybody on the team is going to give their all in server, and let's see. This tournament is going to be very important for us. This is our first night together. Me and Zevi, we have very experienced players around us. They're going to make everything comfortable for us.
It's not jacked, it's a shooting gallery for Skulls. Wow. That really was just like he was playing aimbot. Yeah, he was. Having a crack.
We're going to do our max.
It's not really going to end very well for Imperial, is it, ladies and gentlemen? We all knew which way this one was going to go.
Playing Fallen and Fer and everybody,
on that team is an honor. I will never imagine that I will win against them on a match on this stage. So it means a lot to me, and I'm sure for the team as well.
I think that was purely beautiful, to be quite honest with you. One thing that really stood out to me is the fact that he had mentioned that Fallen and the boys have built up this legacy for the Brazilian CS scene. And now it is our time to carry on that legacy. It's very, very bold words, and I'm absolutely loving the confidence coming out from them as well. But now I want to draw your attention upon the side of Wings Up. Obviously, they kind of came into this, surprised a lot of people, a lot of teams, OG specifically, and you know, they've managed to have that rematch with OG back and forth, and their only other opponent was indeed EG. So I think it's about time we find out a little bit more about the side of Wings Up.
I think maybe we can surprise some people. That's it. They are like really good teams, and like every match, we're gonna learn a lot from this. So let's see what can we do.
I sure hope his hand isn't hurting after that high five, by the way. But on the side of Wings Up, we have a bunch of different standout players. Alan, one player in particular I really want to talk to you about is Lan. We've seen Lan have that kind of pop-off potential for himself and for his team. The real question is, are there going to be any particular players you're looking towards for the side of Wings Up to be able to dominate the side of paiN?
I think, well, we're looking towards mainly Gas and Child King as individuals, but for me, it's been a team effort. They've looked amazing on the T side. Bingo clearly has done his homework. It's called a lot of great rounds, and honestly, that upset against OG was absolutely amazing. Had Endpoint not beaten Na'Vi, that probably would have been the upset of the year. That's how unbelievable it was that they actually got that one over the line. So if they can pull that off again, beat paiN, maybe even go further, I'd be stunned, but I think they're already winning in my books.
Yeah, and they're really making that conversation now, of course, for kind of Asian CSGO, and that people should give it the respect it actually deserves. I mean, you made a really good point yesterday about how kind of the third, fourth teams in Asia are actually probably better than some of the ones in NA. We'll take a look at the veto coming through, and so far for the opening two picks, they kind of write themselves.
Yeah, I think they were roughly leaning the way I thought they would. Wings were always going to pick Inferno. It's kind of a case of, is Inferno open? Yes, well, we're going to pick into that one. It's kind of that simple. I actually thought paiN were going to pick into Overpass as a punish pick. Instead, they've leaned into Nuke. We saw that, of course, yesterday with Evil Geniuses. Yeah, it was a win for Wings Up, but they looked a little bit shaky. They took taken very close by an EG team that, let's be honest, didn't impress us. So I guess that makes sense. And then Decider on Mirage. Dust 2.
There's Dust 2, yeah. I think, you know, for this veto, generally, it's just the most comfort picks here coming through. Yeah. For the likes of paiN and Wings Up, it's the picks they've gone for are the picks that they've picked the most in the last 3 months. They're both, I think paiN's got a 38% first pick rate on, and then they've got a 33% pick rate for Wings Up on that first pick. So kind of standard, and then Dust 2 to finish things off. It's a map in which they're both comfortable with, not always the best performances, but they don't mind playing it or floating it. So it's gone for a comfort pick rather than kind of throwing the boat here, rather than pulling a wildcard up their sleeve, which I think is the best way to do it. Don't counter strap with kind of 24 hours in advance. Just play into your playstyle.
I know, I think a lot of people are probably wondering, myself at least, I'm kind of wondering, for the side of Wings Up, of course, they did get the opportunity to play against EG. They did manage to successfully win against them. My question now is, do you think potentially playing on Nuke will give them this sort of false sense of confidence?
Potentially. I mean, they didn't pick it. Clearly, it's paiN has looked at that game and said they weren't even actually that good. They weren't even doing that well. So that's an interesting one. I think actually, if it goes to Dust 2, I think paiN wins that every day of the week. I don't see any world where paiN loses in that matchup with the players they have and how they looked up against the Imperial squad. So if Wings Up are going to win this series, I think it has to be a 2-0.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it literally has to be. If it goes Dust 2, 16-5 against Imperial yesterday, there's absolutely no chance Wings Up are able to pull that one up. It has to be a 2-0 for Wings Up if they want a chance. If it goes to 3 maps, I can't even see a world in which they don't just get decimated the same way Imperial did yesterday.
Well, I myself think it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of paiN. What do you think it's going to be?
I have to agree. I just love this side. Skulls and Zevi Masterclass is coming back out. Biggest era, the best entry in the world. I'm a big paiN fan. I feel like the Brazilians have got it.
I'm going to lean the way of paiN, but I will give Wings Up a map in this one. I do think paiN is a reasonably inexperienced team with this lineup. They haven't played a great deal of Counter-Strike, and I do question the depth of their map pool, because so far, they've looked good, but they've only been playing best of ones.
That's it.
Well, I'm certainly excited to get stuck into this one. We'll be back after the break. We'll be ready to dive into our second best of 3 of today.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus, Republic of Gamers, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
I'm Gus from Wings Up. We're from China. It means a lot to us. It's very important because we've been playing together almost like 2 years, and it's first international tournament for us. So it's been very important for us.
Well, here we are for the semi-final number 2 at ESL Challenger at DreamHack Melbourne, and it's time to see whether or not we'll get an all-Brazilian grand final, or maybe, once again, Wings Up can play spoiler for yet another team's hopes and dreams here at DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, they've been playing phenomenal. They've been in some great form, not only showcasing, you know, raw mechanical ability, but also just great tactics and great preparation for their opponent. And I think they're going to need to showcase that yet again, because paiN Gaming is also a team that we've seen great tactics from, we've seen great individual form, and in fact, in terms of the stats of this tournament, there's a lot of the top players and top performers in this series.
Well, it's interesting to hear the thoughts of the analyst desk. It seemed like, for the most part, they were leaning the way of paiN. Pilski, as a big fan of Asian Counter-Strike, I'd love to hear your take on this matchup.
I really want Wings Up to win, because I think already they've showcased some great results in this tournament. Obviously, taking down OG is a massive, massive scout for them. So hopefully they can continue along that run of great form. But I'm a little bit worried because notoriously a lot of Asian Counter-Strike teams, I feel like I see mixed consistency, mixed results. I think it's been fairly stable so far for Wings Up. So I'm hoping that coming into today, you're going to need to play 2 best-of-3s back-to-back at an extremely high level. And I'm hoping that Wings Up can stand the test of that.
Well, hopefully your voice is not the only one we're going to be hearing in the arena today. I want to get the crowd involved a little bit here. We have a very vocal matchup, I dare say, as we head into Inferno. Wings Up against paiN. Do we want to see Wings Up in the grand final? Or perhaps, maybe there are some of you in the crowd who'd like to see the all-Brazilian grand final. I actually think it's kind of split down the middle, to be honest with you, but we'll have to wait and see how it fans out as we do jump into the pistol round. paiN starting on the CT side, and Wings Up off to the races on T.
2-man setup here over towards Banana. Flash goes over the top, but just a little tickle. Counter flash out from Wings Up, ready for that flash play in towards Banana. And we've got a bit of a stand-up. Molotov keeps those CTs at arm's length, and now Wings Up have got Banana control, and paiN are pinged back into the site.
Bingo lining up a little bit of a smoke here alongside LAN. A fair bit of util brought into this round from Wings Up. Who's going to draw first blood in the semi-final? It will be paiN. Zevi finding LAN. The rest of Wings Up trying to filter their way into B, with one player trying to lock down the rotates on A. It has not gone well for the Chinese squad. Gas, though, chiming in with a couple, makes it interesting for a moment, but can do no more. And so Child King is once again going to be asked to step up for his squad.
paiN well aware of it. Smoking him off. Getting ready to claim their first round of the semi-final here. Child King, not a whole lot to do, getting spammed straight through the smoke. Seems like a bit of a formality at this point.
Indeed. Taking it slow, but paiN are well aware of exactly where this last remaining Wings Up player is, and that will be finished off pretty comfortably in the end. So pistol round does go the way of paiN, but what has Wings Up got up their sleeve? We saw yesterday they were a team that actually didn't opt into the Force Buys quite so much. So maybe a save on offer here.
It's going to be hard at the Force Up because they didn't get the plant right. So you're almost certainly going to take a single save. Gas gets a couple of kills with the Glock though. So he's going to be afforded a deagle to try to do a little bit of economic damage. But for the most part, this is going to be a great chance for paiN to build their economy up nice and early on this CT side. And this is Wings Up pick. It's a map that they've been showing great form on Inferno. Skull's aggression into second mid off the flash from jungle thrown by Zevi, and he's all over this one. Even all that last one tap was very sharp. paiN Gaming very switched on heading into this semi-final game.
Yeah, some really nice confidence-building frags to start off a map for paiN. That's a fantastic round, gives Wings Up absolutely no chance at all. But round 3 is where we're really going to get to see what Wings Up actually does have to offer us here on Inferno.
Alrighty, first gun round. You can already see Brazil is out in full force. They get to watch 2 games back-to-back, maybe even, 3 games back-to-back with a whole lot of Brazilian action. So it's a great day to be a Brazilian fan here. They had a great run in the groups. And I think Imperial even hit another level. They were very shaky on day 1, but day 2 Imperial was quite impressive to watch up against Entropic there.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that would actually be quite an interesting rematch if we did get to see paiN and Imperial in the grand final, because I'm not sure that we got the best Imperial when they played against paiN on day 1.
Would agree. Banana control here for paiN. Wings Up. happy to give it. This is what we saw on their T side of Inferno, but you can already see the reads from paiN. paiN is well prepared for this matchup. In comes the bracket stake. There's already 4 players on this A side, but they're scaling straight up Tiga. Great flash from Lan. Child King triples up straight into the side.
What an entry. Child King straight in. True classic Asian Counter-Strike aggression, and it catches paiN off guard. He gets 3 there. It feels a little bit illegal, but he does get away with it, and instantly you're going to see that save call come through for paiN.
paiN even ready for that. Like, you could see the rotation. They secured that banana control. They know that Wings Up likes to throw that pace straight up bracket into the A site, and they had 4 members ready, but the flash coverage was way too good for Wings Up, and Child King, enabled by his teammates' utility, straight on into the site, and that's the first gun round for Wings Up.
What I really love about this matchup is we do have 2 very distinct camps in the crowd.
Yeah.
There's a massive, massive Chinese contingent, and obviously a lot of fans also supporting the Chinese squad from Australia. And the same can be said, there's a big Brazilian contingent there as well. You can see sitting down the front. There's the Chinese flag out, there's the Brazilian flag out. A couple of, I think, Brazilian football teams as well getting thrown in the mix just to throw a bit of extra support through. And obviously, you know, all the Aussies now with no Australian team left to support getting to choose their choice of side as well.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. Get a little bit of paiN for me and a little bit of paiN Gaming as well. Here's the buy up though, very responsible, saving a couple of guns over for paiN Gaming, but 4 alive for Wings Up means that's a strong T-side economy. What a shot. Wow. Again, great flash coverage for Wings Up as they contest map control, now layering in the Molotovs, keeping the CT re-aggression back.
And you talk about how sharp paiN was on those first couple of rounds, how it looks like they've come in this one ready to play. I have to say the same thing is actually evidenced here for Wings Up. As soon as they've got the guns in their hands, they're also looking sharp, they're also looking prepared. There's no sleepiness. We're getting into the midday area now in Australian Standard Time, so both teams really fired up.
Aggression into carpets here for paiN Gaming. Trying to take some map control. Child King's on the lurk up through bracket, but Wings Up getting ready for this B execute. That's a good pick from Hardzao. Surely Wings Up is going to speed up over towards this B side of the map now, and if they hit some good entries onto Bigu and Zevi, who have no utility to hold B, then this could still be a post plan.
Well, that's going to be the big question mark, because there is a wrap coming in behind for paiN. Wings Up need to be fast and they need to be clean, getting their way into this bomb site. Good aim duels, 1, 2, straight up for Wings Up, and not a single pick for paiN on the entry to B. Once again, you'd have to look at this and say, save territory.
Most certainly. Both Hard and Skulls holding both of the exit routes for the T's, so damage is definitely on offer here, especially with how low Gas and Lan are at this point. But Wings Up, they've already done a great job building their economy, surviving with 4 players in the last round, and if they can get 2 or 3 guns through from this one as well, they're going to be in an excellent spot.
Looks like they're going to take the route through a banana, so it'll be Skulls to try to stop them, and that is big indeed. Martin will get out with his life, but that's just the 1 AK taken through. Bit expensive for Wings Up, but around nonetheless, and they are on the T side, so they will be able to get a buy through here. But they will need at least another round to really put the paiN onto paiN. You've still got that M4 coming through. There's a bit of cash on the side of Zevi. Bigu might be able to afford something as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see paiN throw something in the mix here again.
I think you single save here as paiN. They're going to take a timeout and have a little bit of a chat about it, but I think it's wise to just take a passive approach to the economy here. You're not on double eco territory or anything like that. Everyone's got pretty good cash. It's still early days. There's so much legs in this half. There's still another 10, 11 rounds in this half. So especially with how strong Wings Up economy is, there isn't as much of an incentive to force up here. Usually on the CT side, you want to force up when you feel like you can break that T-side economy. And although they did a lot of damage in the previous round, because Wings Up won with so many players alive in round number 3, I don't think that they can really force up here and do that damage.
A lot of parallels in this matchup as well between the two teams, in that they do sort of dominate domestically. They have a lot of success domestically, but for the most part, relatively untested internationally. I know paiN has had a couple more opportunities than Wings Up have, but for both of these two teams, a really, really big chance to go through to the grand final of ESL Challenger and then start to think about that ESL Pro League conference slot, which is obviously on offer here as well.
Oh, the conference is going to be spicy, I tell you what. You know what else is, though? Bit of a middle road decision here. Zevi had a bit of cash in the back pocket, so he's gone for a glass cannon orb. And he's going to make it work as well. The 1-4 from Wings Up is something they've been running time and time again on this T side of Inferno, and they have isolated Child King multiple times now.
Yeah.
So it's down to the B execute yet again.
We'll definitely be keeping an eye out to see whether or not that is an adaptation made by Wings Up, if they change anything there. This time, paiN have 3 members over toward B. Can they hold on to it, though, is the big question. PKL comes across a little bit late, but Hardzow is doing a fantastic job, and really it has to come down to him. PKL, with only the USP to play from CT spawn, inevitably, Bingo spamming through that smoke is going to find his mark, bring it down to the 2-on-3. They need more, though, the Chinese squad, and they'll get it. Zevi, though, on the quick rotate, does drop the bomb. It's on to Bingo, 1-on-2. This would be a big round to win for both sides, but Bingo definitely against the odds now.
Both of these players are unarmored. Aim punch, very much a factor here. Bomb drop to Barbecue, reposition from PKL into Ruins.
He's going to have to be very careful of that AWP. I think that's the danger territory. Flash out into Nana's going to draw the peek, but the shots don't connect, and PKL will win it.
He had the read. Bingo definitely had the read. That was very cerebral play. Well aware that contact's not being showing on main side, so he's going to throw the flash off first oranges and try to bait out the peek from Coffins, but that is very much an investment well worth it from paiN Gaming. They didn't invest absolutely everything. That wasn't a forced buy, but the AWP purchase from Zevi and a couple of rifles is good enough to get it done for paiN Gaming. So they've very much min-maxed that CT economy super well, and this has forced Wings Up on a single save. Just a half buy from them.
Yeah, again, not the kind of buy that we've actually been accustomed to seeing too much from Wings Up over the course of this event, so I'll be kind of interested to see what they can actually make do with it.
Nana control for paiN Gaming. Wings Up are getting ready for a bit of a carpets bust here, I think. So let's see if paiN is going to be ready for this. They got a 2-man setup in pit. It's all about what position you're playing as the CT side. If they're anti-flash, it's going to be a lot easier to hold this. But if they get caught by those flashes, that's going to let those pistoling players scale up into the site.
It's a really strong setup, though, on the A-bomb site here for paiN. 4 members on that side of the map. Wings Up have only really had success thus far over toward B. It would be a real nice prize for them if they were able to crack the A nut. Off they go, though, straight out. Carpets, the flashes, they do connect onto Hard, but he's still able to find himself one, keep himself alive in pit, and that's the big talking point in this round. Wings Up, unlikely to get anything done from here now. Hard really having a ball of a time now. 3 kills in this round and looks for a little bit more. It's cleaned up by Bigu. It's a big couple of rounds, a big passage of play there for paiN. Still very early days, but they are getting the upper hand now in this first half.
paiN Gaming had the read on that every day of the week. Like, they could see no contact was being made towards Banana. They took full Nana control. Both the player in small and big pit were both anti-flash, and they were all over holding that one. So I think Wings Up actually kind of overspending into that round. A couple of the players here in this gun round don't have great utility. That's going to make it much harder to run these Banana control protocols on the T side. And actually, Wings Up have been showing how proficient they are with their utility. They're just not going to have as much to play with, so you can see the effects of that right now. paiN Gaming immediately bullies them out of Banana, and it's going to be very hard to retake and contest that as the T side.
Yeah, smart decision from paiN. Until they're really switched on today. Double nade into T-stairs as well is just going to go a little amiss, but I like the idea. I like the pressure that they're putting on Wings Up. It feels as though they're choking them out of that map control. Wings Up going to give brackets a crack.
Very slow pace. Zevi just on the offline. Here's that jungle smoke coming on in.
Yeah, does decide to just back up and cede a little bit of control, but they can give it a recontest here as well. Multiple players go down to the AWP. The collapse. What a great start to the round for paiN. You're seeing duels being lost all over the place right now for Wings Up. Bigu waiting for Child King as that smoke dissipates. This is a must-win fight for Wings Up if they want to get anywhere in the round. And the bomb now is dropped. It's Martin left alone. CT side really starting to ramp up now. 4 guns alive. Money's looking great.
I actually think Wings Up have kind of mismanaged their economy a little bit. Round 6, they overspent on the carpets bus, which didn't really do too much. They only took 2 guns away. Then they just didn't have the utility that they needed in that round.
Vertical keyboard for the player in the middle there. I think it's Lan.
He really didn't get involved in the action at all that round. He glass cannon AWP'd, and he was sitting at T-stairs, I'm pretty sure, for the majority of that round and just didn't have any impact at all. You got to be pretty happy if you're a Brazil fan. paiN Gaming are well in command of this CT side right now. They're looking fantastic on Inferno. And not only that, the prep is very obvious from paiN Gaming. That you've seen them isolate Child King multiple times. The only thing they've really been caught by is a really good B exec once or twice.
Well, let's not forget that massive comeback that Wings Up had yesterday against OG on the CT side of Inferno. That could be a big factor as well. They did only get 6 on T against OG, and quite frankly, if you're able to beat OG in this event, who were the highest rated team coming in, the absolute favorites for this, the theory would be you can beat anyone.
I wouldn't back that though, because I feel like CT side comebacks are very difficult a lot of the time. That's why that was so impressive. You don't see 10 round streak CT side comebacks very often at all.
Well, if paiN looking to put double digits on the board in their CT side, they're off to a great start in that respect. Just the pistols out this time for Wings Up, but they've managed to hit some entries on Banana.
Yeah, rotation time pretty even. Martin's picked up a smoke on the way in, so that's going to allow the T-side entry into the site.
They've got a bomb plant, they've got a couple of guns, and they've got an even scenario, but they won't be able to get in the back of the side. Zevi is locking that off. Never mind, he misses a shot. And that sets Wings Up nicely. They've got a decent crossfire. Child King really just trying to pick the pace up a little bit, but Martin has caught him off guard. The grenade smoke, a little bit too good. Now it is down to Gas, and the question is, can he get on the gas? This would be a massive pickup for Wings Up Gaming, but it will not go his way. paiN secure another.
They're all over them. Way too switched on. paiN Gaming caught by absolutely nothing that Wings Up is throwing at them now. Plant is definitely going to help out that T-side economy, as well as the fact that they've started to reach that max loss bonus. So finally, we're going to get to see Wings Up back on the full util, have access to everything that they need. Look, some great shooting from Gas, but limited opportunities where Wings Up have been putting themselves in position to win rounds where they're getting those nice shots in. And money's pretty good now for paiN Gaming. 4 of these players with a fair bit of cash in the back pocket.
Land back on the AWP, but you have to say Zevi has been having the run of it thus far. Skull's going to try something aggressive, and that works out perfectly. paiN are just running through Wings Up at the moment. Another push through the smoke, another unexpected player, and Wings Up, they've just been absolutely murdered in that round.
You love this. paiN Gaming is fighting Asian CS with Asian CS right now. It's more calculated aggression than you're used to, but they are running at Wings Up. They are disrespecting. And the fact that they had a little bit of extra cash in that CT side bank account allows them to go a little bit aggressive because they have the safety net. If it doesn't work out, they can just reinvest. But that works out a treat. And at the moment, it feels like Wings Up, in previous games, they've been able to stay one step ahead, keep that momentum rolling on the T side and be able to make adjustments. But right now, it's actually paiN Gaming the one who's staying a step ahead. That second mid aggression works out a treat.
Another one up on the tally for paiN, and indeed a timeout for Wings Up. I was going to say, I think now's probably when you need to be pulling one of those out. It's been a tough run thus far on the T side of Inferno, but the half is still salvageable. They can get 5 or 6, make it something that they can play with. Maybe there's a chance.
paiN are in pole position right now,
absolutely. There's no question about that.
This is a very, very strong position. CT side Inferno already up 7-2. That's a round where they survive with 4 players alive. So they've got 2 to 3 gun rounds in the back pocket at this point where they can continue to reinvest. This means that, look, we're 9 rounds into the half, 6 left to play. Wings Up have got to win multiple gun rounds back to back to start to punish that CT economy yet again. So they're going to take a timeout now, but it's not just about winning this round. They got to win a couple in a row to get back on the horse now.
Yep. Money absolutely not a problem right now for that CT side, so they really are going to have a nice, easy route through this half, at least unless Wings Up start to pick the pace up a little bit. Again, just look at the early map control for paiN. A couple of pieces of util, they take straight away the control of Banana.
Yeah, but Wings Up's holding a lot of util here. They want to try and retake Banana later on. You can see way more personnel from Wings Up at T-stairs here. Look at this Banana take. Flashes over the top. They're going to push paiN Gaming back, who are going to invest that smoke on half wall and just try to keep the T's back for a little bit longer. But at 1 minute 20, that's a fair bit of util invested already from the CT side. You can see how low the utility is for them.
Just the one smoke left on the CT side of the field, and that's actually over toward the A bomb side. So B is looking decidedly weak. Maybe that's the reason why we're getting an extra rotator across here. 3 players in this area of the map. Again, a good read from paiN.
Yeah, very good read. Wings up. Let's see if they go dry contact or if they throw out the execute. In they come.
Smokes in, flashes in as well. It's going to push Bigu back in through that molly. Nice peek, nice swing from paiN. He gets off a little more than maybe he deserves. The headshot onto Martin helps out for hard. But trades are there for Wings Up. Maybe not expecting that third player to spam through the smoke, but he was isolated away from the site anyway. Plant is down. Now Wings Up they absolutely need to hold on for this post plant.
Duel between Gas on Nana and Zevi is so important. Instant headshot from Gas. And now a 2-on-3 retake from Ruin's side.
Double setup on the Coffin side as well. Hard is going to have a tough time getting through this one without, I guess, at least a 1-for-1. It's Bingo to finish it off for Wings Up, and finally a cheer from the Chinese fans in the crowd. So they get their third round, and what a big round that does feel like.
I'm really impressed with Wings Up, the way they're approaching this B side of the map. They throw that initial wave of util, and then they just wait. They wait for the counter util out of the CT side, then come into the side a little later. It's worked out a treat. Here's his contest on Nana. Land a little bit further up. He's got himself to Broom. Gonna go all the way up to half warp.
The big thing here for Wings Up is going to be doubling down. They can't afford to just win one round. They need to get multiple in a row. They need to break that CT econ.
That's so sharp from Child King. He's using it a little. That's an instant double dink onto Zevi through the wall.
Yep.
And again, Wings Up, going back to what works, tried and true. Child King applying pressure to bracket, smoke out onto the hate cart. There's the retake utility in from paiN Gaming, but Wings Up, they call their bluff. They've got full information over on towards Sandbag, so that doesn't work out at all. And Wings Up back to the 1-4, looking towards that B exec. How does that nade do no damage at all? God, this game.
With that said, there's a little bit more util to play with for paiN later in the round this time.
Ooh, aggression into Nana. Oh no, just the nade from paiN. Very well timed. Fair bit of chip damage there.
I think that's going to give a little bit of info over to paiN as well. Crowd making a bit of noise. Yeah, that through the headset, or feel it maybe. But Wings Up are going to persist onto the B-bomb site. They're not messing around too much anymore. 35 seconds left. They're going to have to get in there quickly. Again, there's 3 players over. Bigu right behind the smoke. He's going to deal with Lan. It's not exactly the take that Wings Up would have wanted.
Yeah, they're getting shut out here. 3-man rotation. They're well aware that there's a lot of personnel over there from paiN, so they're going to speed it up into bracket.
Yeah.
He's already in closet.
He's in a great spot to deal with them. Coming in 1 by 1. This round has gone horribly wrong for Wings Up. The call to go back over to A, it might have been the correct one, but they didn't all filter in together. They couldn't get those trades. And they just did not get enough done over toward B. Much better util usage in that round as well from paiN to put the pressure back onto Wings Up.
Got to be happy with that. paiN, that's a perfect example of them investing util early, mixing in where they're contesting the map control, and when that time they hold the util a little bit longer, they throw that banana retake utility, which actually doesn't work out too well, but the rest of the util they've got in the back pocket is more than enough to stop from Wings Up from going into that B site. And this is where Wings Up need more depth on this T side. They can't just keep throwing this 1-4 at paiN Gaming with Child King just lurking over towards absent bracket. It's played out, it's already done. paiN is very clearly able to deal with it very well. This B exec is not working.
We did see some really good A takes from them in their match against Evil Geniuses.
The problem with that though is it's almost quite obvious. Once your B stops working, once paiN's all over you, they've already watched your games. It's very obvious when you're going to mix in this A take. This would be the round to do it if you're going to do it. I don't think they have the money for it, but
with this
round 13 maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it's round 13 starting to get a little bit too late. That'd be 9 up for paiN already, a 9-3 scoreline. If they get there, which again, looking at the buys, they probably should.
Let's go back to the Chinese CS fundamentals here, Jordan.
Yeah.
2 hero AKs, couple of pistols. No util, no nuance in this round. Let's go shoot some people in the head. See if it works out.
I'm not going to be holding my breath, let me put it that way.
It's up to paiN to use their util to push and pull the T's around the map the way that they want to. Flash over the top of Banana, paiN, letting some of these players very close. Very good entry from Bingo, and now Bigu, he's a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of the rotations. At least he's got Ruins control.
Yeah, and there's no smoke to actually get the cross, but who the bloody hell needs a smoke? When you have Lan doing that,
That's peak Chinese CS right there. Some very sharp shooting. A couple of AKs, couple of pistols is all you need to crack open a sight. Lan's got himself an AWP. They pick up a whole bunch of rifles. That is so good for the T-side economy. Oh. That's how you get back in it as Wings Up.
All right, well, just when you think Wings Up might be down and almost out after winning a round and then subsequently losing a round, giving control back over to paiN, they pull something like that out again. Another twist, another turn for this half.
We're talking about them making adaptations in terms of the tactics. No. Back to monkey brain. Caveman, run straight at him. Shoot him in the head. You love to see it.
If it works, it works. And you know, we've not actually seen a 3-mapper so far in this event, so I think the crowd really would appreciate a tight matchup.
There's been some stomps, for sure.
Oh, wow. Oh. Gorgeous. Filthy, absolutely filthy.
Land on land, let's go.
Land on land, indeed. Maybe that's a chant the crowd can get behind. I know they had the Bingo was his name-o chant coming out a little bit earlier on in the event as well. I think Wings Up, though, are going to need to display a little bit more before we start cracking those out. Still early days, it's still paiN control. They have a buy, A4 up. This is still very much their CT side to lose.
This is where I'd really like to see the A take mixed in here from Wings Up. Oh, retake flashes are so good. Martin straight on in there into PKL. Two players still here for paiN. Great HE onto Zevi, but he's going to push forward. He knows that they're at a numbers disadvantage. And that's a great little equalizer for paiN Gaming. Wings Up, though.
Yeah, two-man
starting
push.
to move towards this A side of the map, but there's a two-man setup over towards jungle side here. They could boost over the bracket smoke.
Rotators coming in as well. It'll be Zevi with the AWP to head in towards maybe Library just to watch the balcony line, see if anyone's jumping out there. No, he'll progress even further in onto the site. Skulls has one, traded down, Hards out, doing a good job. And Wings Up at a numbers deficit once again. They're not getting enough done. Child King gives them a chance, but it's a very slim one at best. He doesn't have the bomb. He's 6 HP. He's in a 1-on-2. The only benefit he has is a bit of time to play with.
Switches out for the AWP. Knows he's not going to be able to get it done with the rifle, but paiN Gaming, they've smoked him off from the bomb.
This will be a really tough crossfire to break as well. You just have to sit in that corner as hard and wait for the contact to come through, and then it should be a free trade every day of the week.
Great positioning from Bigu. 20 seconds on the clock.
Well, smoke in from Child King might make it a little more difficult for Hard to find the trade, but he's just going to get spammed through the smoke anyway, and paiN will go up to 9. They're now looking for double digits on the CT side.
Fly back through from Wings, no problem at all though. Still plenty of cash as a result of winning that round with the half buy. They've bought themselves a pretty big boon to that T-side economy. They can continue trying to fight for this half. But paiN, they're doing an excellent job changing up their util timings. You saw the smoke to bracket. That was the round-winning piece of utility there for the CT side for sure.
This could well be a worse half for Wings Up than what they suffered against OG on the T side of Inferno. And it begs the question, how much can they actually come back from on the CT side, if anything? 9-4 is not enough. Even 10-5, it sort of feels like if you get a 10-5, Wings Up are really in trouble. I think they need 6.
Quick pacing on that T side there. Straight up banana, pushing the CTs back into the site. This could be a great round for an A take, but I'm not sure if they have all the pieces of util they need. Gas and LAN lining up those smokes, and there you go. Here's this A execute we've been waiting for.
But paiN Gaming are all over it. They're in front of the smokes, as you said. They've seen this before. They're ready and waiting. They're dislodging Wings Up before they can even get onto the site. So heads up from the CT side. Now it comes down to good entries being hit by Wings Up onto the site itself, and there's just absolutely nothing going the way of Wings Up in this round. Finally, Child King strikes, but he's got too much to do.
Yeah. paiN Gaming. They're playing an excellent game of Inferno. They've seen every trick in Wings Up's book, and they're ready for every single one of them.
Final round of the half. I think it's a must-win for Wings Up. 10-5 doesn't sound good, but 11-4 sounds worse.
Util's not good for him, Jordan.
Maybe that's when they do their best work.
Maybe glass cannon for LAN. Flash over the top. paiN Gaming having a look around. KL mauling into Broom. Don't think he's seen Gas yet.
Might have had a bit of an inkling, but the fact that Util's gone past him and that peek works out. Gas unable to hold on to the recoil control and does get traded down. Wings Up look like they want to pick the pace up, and I don't mind that as an idea. Smoke down. Zevi going to try and get in front of it. It works out. Martin needs to do something special here to bring Wings Up back into the fold. It's 3-on-4. A player on the flower pots. 1-for-1. Bingo. Goes down to the player on site. Inevitably, 2-on-2 is what will ensue. Rather a 2-on-1 now for Lan. He's got an AWP in his hands. And we haven't seen much from him with that yet, but this would be a great round to pick up. Confidence builder for the CT side as well, where he would be a very important piece of the puzzle for Wings Up. He's got the bomb. He's got time to even go all the way to A if he wants to. It's a risky cross on CT, but Skulls will not spot it.
That's so much info for Lando. Knows that Skulls has to be over towards Banana side. Skulls only now walking into the site. Land's going to be able to get a great plant. I want to see him plant for Library here, right here. Perfect plant. Can play from so many post-plant positions here. You can play from Library, jungle side. Bit harder to play from Carps because he planted a little bit deeper in there, so that's not going to be a possibility, but he's going to post himself up in pit here. No smoke for Skulls. So he's going to have to tap it to just win the aim duel against Lan. No armor for Lan. So aim punch, a very real factor here.
Yeah, not a bad plan at all for Wings Up, and it's taking Skulls a long time to get across, but he does have a defuse kit at the very least. So if he's able to find Lan, all it's going to take is one headshot from that M4A1S, and that will be the round done and dusted. But he has to move fast. He's going to have to start running. He's on the bomb, and Lan will win it. 5 rounds for Wings Up. It's not as many as they got against OG yesterday. They came back from a 9-6. The big question is, can they come back from a 10-5?
Gentlemen, I am here, of course, with Misery from Wings Up, the coach, and of course, Skulls from paiN. And now, guys, I just wanted to sort of touch base with you quickly before the game, right? Misery, how are you feeling going into the semi-finals in front of a crowd like this?
I mean, it's very amazing, and we have awesome crowds from Aussies and our Chinese supporters. So yeah, that's it. And we'll need more support from here, including all the Aussies in here. Okay, the Brazilian fans are freaking insane. Okay, so we need you, Aussies. Come on, support us.
Yeah, fantastic. And it's going to be a really, really exciting crowd for both sides, of course. So, Skulls, hand it to you. How are you feeling coming into this game?
Yeah, I think we are really confident. We so far are playing very good at this tournament.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely very, very confident to this match.
Fantastic. I think it's going to be fantastic, guys. So give fist bump and we'll get right into this one, hey? Back to you guys.
Great chat there from Conky, and I dare say it is not wrong. Wings Up need your support now more than ever. paiN have been rampaging through that first half. They get a 10-5 scoreline on the CT side, well in command of Inferno, which is also Wings Up map's choice. So pissed around, all important for the CT side right now, Bilski.
All right. Very passive opening to the T-side pistol here for paiN Gaming. Boost up in second mid, waiting for Wings Up to peek in towards second mid and take some duels. A two-man setup in carpets is definitely going to be tested here, though.
It's a risky one, isn't it? Sometimes you miss those first couple of shots, you just get run over by the Glocks once they start to progress their way up carps. And gonna have to be sharp. Child King the same, he's the sole defender watching brackets.
Nice nade onto Zevi. paiN Gaming take banana control. Little bit of an info gain there. Wings Up, trade with a smoke.
Land! Sharp indeed with the pistols. We saw that big deagle round out from him in the first half. One tap with the USP as well. Now it's Child King's turn. He eats a goosh. Down to 9 HP.
This exec from paiN Gaming into the A site, though. Couple of CTs ready, playing from Graveyard and pit side.
It's a good molly to put Bingo out of position, but he still hits the head. A 1-for-1, not too bad. Graveyard player now. Land does go down, and Child King is only on 9 HP. He's calling desperately for that rotate to come across. That is well executed from paiN. 3-on-3 post plant, you'll take it.
Flash from Martin's going to be key here. Probably going to send that over Graveyard side so they can retake through Moto.
It's going to be on the shots really from Wings Up, isn't it? That's all that this comes down to. USPs in hand. They need to hit heads. Zevi catches the low HP player, Child King. Time a factor now for Wings Up as well. And the pistol will not go their way. 11 on the board now for paiN. And if you are hoping to see a comeback on the CT side, that is not a good start for it.
So many good players from paiN, and they're playing excellent this tournament. Like, you know, look at some of the previous games. I look at players like Zevi, I look at players like Skull. Hardzow's having an excellent game today. A 4K on that T-side pistol. That kind of puts Wings Up in a very difficult position now. They don't second round force again on Inferno, which is interesting because, again, this is going to force them in round number 18 to play with low util on the A1Ss. That's something that EG actually exploited them for on Nuke, so we'll see if paiN plays around that well.
They should be well aware of what they're going to be going up against. It seemed like they were quite confident on that CT side when Wings Up was throwing their A takes, for example. They'd done their research, so they'll be pretty accustomed to the fact that there's a good likelihood they'll be going up against just pistols in this one. A nice cheeky position from Bingo, maybe with that P250 can grab one. He does not quite convert. A lot of damage though onto Bigu.
paiN just straight into that B side, off the contact on A. Very clear that this is a bit of a bracket stack from Wings Up. paiN want absolutely nothing to do with that. Very responsible on this anti-eco, taking their time, clearing out the sites. It's good stuff.
Pretty much exactly what you'd want to be seeing from paiN. Unfortunately, not much to speak to for Wings Up right now. They're going to be just chilling over on the A bomb side and hoping to maybe not feed a couple more kills over to those Mac 10s, I guess.
Yeah, that's why they're turtling. I mean, they're not saving anything for people who aren't aware. They're just sitting in the A site because they don't want to go and feed Mac 10 extra money to paiN Gaming. And if paiN overextend into angles like this, you look at, you know, small pit, that's actually a pretty good angle for the USP to win a duel versus a Mac 10 or even sometimes a rifle if you're sharp enough. And Wings Up, I mean, I don't even need to say it.
Maybe we should get a bit of a barometer check from the crowd right now. Are we feeling the comeback, guys? Okay, still some hope left, maybe. That's a new one for you.
Yeah, never heard that before from anyone.
Wow, that's okay. That's getting a bit dark. Look, I think a lot of this is going to come down to the first gun round. What we see from Wings Up on this CT side, they don't have a lot of rounds to play with. So if they do lose this one right here, right now, I'm thinking maybe comebacks off. But if they can win this one cleanly, start to build that CT up, get a bit of confidence rolling, maybe there's a chance, and that would have been really nice to go the way of Zevi. If you watch the reaction of Lan, he was disappointed, and that is going to make things even a little bit harder to swallow. Martin down through the smoke. And Gas can't get anything done either.
Wings are trying to force this. They know that they don't have good utility. It's hard to play into the mid to late round without a man advantage when you're buying up in towards round number 3.
It's a different round, isn't it? If Lan hits that shot, maybe you don't see as much aggression into Nana.
Yeah, it's definitely a flowchart kind of thing. Instantly lose the pick over towards Banana. You're going to just naturally play a little bit more aggressive because the percentages go down and down and down because paiN have just much better util. Once you give them map control, they could throw full side XX, and it's very hard to hold because you've got no counter utility as Wings Up.
Honestly, if this does end up being an A take, is it just save called for Wings Up?
This is save. You can't do anything here. It's bingo. You're playing for exits essentially. So if they smoke off bracket side, you're trying to spam someone through the smoke. You're trying to catch someone on an off angle and just do a little bit of damage. If you get super lucky, you might catch a couple of players in transition up bracket side not looking at you, and then maybe it's a winnable round. But yeah, I mean, bingo just going for the save call. And again, this is why I don't like round number 3 buys on Inferno, on Nuke. These maps where protocols are important, where map control is important, you got to go and have those Molotovs to take banana control. You got to have utility for the late round. Wings Up, they're trying to play this more aggressive style. They're trying to buy up into round number 18 here and force some aggression. And then with the man advantages, that's when it gets a little bit easy. But similar to yesterday on Nuke, EG punished them for this buy on the CT side, and paiN have done the same.
Does give Wings Up a little bit to play with next round.
The hunt is on.
Oh, the nade. It's not going well for Wings Up. I mean, paiN have got actually quite a lot of time for this hunt, so it's hard to believe that Wings Up is going to get away with these 2 guns. Are they bold enough to charge their way into construction? Yes, they are, and bingo goes down as well. It will not indeed be any guns through. That is massive news for paiN.
Love it. Brazilian fans know exactly how important that was, just taking all of the guns out of the CT side's hands. Gonna force them on a bit of a half buy. And now, Wings Up are on the ropes here on Inferno. This is a map they've been doing excellently on, but this is also the problem as a team from a minor region. You can get a couple of upsets. You can show some good Counter-Strike, but when the depth is not there and you've seen 1 or 2 games from them already, and that's where paiN can kind of do a little bit of prep. They know your style, they know all your tendencies. If you don't have the depth to be able to make the adaptations when your normal strats are not working, this is the kind of game you end up with.
Yes, indeed, and it might be one of the more convincing maps of the tournament even if this gets closed out. That's a nice pickup for Lamb, but he's not going to get away with the AK, so it's really all for naught.
Yeah. You're starting to see the desperation for Wings Up. They're trying to go back to the more aggressive play style. They're trying to force fights and win them, but you can see it. paiN overall, more firepower, more structure, better team play, better util. This is not going the way of Wings Up here. Cards out. 1-tap dirt nap for Martin there. At least trade it back though.
Yeah, look, they're getting a bit of damage done here. 5-7's out. Actually, looked like it was going to find a frag, but Skulls swinging, able to keep it safe. Gas has found himself on AK, which is a nice little prize, but I think at this point, kind of a wooden spoon prize, you know? You're on the losing end of the stick and you're just trying to take anything you can get.
If I want the AK in anyone's hands, if I'm Wings Up, it's Gas. This man's been insane. He's not playing too bad, but just hasn't really, you know, had the opportunity. The problem is not necessarily that they aim for Wings Up. They just haven't been putting themselves in many winning positions. paiN's been very much outplaying them.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well for Wings Up, especially with what the analyst desk was saying around the 3rd map in this series. If they were going to go ahead and win it.
I'm thinking about that right now. We got, at least, I mean, you got Nuke up next, but again, this is another map where Wings Up have shown a lot of their stuff on it.
Yeah.
So paiN, they're already showing this level of prep on Inferno. What about Nuke?
No, 100%, I'm on board with you, and that's kind of the problem is that, yeah, it's such an insurmountable task to even maybe get through Nuke that even if you do that, it's like, well, you're going up on Dust 2, and that's a great map for paiN, so it kind of looks very scary from here on out for Wings Up. It did feel like Inferno was going to be a really important proponent of their success today, and they've really not showed up on it at all. Lan won't get the opportunity this time for the mid-pick. Smoke down as a result instantly to try and cut off paiN's aggression, but they're going to go straight through. They're feeling confident into brackets, early map control. Rotation has at least come across from Child King, and he can keep an eye on Arch side. Lan unable to find the double kill, but it is a numbers advantage still for Wings Up, and Child King back to his roots, straight through that smoke, going to try to do something, anything to keep this one alive, as now the A side has been taken by paiN.
Fair bit of util here for the CTs. Gonna start wrapping in through bracket side, but look at Bigu, already on a bit of an adventure through Carps.
Gonna find Child King as well, but won't win the duel. 1 HP wonder for the Chinese squad, now 3 on 2, but Child King is gonna fall over to a slight gust
What
of
an
wind,
angle.
or maybe even an AWP shot. Numbers still in play for Wings Up for the moment. Gas has that AK, puts it to good use. It's on to Martin. Hasn't had a great map and can't step up this time either. 15-5. 1 round away for paiN.
(23-6) for Hardzao. How many impact plays has this man had? And Zevi's having a great game as well. That reposition from pit side in towards Graveyard to get the off angle. That's confidence with the AWP.
Oh, look at this buy. Alligator out for Bingo.
Let's go, Bingo.
Let's go Lan, maybe, is what you need to be saying at this point, because he's been decent on the CT side with that AWP. I mean, he's found 2 opening picks. He almost got 3. But
hitting a couple of.
Yeah, no rope to really work with here for Wings Up. So it doesn't really matter if they're not winning the rounds. Gas is in transition and caught as well. Oh, thought that was a team kill in a second there.
Martin's still got full util here. Would love to see him use some of it. He's keen to take a duel with the Famis though. Wins it 2. Bigu.
What? Wait, hang on.
Yeah, you look at Bigu.
Where's Bingo?
Bingo. Oh, come on, Bingo. Let's see it. Ooh. No, Zevi's backing away. That's not the range for the XM.
No, indeed, Zevi. Very, very aware. 2 on 2 though, and Child King is in a bit of an interesting position right here. He may be able to catch that bomb in transition. Zevi probably doesn't expect him from Dig. He's got that molly down, but the bomb still needs to get across the site. Child King wins the fight against Bigu, gives away his position, can't beat Zevi. And again, it's Martin in the 1-on-1. Has to clutch it out for his team. Does not chance it on the bomb plant, but hits a sharp shot. Keeps the map alive for Wings Up.
They're on bloody life support at this point. That's a 6th for him. paiN with the plant and some pretty clean rounds, though. They're going to be able to reinvest. Oh, we love a comeback, don't we?
Are we getting OT, guys? Oh, that didn't sound very good. yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I guess. We'll see how it goes. Check the next gun round out and then maybe we'll decide. Look, I'm not feeling too confident either. Easy 9 rounds, the crowd says. I'm not so sure. paiN probably have another idea.
Ooh, fight on Nana side. Gas just goes forward. Flash on in. They're caught full blind.
Well, the crowd is loving it. Every single time Wings Up is finding a frag, I think they just want to see more Counter-Strike at this point.
Come on, boy. We got maybe 5 more maps. It's only early days.
Yeah, that's true. I just love a good underdog story here down under.
Re-aggression from Lan here on the off angle. Gets flashed off, but he's not deterred.
I mean, Lan has been pretty solid on this CT side, so I'm confident in his hold here on Dig. The rest of the A-bomb side, though, has been a little wary.
paiN want to try and complete this 3-on-5. They've got good utility, so a B exec is definitely on the cards. There's another smoke out from the CT side. Martin and Gas still with good utility. Gas has got another smoke ready to go, and there's 40 seconds left. There's a Molotov that Martin can throw over from New Box, and the rotation from Child King is well timed.
Very nice smoke.
They're shut out here, paiN. They're going to have to try and bust through this util. It's going to be difficult. I'd say it's insta Molotov from Martin here as soon as the exit comes in, and that's probably a shutdown.
Well, here is that exit indeed, and indeed there goes the incend as well. Gas on for his third for the round. Wings up, just really making sure that they're working through this round cleanly. They don't want to be giving up any guns. They know.
Good stuff from Wings Up. Great util usage, just shutting them out. They need clean rounds. They need to keep their economy super strong. If they can upgrade these FAMASes into AKs, that would be great. That's why Child King is pushing.
Yeah.
He wants to try to win a duel and upgrade the AK into a FAMAS.
It was easy 9 rounds last round. Now it's easy 8 rounds, apparently.
We're going down. We're going backwards. What's going on?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's still a little bit of a ways right now for Wings Up before I start to believe.
paiN, bit of a half buy around the 2 saved rifles. We'll see how they go. Just the AWP for Zevi is the thing I'm keeping my eye on. Man's on his way up middle here.
Can Gas be the hero once again? It doesn't look like that push is going to be coming toward Banana. Lots of util invested on that side of the map as well for Wings Up, and they'll take full control.
Yeah. Good spot. Little bit of a gap in this smoke. Zevi spots the feed out, but Sam back from Gas. It's all over that one. I mean, he was already warmed up. I'd say he's starting to really combust at this point.
Wings Up, once again, just more than happy to let paiN come to them. Not trying to bring any aggression into a round like this against pistols. Could be a big mistake.
We're just giving bracket control. No util to wrap here, so this is a nice angle on library for LAN. paiN just kind of in no man's land right now. Meandering around middle. I guess Nana's the play. Bigu's got a flash. So if they want to scale through that smoke, that's a possibility. Every time a smoke goes down, they're like, yep, I guess I'm going to A. I guess I'm going to B. Nope. Guess I'm going back to A.
35 seconds left, and they are really only just now filtering their way into brackets. Full Nana control for Wings Up as well. It'll be a fast rotate if they opt to go for it, but LAN missing a shot is going to cause perhaps some problems as the T's start to encroach in onto him. That'll be an AWP in their hand now as well. 15 left to play with for paiN. PKL was just spotted by Martin, and that could well be the saving grace for Wings Up. They're trying to get into the bomb site, but there's too many CTs to deal with. They won't get the plant down. It'll be a round 1 for Wings Up. And a death after time.
That's the second round. This money is getting so weird for paiN Gaming. Wings Up killing them after time. Previously, they shut them out of the round, meaning that they had to save. You want to kind of min-max your economy as the T side to get the most amount of buy rounds as Wings Up come in on the comeback, but it's actually being made quite difficult. We're still trailing 7 rounds for Wings Up though, so look, paiN Gaming going to get plenty of buys in one way or another. This comeback is not meaningless, even though even if they lose Inferno here, they're picking up momentum, they're getting themselves warmed up, they're getting some confidence back into a map that they want to play.
Gas is going to go for it again. This time it does not work out. Straight into the Tech 9 of Hardzao. Good trade though from Martin with the nade. Does a bit more chip damage to Hardzao as well.
A lot of pressure on Martin here though. paiN Gaming sizing up this B-side execute. LAN rotates over. He's got a Molotov as well. Fair bit of delaying util. In comes the push though from paiN.
You wouldn't want to be losing it on this round, Wings Up, but it's not looking too bad for paiN, particularly with that entry. LAN changing up his position on the site. He's really crept in deep, and that could be a little sneakier than what paiN was expecting. A lot of damage onto Hardzao. He's down to 1 HP, but they're going to now have to win a 2-on-1. Bingo and Child King. And now it's down to just Bingo. This might be it, ladies and gentlemen. 16 definitely on the cards. And paiN secure map number 1.
Really, really well played. It's just great preparation all around from paiN. They were sharp, they were on point, they knew exactly what Wings Up wanted to do on Inferno, and they played a hell of a game. They're looking like they're starting up this grand final and a rematch with Imperial.
Indeed, indeed, it does look like we could be staring down the barrel of an all-Brazil grand final, but we still have a lot of Counter-Strike yet to play in this best of three. We'll have to find out how that does play out after the break.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
A monstrous performance coming out from the side of paiN, despite it being on Wings Up's map pick of Inferno 16-8. And with a 10-5 half in favor of paiN, it just seemed like Wings Up were lacking throughout.
Yeah, I mean, when you look towards kind of the Wings Up T side, their defaults were so readable. They were so standard. That same B hit that they tried to pull off time and time again. PKL over towards the paiN side, he read it like a book. And the calling from him was brilliant. The mid-run adjustments are perfect too. They were always very good at dragging that player over from long, over to support B, because they knew that's where the hit was coming. Then they'd fall back to a really janky A hit, and it was so easy for paiN to break them down.
I think on an individual level as well, of course, in previous games, been players like Child King that have just gone in, won so many duels, and they can just win rounds off the back of it here. They met their match, Hardzao, Zevi, Skulls as well. They were the better players, and unfortunately that style just sort of fell apart when they couldn't get the entries.
And were you expecting to see a little bit more fight coming out of the side of Wings Up, or was that as much of a dominant performance as you thought it would be?
I expected them to win the map, to be honest. I didn't think paiN was going to show up in that sort of fashion. So, yeah, that was quite shocking. And off the back of what we saw and seen the other days, I can't believe they lost Inferno so kind of brutally.
Okay, I believe you have a little bit more insight for me on the side of paiN in particular on some of their round wins. Do you want to take us through that?
Yeah, we do indeed. Actually, looks like we're going to hit the match stats first. We'll get into that in a minute. And as we said, you know, Hard Zal, Zevi's skulls, they just looked absolutely amazing, didn't they?
Yeah, agreed. I think over towards Wings Up, there was a bit of a shining light in terms of Gas stepping up. You mentioned Chalking normally is the one you look to in terms of firepower, but he was hard countered brilliantly by Hard Zal. He's the perfect kind of counter for them. paiN were really easy in terms of breaking them down. And even though Skulls has been statistically the best player on this team, it was actually him. Zevi stepped up brilliantly as well towards the end. When he picked up the AWP on towards that CT side, he was unstoppable.
Well, it is time for me to pick your brains officially this time around, Alan. Go on, take us through this paiN round win.
Okay, so we're going to look at this round. This is 4-2, and the reason Wings Up lost this game, as Neo mentioned, is all to do with macro. So in this round, paiN, they've just taken Banana, and as you can see, Big Zero is coming off because they're just going to leave PKL alone, and Wings Up have 4 players in towards mid, and what they're going to do is going to take mid and start working towards A. So as we see this one play out, smoke long, and at the same time, Martin's doing a little bit of pressure over towards B, but not a great deal, and that's really important. So as they come into mid, the thing you have to kind of understand is paiN are definitely going to have 4 players A. They've had Banana for quite a long time. Big Zero was always going to make it over. And the bizarre part to me is kind of a coach and figure out a lot about kind of macro on the T side of Inferno is I don't understand what they're doing. They're committing here in towards short. That's going on a flashbang. And that's the hardest place to crack when you know they're playing 4A. They're so likely to have numbers. What actually played out here is Zevi just got a 2K, he just cladded them, but it wouldn't have mattered. If they commit up short, they're going into a crossfire, they all would have died. And it's rounds like this which kind of make me feel like Wings Up just haven't had enough exposure to international competition, because these are kind of simple mistakes on a macro level. And even though in previous games they've had the aim, players like Chalking can just rip these rounds open, here they met their match, and these macro mistakes really cost them on the T side in this game.
Now, Child King was one player in particular that you had kind of mentioned, and I know you had mentioned as well, Neo. Heading into this game, we wanted him to really step up to the plate. Do you feel like he gave it all he could?
I think one thing that Alan mentioned is that this side is very, very evident that they haven't had that international experience, right? I mean, only Bingo has been on an international LAN, and you can see that in the way they were trying to break down rounds. They're so reliant on Child King to find success, and if he doesn't, then they look flustered. They don't really know how to be able to kind of take down that paiN side. For example, the looking over towards short and that sort of round specifically, as you mentioned, it's the hardest place to crack. And even if Zevi goes 1-for-1 with the AWP there, he gets traded out. There's 3 more players still waiting, so they're never going to win in terms of numbers. They're never going to win because there was so much little time on the clock. The whole idea in terms of what they're expecting that finishing move to be, I don't think they really have too much of a clue, and it was very, very easily countered by paiN, which is where you start to worry for Wings in towards the next map.
Well, I want to see how the fans are feeling after that previous map. Obviously, we do indeed end up having Nuke coming up next. So, Conky, how are the fans feeling about that one?
A little bit more of a celebrity this time round. ESL Pro League conference attendee Roffelco has unfortunately stepped down from CS in recent time. He's been doing some other things. What have you been up to, buddy?
Apart from getting 2-0'd by every team we versed internationally, I've been playing competitive Minecraft Hunger Games for about 12 hours a day.
Nice.
Getting the vitamin D in. Do you guys like Minecraft? Come on! Yeah! We love Minecraft here.
And you just got here for the first game, so how's it been feeling so far in the crowd?
Oh, it's sick. He's not there, but I get to see Pilly live. He's mouth-watering. I love that guy. I hope I can get a photo later. But I don't know, it's pretty sick. I like the Brazilian Chad supporters going up against the whole crowd. You gotta respect it, right? It's pretty alpha. But I also do support Wings Up, baby!
Yeah! Love to hear it, guys. We'll send it back to you.
I gotta say, I think that was my favorite interview we have had throughout the duration of this tournament so far. But also, I want to be a competitive Minecraft player. I think I'd be pretty damn good. What do you think? Maybe a little bit better than I am at CS.
Maybe predictions are a little bit as well. Then EG can't be taking that one.
All right, yeah, we do have Vegemite on the line here for our god-awful predictions so far. But without further ado, it's time to quiz the folks at home, not with their guesstimations as to who's going to win this time around. It's a little bit more technical than that. So with our DHL drop, I propose a question to everybody at home and in the Twitch chat. How many ESL World Ranking points does the winner of ESL Challenger earn for themselves? Is it A, 95? Is it B, 100? Is it C, 105? Or is it D, 125? Boys, do you know the answer? I'm like hoping you know the answer.
I'm pretty sure I do.
You like squinting, like
I don't think I know the answer. I mean, it's not something you really need to know unless you're one of the teams, I think. But I've got a good guess because there's a nice round number.
Yeah, I've got an educated guess. That's what I'm going to go with. I don't know for definite, but we'll see.
Okay, well, for the folks at home, the only way to find out what the correct answer indeed was is by tuning in after the break. Speaking of which, we'll catch you very, very shortly over on Nuke.
This chemistry, one look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Alright, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy.
Welcome back to Rod Laver Arena, where we are jumping into a map number 2 between paiN and Wings Up Gaming. Right now, it does feel like a bit of pain is going on for Wings Up Gaming. That Chinese squad have a lot of work to do to come back into the swing of things here down under, lest they get eliminated from the tournament. Now, one thing that we do have to get to before we jump into the map, of course, is the DHL drop answer. And for those of you who were waiting on that one, it was C. That was the correct answer. So congratulations if you got that one right. If you didn't, well, better luck next time. I will say, though, Pilski, you got a couple of fans in the crowd. If they want to catch up with you, Ruffleco, this one's for you. Slide into my DMs. I can set you up with Pilski for a fee.
Yeah, speaking of people I want to drop, no, I mean, honestly, I reckon if Vertex sub Ruffleco in, they're probably playing on the stage right now. So, you know, maybe a bit of a mistake there, but maybe next time.
Indeed, indeed. All right, let's get to the task at hand. It's paiN Gaming up against Wings Up. Where do we think this one is headed? Are you expecting map number 3? Did you feel as though there was enough there today for Wings Up to even potentially get through, Nuke? Because this is now paiN's map.
I'm real worried about him, to be honest, because it's not even necessarily the map choices. I mean, obviously, the preparation factor, I feel like, was the biggest thing for paiN. It felt like they really had their number on Inferno, and I think it's going to be a similar story because Wings Up have already shown a fair bit of their nuke, right? Played it at least once in this tournament, and it's been a map that they played a fair bit in the last little bit, you know, within their own region and other tournaments and things like that. So really, I think they just need to get themselves rolling really nice and early on and just recover from that last map super quick.
They certainly do, but at least they should have the advantage of starting on the CT side. And I will say they looked a little bit better on the CT side of Inferno. It seemed like they were starting to get a little bit done. So let's get into map number 2. A must-win for Wings Up if they want to save their chances here at ESL Challenger.
paiN already blowing open that door and heading straight into upper.
Very fast play out from paiN in the pistol right here, but there's no one actually on the site to dislodge. It's mostly a retake setup for Wings Up, but that is not the start they would have wanted. We're actually going down to B. It's an interesting call for paiN.
Look at this. Wings Up are still setting up for an uppers retake. Bingo's got his flash. He's like, all right, boys, when they planning? When am I sending the boys in? No, it's lower site. That's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. Already pressure being applied by Zevian from Annex side. Just trying to make sure that they can only really have a one-dimensional rotation here.
Yeah, it looks like with one quick rotation, paiN have more or less just won the round.
That's the kit dropped on outside as well.
Well, I'm not sure that the kit is going to really play into it too much because I don't think their Wings Up are getting even close to the bomb. That is a statement of a pistol round to win.
They're just all over them. Like they went into upper with absolutely no issues at all. You saw Wings Up set up for the retake, and paiN Gaming just went straight down lower. It feels like they're always a step ahead. Like this preparation factor from paiN is next level in this series.
No investment from Wings Up once again, true to form. Really not changing too much up in terms of their strategies, in terms of their play style.
And it's another map where I would honestly expect a force from a lot of teams. You know, it's another map where protocols are important, utilities important. paiN Gaming trying to size up a bit of a push out squeaky door here. One player on top of lobby though, or a hut rather.
Well, not going to go too well for Child King in that department. I mean, he only had a pistol to work with really, so there's not a whole lot to say there, unfortunately. And really not a whole lot to say about this this round at all. Again for Wings Up, who are just going to have a rougher start to the map.
Yeah, it's looking like a clean anti-eco from paiN, all things considered. They're taking their time, applying some pressure out squeaky door, just chilling in hard, no issues at all. They're going to have a very clean economy on the T side here, and that is worrisome for Wings Up. We'll see how they go. You've really got to keep an eye out on round number 3 here because, I mean, that's a clean round from paiN. Wings Up are now going to go for, again, this investment in round number 3. It's going to be A1S's. Maybe, I'm not sure if Lan actually got any frags for himself yet, so I'm not sure if he can glass cannon AWP, but let's keep an eye on how Wings Up approaches this one. They probably just can't rest on their laurels and sit back. You can see absolutely no mollies, absolutely no kits. They've gone full armor, flashes and smokes only. So they need to take duels and they need to win them.
Might be a bit of aggression out in this round for Wings Up. The crowd's certainly keen for that one. As we start round number 3, the first gun round of Nuke, a big one for both these sides, and Bingo has already struck.
And paiN trying to get straight down vent, but Hard's out, denied entry. One player on outside, the rest of paiN kind of grouped up in lobby, but they're going to kind of diversify a little bit more. Zevi having a think about whether he wants to throw some util for the boys or maybe head towards silo. Both of the paiN members on either side just going to link up, and it looks like they're going to maybe go back towards outside smokes. Wings up, boosting a player back up into rafters, maybe send him over to heaven and have a little bit of a look on outside. If they wrap warehouse here, you can see Martin's well positioned. He's sitting right back in the backside of warehouse.
Yeah, man, this is still a little bit of a shaky one for Wings Up. You've only got a couple of flashes if a bomb plant does go down to get back into a site.
paiN is actually going to get down secret here for free. This is a big win condition in a 4-on-5. They haven't been seen at all. There's no one in lowers for Wings Up. paiN's making no noise. This is one of the biggest ways you can win from a numbers disadvantage. If you get in lowers on the T side and you get yourself in fence, you get yourself close megaton in windows, it's very hard to retake for the CT side, especially when you don't have great util and they don't have kits, so they're going to have to rush this retake if the bomb goes down.
I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? If that bomb plant goes down for paiN, then this is problems for Wings Up. They're in vent now, starting to get their way into control room. Wings Up still not moving at all. They're banking on that numbers advantage to be enough to retake this B bomb site if they have to, and they will indeed have to. Martin does not want to get taken down for free here. Bigu with that Mac 10, that could be a killing blow in this round, and Wings Up, what on earth is happening now?
Bigu's grabbed himself the A1S. That's a nice upgrade. Wings Up now making some moves. Straight down secret. Bingo wants to go down vent, but it's going to be hard for him to get down there without the contact from secret side.
Can you even go for this right now?
I think he saved. It's sensible to save. They're going to try and send it though. Aggression from Skulls dealt with by Gas though.
PKL in the vent needs to step up and does. Finds a double. Bigu's in a great spot though to get himself one more. It's just Gas. He's filtering in way too late. It's not even going to matter if he finds these kills. He doesn't have a defuse kit anyway. The round goes the way of PKL.
Wow.
It's gone horribly wrong for Wings Up.
That is a death blow from paiN Gaming. They risked it. They had full util. They could have thrown a wall of smoke across outside if they wanted to, but they knew if they can sneak across into lower, if they can get themselves in those entrenched positions in the lowest site, a 4v5 is super winnable, and they showed us exactly why.
Well, Wings Up probably starting to feel the pressure now. I think you can sort of hang on to a bit of hope going into map 2 that things will change up, but as soon as you lose that pistol, as soon as you lose that first gun round, we're right back to where we were on Inferno. And Wings Up now are going to have to really dig deep on the mentality side of things.
Stand full of deagles for him. Want to try and do some economic damage, but paiN Gaming, again, they're doing exactly what they did in the previous anti-eco. They're taking their time. They're probing various areas of the map in pairs, just waiting for the reaction from the CT side. If they apply pressure to outside, someone might peek door, someone might aggress lobby, someone might try and push radio, and they're always ready.
Wings Up so far yet to find a frag in this round, and it, honestly, with the way paiN's been playing, doesn't look like they're going to have too much success even getting a single kill. paiN has been super, super solid today. They were very good yesterday as well.
Great form in this tournament.
Or rather, I should say on day 1 against Imperial when they won that best of 1, it just looked like they weren't putting a foot wrong.
Yeah, and it's not only that, it's like the whole org from paiN Gaming, like they just keep re-upping with talented Brazilian players time and time again. Despite the fact if they lose players to some of the bigger organizations, they just keep finding these diamonds in the rough and mixing in good tactics, bringing up the really strong players from the Brazilian scene. And, you know, this could be the start of the come-up for paiN on some more bigger stages than just playing. I mean, obviously they did very well in the RMR, right? So this is almost like a bit of a pre-warm-up for maybe an America's RMR, maybe a run at the major, who knows?
Just the one little bit of success here for Wings Up in the round, 1 kill only.
Chinese fans don't like that.
I can see the crowd having a bit of a go at one another as well. Maybe it would be a good thing if we didn't have a China versus Brazil grand final, because things might be getting a bit rowdy. We'll see. Wings Up are going to need to really step up if they want to make that the case.
Time, but I'm going to need to see something different from Wings Up. I'm going to need to see the boys fire up.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a faster round once again from paiN in onto the A site, but Hans out down immediately. Once again, Wings Up in the gun rounds. Find the opening pick, and they've got another one there as well. Bit of a cheeky frag for Child King to find. He's looking for more.
He gets the ding. Bingo trades. 4-on-2. You have to convert. You cannot lose from another numbers deficit here as Wings Up. It has to start now. And you can't lose too many more guns either. We got to start stabilizing that CT side money. Gas still feeling sharp as ever.
Yeah, I think that's the weird thing about this is that, yeah, Wings Up are hitting their shots. They're definitely firing in some respect.
I mean, we're watching them like, it was map 3. Was it map 2 or map 3 against OG? They 2-0'd. I mean, it was ancient.
It was map 2.
But they were still looking real sharp.
Yeah.
Big U takes a lot of damage, but at least takes one player with him, which is kind of what he wants to do. Now he's heading towards outside, see if he can find an angle of attack where he's not checked by his CT, and then maybe that's another gun. And 4 guns up versus 2 guns up, it's a world of difference.
Oh, danger territory for Gas for a moment, but the headshot doesn't connect. So Wings Up on the board now on Nuke.
Yep, 3 guns up as well. It's a start. I'd say it's a medium start. I wouldn't say it's a good start. That would be a bit too much.
I think even a medium start is maybe a stretch at this point. I think it's a rough start, if I'm being honest. But salvageable, absolutely.
So good on the A1Ss. In fact, when the A1S change came in, that's one thing that I noticed straight away. Tai Lu, like sharp Chinese aimers, you give them an A1S that's very, very strong in the meta. Very hard to get in on the CT side sometimes.
Still getting that sentiment that paiN wants to go fast at the start of the round, but this time you've got enough counter util on that CT side to stop it.
They're just trying to, I mean, this is standard protocol on Nuke, right? They're trying to draw util. The early round, a lot of the time, is a trading game of util. You know, is as the T's, you're putting a progression smoke outside because you're trying to make it seem like maybe a T gets down vent, that pulls the CT rotation apart, it forces the CTs to invest util, and you're just basically trying to trade down material until you can find yourself either an advantage in terms of utility or an advantage in terms of positioning.
This could be a pretty critical aim duel for Martin. Zevi's been really sharp. Obviously on Inferno we saw that. He's got an AWP in his hands now, 6 and 2. Not a bad start to the map for him. Playing anti-flash, it'll be Land that may look to take that first contact, but he's backing away. This could be the wrong timing for Wings Up. Martin gets at least 1, and Land another. Gas chiming in as well on the other side of the map, dealing with the aggression on outer. It's a 4-on-2 again for Wings Up, but with that said, paiN are down onto B, and if they get a plant, that might not help.
That's one of my favorite things. Someone cakes the grenade. They love it.
Bomb plant though will go down, Pilski. And that's still scary for Wings Up if they lose a couple more guns here on the retake. Even if they win the round, their money's still not in a great spot. And Zevi primed to find one. Lands the shot onto Gas, has that second crack. Wings Up, they're going one by one by one. They cannot be affording to lose this round. Bigger doesn't line them up. So it's saved in the end. But to me, that did not look confident.
There is no easy round for Wings Up. That's the level that paiN are playing at. You are grinding your way into this game, you know, one step at a time.
No special prize for guessing who the crowd is supporting. Most of the crowd.
Bit of a heart buy here. Hero AK on Bigu. paiN trying to do some economic damage here. They know that they've already taken plenty of guns away from Wings Up in the last couple of rounds, so they're just trying to make sure they keep doing so.
Double AWP on that CT side.
Oh, bit of a change up.
Interesting choice against a round like this.
What's the flash timing looking like? Martin has to hit the first, has to get back into Megaton before the T's can get close.
Martin's been getting it done with the A1S, but the AWP's not going to connect. He's going to have to drop down. Feels the slow. But Lan will keep him safe, and Martin now is getting one more. He's standing, but not delivering. And the round actually starts to fall away from Wings Up. Oh no! It gets even worse. Gas now in a 1-on-2 in the blink of an eye. The round starts to disappear. He's got bomb control. That's the only saving grace.
paiN going to link up. PKL goes straight up the vent. paiN just going to rely on the fundamentals. Going in together, PKL's got an AWP, so Zevi's going to let him go first. He also has the armor. Zevi could get aim punched here. If he tries to trade and he's a little bit too slow on the movement to get on in there, that's where the aim punch for Gas, if he gets a bit of a spray down, could definitely complete this 1-on-2.
Problem is, Gas has absolutely no idea where these Ts are going to be coming from. He knows someone got into B, so he's really worried about what is happening behind him. And I dare say the crowd is not helping, but PKL does drop. Now it's into the 1-on-1, expecting the trade. It didn't come. 19 seconds left. Timing, definitely a factor. Zevi may have spotted him, but he's got the bomb now, and he's going to try and go A. He's making a lot of noise. Gas will be aware of that. Hot on the heels.
He's got it. Gas on the retake now. Making his way towards ladder. No armor for Zevi.
This is such an important round for Gas to win. The 1-on-1. He's spotted. And it goes the way of paiN.
That is crushing for Wings Up.
Yes.
I was talking about it. Those rounds have been close. They've been dropping guns all over the place on the CT side, and paiN wins a half buy. That breaks the CT side economy. They go up 5-2, but now they're into the anti-ecos, and they could really swing for double digits on this T side.
Absolutely, and I think, at that point, that's a death sentence for Wings Up. If you're not getting it done on the CT side of Nuke, I'm really not expecting it to come through on T, particularly after the performance on Inferno. That felt like it could be a match-winning round for paiN. It's early to say it, but that is the gravity of a round like that.
paiN looking focused, looking quietly confident, but Wings Up, you could see it on their reactions. They know that that's a round they could not afford to lose. Good lurk in from Zevi, it has to be said. Great positioning. Just trusting that paiN on that ramp contact will pull enough rotations.
Force buy through for Wings Up.
Well, kind of. I don't know actually what they're doing with their money.
That's true, actually. It's a bit of a half buy, isn't it? Lan and Gas will have to go large in this round. We've got a Zeus out as well, sitting inside of Hut.
Couple of hero rifles for Wings Up. 2-man aggression. Down in towards lowers. Both Gas and Martin. Lands over here as well. 3 CTs in position to find contact on outside.
Yeah, Gas probably doesn't want to be the one to take that first contact, though. Lan is doing a bit of damage. Here we go, though, for Martin and Gas, the double stack. It kind of works. It's almost there. He needed one more to really make it a solid hold, but 3-on-3, it's maybe better than what Wings Up could have hoped for.
Skulls keeping an eye on lobby. Knows that the CTs might have pushed in after contact was made on outside. Wants to see if he can pluck one of the CTs, but all of these players split up all over the map. Shot from Child King. Didn't need the headshot.
And what's important here as well is he's starting to clear out Secret. He knows there's a player above him. He knows a lot of damage has been done. He picks up the AK, and that might have won the round for Wings Up. Skulls on 41 seconds left.
He's in another bloody postcode right now.
Definitely can win the round. Bingo, he's still only on the pistol. So...
Ooh, Wings Up. Trying to stay one step ahead. Doubling up in vent side. Bomb's still in Secret. Skulls he's on an adventure. He's going to wrap in through vent. Wings Up have read this like a book.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says Wings Up. They lose to a half buy. They win a half buy. They keep themselves in the contest.
Yeah.
But that's about as much as I'm willing to give them, Pilsky. That's the problem. Keeping themselves in the contest, even right now, feels like such a struggle.
Yeah, it's the first step of many. They break paiN's gaming's economy, though. That's a big round. Big round to win for Wings Up. They can even up potentially 5 apiece here if they win the next gun round after this anti-eco. This is where they need to build their money, though. So important. Child King's the only one with any cash at all.
Oh, no!
Oh, Zevi. He is on 12-4. This man just does not miss.
Not again. Surely not Wings Up.
I mean, he's been a standout. Like, coming into this event, he was like a 1.3 rating straight out of Brazil.
You're right.
And I think a lot of people said, like, paiN a while ago, like, they lost their main AWPer. But very worthy replacement is what I'm seeing.
It's a bit of a scary spot for Martin to be playing right now. If he misses that crucial shot, at least he's got a bit of backup now. Oh, it's messy, but they've got it done.
That's all right.
Skulls really wants to find himself a little bit more. Does get that tag onto Lan, who's now down to a one-shot.
Yeah, Lan's being sensible, I think.
Yeah, Wings Up really need to save as much money as they can.
Okay. 4 alive. They're back in it.
There is signs of life for Wings Up.
paiN down to a couple of Galils. Mac 10. Smoke's on outside, but it looks like they're going to try and go for a quicker one into upper on the timing. A lot of util invested by Wings Up on upper side, though. In some close positions. Lands in Squeaky. He's in Squeaky, right? Backs up. Wants to play the close angles here. Here's the upper Zexy.
paiN walking it straight into the trap. Wings Up. Not a bad start, and Bingo actually trades himself. Child King hiding behind that smoke is not going to get anything done. Lan also dropping to the Mac 10. It's bad news. It was a great start for Wings Up, but again, they just lose control of the site, and now Martin, he's been spotted. PKL knows he's coming, but can't win the fight. Martin in the one-on-one. Bomb plant not down yet, but it'll go still the way of paiN.
That was expensive, though. And Wings Up that last round. Surviving with a lot of players. They can reinvest here. They've done damage to paiN. This could be another reset round for the CTs if they can get it. Especially if there's no bomb plant for paiN.
The ebb and flow of this first half has really been quite an exciting prospect. It's been back and forth.
This is the swing round. Both teams low on loss bonus, no money. Quick pace out Squeaky here. Instant entry from Zevi.
Child King able to trade for one, Bingo another, but there's just this ever-present flood of paiN players heading onto the site. Gas had no idea.
Heaven's on fire.
Martin can't do it again. You can't keep asking this guy to clutch.
The trades are just too good for paiN. Wings Up keep trying to flood into the site, but paiN is just not letting them. Martin's going to throw that one way, make it look like he's coming from Heaven's side.
Re-smoke though into Annex is going to make it very difficult for him to get anything done. He'll, at this point, I think, even just opt to save.
Yep. And paiN again, that's a reset. 1900 loss bonus for Wings Up. Land, Gas, and Bingo all going to be around 2 grand. And even after they single save, they're not going to have a good buy in the round following. They're not going to have great util.
Talked about double digits being a possibility for paiN a couple of rounds ago. Wings Up pulled out a little bit of magic, but now we're kind of back on, right? paiN 7-4. They'll be going up against the substandard buy, if even a buy, in this round. So that's most likely going to hit 8. Only a couple away, and they've still got a lot of time left in this half to work with. So Wings Up. It's not coming together right now in this semi-final. No attack timeout.
Yeah, I mean, this round is kind of a time to have a chat. If your Wings Up, they might time out in the next round. He's just a single rifle on Martin. He wants to get some economic damage done, but not even any pistol upgrades, really, outside of Child King, because they just can't afford to.
HE nade, pretty relevant in the end. Little push coming through from Wings Up here. Could catch paiN off guard. 1 for 1. And now 1 for 3. So not really very good for Wings Up. Child King though, Deagle in hand. He knows Biggo's there. How many more? How many more? Child King backs up, puts the molly on through, does some damage on the way out as well. This could be big for Gas. USP is enough. PKL in the 1-on-2, and Wings Up, they just won't die.
Bombs drop for PKL. Just cutting down the angles. You can see the good movement. Gas on the off angle. The crosshair placement's too good. Another eco won by Wings Up. How do they keep getting away with this?
Wings Up is dragging themselves, kicking and screaming through this half. It's almost like they don't want to get rounds, but somehow they are still. What a time to step up for Child King. Just when you think the half is gone by the wayside, Wings Up pull themselves back in for a chance, for a slim chance. I'll say it's still not great. 7 rounds on T, I'll take that every day of the week, but Wings Up, they're fighting hard.
Just another reset round for both teams. Not great money outside of 2 players for Wings Up. Pace from PKL on outside, traded back by Lamb. Still a couple of players in lobby here for paiN Gaming, and Zevi's going to scale straight into Annex. That's pressure on Child King. Gets Bingo on the site.
Yeah, a lot of damage though from Child King. Someone down vent. Child King must have spotted it. Martin knew.
That's just blind through the smoke. Child King shooting the player in Annex, and it lines up to the player in Squeaky.
A bit of luck for Wings Up, but that's exactly what they need right now. They need something to go their way. Hard. He looks dangerous with the AK in hand. And Child King with a massive couple of rounds.
Gives it
Keeps it alive.
In the smoke. You love to see it.
Mwah.
That's a reset on paiN. Straight through the smoke. You didn't see the second player at all. Child King these last couple of rounds. He's growing up.
Yep.
So proud of him.
Man King.
I'm a man.
Well, Lan finally actually has himself an orb. We haven't really seen that much of it so far in this half. Does miss the first shot and will allow paiN down into secret. Oh, that got a bit scary for a moment. Gas, a nice double on the anti-eco. Probably secures it comfortably for Wings Up, and now they can actually fight for the half.
Yeah, a bit messy. It's all good though.
Yeah, that's fine. They've got plenty of money to buy through next round anyway.
Yep.
8-7 is where we're headed.
Yeah, either way.
Either way, I'm still saying advantage paiN. Yeah. But a nice resurgence through from Wings Up. Build a bit of momentum into that second half. Hopefully they've got something good for us on T side. We know they play this map.
Yeah, Child King's having a much better game this time. Him and Gas have really been stepping up.
Probably just need one more of these players on Wings Up to really start to perform, and then they're going to be a scary prospect. Lan, in particular, has kind of gone missing in this semi-final, and he's always been sort of the third man that they do often need to get over the line.
Bigu sneaks out close to Squeaky, drops down into vent. It hasn't been heard. So this is one of the things on the T side where now if you're paiN Gaming and you've got Bigu down lower, you're already thinking about ways that you can win the round from there. Aggression from Child King on the off angle is Squeaky. So confident.
Yeah, very, very nice stuff from Child King. Again, he's the difference maker for his side. Needs to be aware of the push through Annex though. Turns around, watches outer. paiN Gaming slow things down to see if that player unders can
Bigu,
get
where's
any
he
work
at?
done.
I think he's still in windows. He hasn't broken the windows because he doesn't want to make noise.
Next frag is going to be a very, very important one. The next one could potentially give the round back over to paiN. Martin, he's watching ramp. He knows Bigu is coming, and he'll find that frag. Turns around, has a bit of a look at radio as well. And that doesn't quite go as cleanly for him, but he's done his job. He's got the 1-for-1. He's again secured some of that map control back in favor of Wings Up. And with 30 seconds left now, paiN are against the ropes. Child King creeping his way through outer, looking for PKL. He'll spot him, find him. Another frag for Child King. Eventually drops, but that is it. Done and dusted. Wings Up have given themselves a chance in the second half. 8-7 the scoreline as we head to the halftime break.
Ooh, I can't stop this feeling. It's setting all my doubts on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't let a moment pass me by. Too late, can't win. I'm giving in, 'cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Ooh, morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. Ooh, but I know it's the price that you pay. Ooh, for living it up So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps talking, and we should stop talking.
We haven't had a 3-map series yet at ESL Challenger, but maybe, just maybe, Wings Up can give us that opportunity. We head into the second half now of Nuke, and the big question I have for everyone here in the arena is, are we seeing a map 3? Well, that's largely going to be up to Wings Up Gaming, and they have not started the pistol off very well at all. paiN Gaming absolutely destroying them on that entry into A. It's bingo in a 1-on-3. So that's not really the start to the second half we would have wanted to see if we were hoping for a third map.
It's going to limp back into lobby, waiting to see if any of the CTs are going to give him an opportunity and going to over-aggress. Holding that squeaky line, now moving over towards radio. Trying to link up with Hards out, if possible, but a bit of an off angle.
If they lose this, Wings Up.
No ammo. He didn't reload in the backside of lobby.
Wings Up have not won a pistol in this semi-final.
At all.
At all.
That's surprising, given their skill set.
Yeah. Lan, very impressive with the pistols.
Yeah, I mean, all impressive players with the pistols, but even so, like, one of their big skill sets is just using simple utility and having great executes, well timed off the back of flashes. They have a great intuitive sense about when to wait for utility, when to scale into the site, and that can definitely help you get a lot of pistols on the T side. But
again, no bomb plan for Wings Up. I feel like we've been saying that a lot after the pistols for them. And in result, obviously no buy coming through again into round number 2. So this is a great setup for paiN. They've got 3 MP9s. They'll be able to farm up a bit of cash. They haven't lost a single player so far, and they will not either. It's the perfect start to the CT side.
All MP9 kills as well. These paiN Gaming guys are brutal.
Yep. Really trying to get into the head of Wings Up, and I kind of like that aspect.
Yeah.
It's a really tough game for Wings Up. You can see they're fighting tooth and nail for every single round that they get, and when you're dealing with that after losing a couple of quick rounds, a couple of kind of nothing rounds, doesn't feel good.
This is a bit of a bonus for paiN Gaming. They got 3 MP9s. So we'll see if they're going to do anything a little bit more aggressive, maybe try to force a fight in through lobby side or something like that. PKL is going to go down the vent after a fair bit of util's been invested on outside here for Wings Up.
It's the bonus round here for paiN. They haven't really reinvested, obviously. So if Wings Up aren't able to get this one over the line, then that's going to be some very worrying signs for their T side.
That's the A1S out of the equation. So only 3 MP9s. The other A1S is on ramp, and that's where Wings Up looks to make contact here. Gas another on outside, getting it done himself. No support at all. This is all just self-sufficient gameplay. Martin with the entry on it. Ramp side. It's going well for Wings Up. Looking like they're going to even things up 9 apiece.
Yep, straight into that B bomb side. Should be pretty easy to get the bomb plant down here, even though you've got Bigu hanging around in the vent. I'd like to see Bingo play a little carefully here. He's only on 22 HP. Gas really is just getting it all done in this round.
Just on a rampage through outside. This is something I noticed from Wings Up against EG as well. They are not afraid on the T side to move out of the structure, to sometimes just give the individual freedom to some of these players. Hey, Gas, if you want to run into CT spawn from outside, go for it, bro. Child King in the 1-4 on Inferno. You want to send it out apartments and you're feeling it, you sometimes see them make an individual read, make an individual play, and that adds more dimension to their gameplay here. Bigu looking for an exit on the outside, but Child King's got him check 5 alive for Wings Up.
He was very patient, wasn't he? He did everything right, but Child King just sharp enough to keep himself alive. Nine apiece the scoreline. If Wings Up can start to get in control of the economy in this half, then it could end up actually being relatively difficult for paiN on that CT side.
They've already got control. That was such a clean round. They've got so much cash in the back pocket. You can see it. 2+K across all of these players here. paiN Gaming scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of their money here. Initial util trade between both teams. Wings Up just chilling in lobby for the time being. Again, giving a little bit of space for Gas to try to sneak through outside. Wings Up going to try and link up with him by going for this ramp contact now.
I wouldn't want to be in Hard's position with an MP9 only to hold on to ramp. Wisely backs away.
Let's see what Wings Up do here. They know that they forced that rotation down into lower. They've taken ramp control. They've got a lot of options. They can go back towards lobby. They've got plenty of time. They don't have to force lower. They can try and wrap into heaven and pinch uppers if they want. Gas is down in lower right now, but he could go back to outside, so I think it's going to be an uppers hit.
He's having a bit of a look on lower. Zevi will want to win that aim duel. Bigu just checks Squeaky. Doesn't see too much, but now the push is coming through. Timing does work out in a sense for Wings Up. They find that opening frag, but no crack into the side just yet. PKL, 2 is enough apparently, considering Skulls has it on lock, but the man of the moment, Gas, is back on A. He's got the bomb and headed down to B. He should get a plan here pretty safely. Round not over yet.
On B2 for Gas. Needs to isolate these angles. Trying to creep up in towards dark spot. That could be a bit of an off angle here.
Oh!
Looks away at the wrong time. Nice retake for paiN, but let's chill if you're a Wings Up fan.
I think paiN might be making a few enemies in the crowd, which if they do get through to the grand final might not bode too well for them. Maybe a few Imperial supporters in the making.
Look, Wings Up, they lose that round, but they got bomb plant, they've got great money in the back pocket, and they took 3 guns away here. They took last gun round, they took 3 guns away for paiN. This is the swing round. This is the important round. If Wings Up can take this one, the CTs just reduce their loss bonus, and this could be Wings Up going for 11.
Playing for 2. Bit more presence on outer, this time from paiN. Smoke out, nade out. PKL's already found LAN as well. He's really struggling to find his feet in Nuke. 5 and 15 at the moment. Everyone on paiN is contributing relatively evenly. It's been an effort by committee.
Zevi's just keeping an eye on ramp from elbow. Free smoke on a bit of an off angle. Bingo goes straight through it. He knows that hasn't gone deep enough, and now Wings Up. They're going to go down in towards lower.
Still a player there.
Yeah, Hard's down there, but Gas is pinching from the other side.
Well, Hard is just going to play it safe for the moment. Chooses his time. Catches Charles King and the bomb. It's gone wrong for Wings Up. 1 on 3 now for Bingo. Was 1 on 4. And we haven't really seen any of those get converted, of course, for the T side. So, you talked about it being a critical round.
That doesn't bode well.
Solid for paiN.
3 up for paiN. They're now in the pole position to take Nuke. And this is where, in the first half, this was the same position for Wings Up. They were up against the ropes and they started pulling out some heroics. I think it's going to require the same again. This is going to be Wings Up on a save. Then they're finally going to be able to kick in with a couple of gun rounds, but it gets a little bit harder once paiN gets some economy control. They don't have it yet. They need a clean round here, but this is where you're keeping an eye on the sharp deagle as the Wings Up. Where's Child King at? He needs to crack a couple heads.
Yeah, indeed. Wings Up have been quite threatening with the pistols so far in this series. That's kind of been what's keeping them in a couple of these halves. Child King's going to have another crack, but not keen enough to go all the way into Annex just yet. Spots a player far away. The raw adjustment, though, won't connect. And eventually Zevi locks it down. It's pretty good so far from paiN. Wings Up not really getting anything done here.
PKL sending a message right now, taking aim duels on outside, not a single gun taken away from Wings Up there. paiN are in pole position now, 12-9, great economy behind them. It's going to take something special, good couple of gun rounds for Wings Up. They're going to have to dig deep to come back into this series.
Big round ahead for Wings Up. They're starting to run out of opportunities. They're starting to run out of gun rounds to play with. it's not quite now or never just yet.
Yeah, they still got great loss bonus behind them, so every plant gives them more rounds as well if they can just get on the site, but they've had a tough time getting on the site here.
Do you get the sense that if Wings Up doesn't have an individual pop-off in the round, they're really struggling to get through them, whereas paiN, they're a bit more consistent across the board. This time Bingo gives that opening frag, but PKL, yeah, swaps out for the AK, gets it off timing. But it really doesn't matter. Everyone is contributing for paiN at the moment, and they're making it look easy.
PKL and Zevi just taking aim duels in the open on outside. That's confidence gameplay. That's the kind of gameplay you go for. They're not playing not to lose. They're playing to win.
Oh, it's a good raw adjustment from Bingo. Puts it into a more doable scenario, 1-on-2, but retrieving that bomb is going to be fraught with danger. Unless he can find another smoke somewhere, he's really just going to have to take the fight.
Down for the smoke. paiN Gaming. Another round. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. MacMate's been wanting to do that for a while.
I think he's been doing it for a while as well. All day yesterday.
He doesn't hit the same when he does it in the studio.
That's true.
Mainly because all the Brazilians are watching goals anyway. But let's not go into that.
Not exactly the start that Wings Up needed to this round again. Child King goes down early on in the piece. A lot of damage done to Bigu, and you've got a bomb plant on B pretty quick. But I'm not sure this is going to be enough to knock paiN over. Gas does chime in with a cheeky one onto PKL, but Hard, he's into B, and they're starting to get it done. Although picks are coming across here and there for Wings Up. I'm really not sure which way this round is going to go. The defuse denied by Martin, and he gets one more. No! He's running out of ammo. Still alive. Still alive is Wings Up. Goodness me, they never do it easily, do they?
How do they keep doing this?
They really don't do it easily.
They've won 3 or 4 half buys this game. Every time their back's against the wall, they just keep pulling the rabbit out of the hat.
Oh. Look, if nothing else, at least we've seen a great map of Counter-Strike. This one has been fun.
That's really bankrupted paiN. They're on 1900 loss bonus. This is the swing round that Wings Up need. They're playing for 2 here. This could be 12-13. And even past that, paiN won't have a good buy following this. This might be the last time they can get a buy like this together if they don't win it.
Do they choke under pressure, Wings Up? Skulls, aggressive, catches the timing, but is traded. And Wings Up are going to try to pick the pace up off the back of that. Zevi goes down as well. It's exactly what Wings Up has been looking for. PKL, 1-on-4. You almost feel like he can do it at the moment, especially if they keep giving him one-on-ones. This would not be the round to throw away.
This would be devastating for Wings Up if they drop this one.
It's game. If they lose it, this is game.
Mentally, yeah. Land, where you going, mate?
Oh, God. Do not play with my heart like that.
Just play with your teammate. You don't have to run at him. IG flying, I feel that. Remember when he 40-bombed Tai Lu? I remember.
You and maybe not very many other people.
No one remembers that. No one knows what I'm talking about. That guy's sharp, though.
Well,
so many good Chinese players.
There is no shortage, that's for sure. Oh, it's a reset round for paiN, so is there pressure off for Wings Up or is there pressure on Wings Up now?
I think it's off. Especially if they have a clean anti-eco here. They're in the pole position. This is what I was saying. paiN Gaming, they didn't have great loss bonus. They were on the 1900 loss bonus, so they are real broke. They can't even afford pistol upgrades here. Into the next round, they won't be able to get an AWP. They won't be able to have great util. Uh-oh. Where's PKL? He's following that player down secret.
Oh, Lan. Oh, no. Well, we all knew that was going to happen for PKL. There is some good exchanges actually occurring right now for paiN and some guns retrieved as well. Wings Up. They love to do it the hard way. PKL has an AK. No armor, though. And the aim just gets jostled away by a little bit of chip damage. But Bigu's already got himself one. It's now a 2-on-3. Wings Up really feeling the pressure now. Bingo goes for the wide swing. Finds 2 players looking at him. It's on to Martin again. Why does it always have to be Martin in the clutches? Zevi is spotted. And Martin cleans him up. Time now starting to become a factor for Bigu. Martin takes the peak and wins it. Oh. It's way too close for comfort though. It comes down to one player against only the pistol.
Yeah, paiN Gaming have done a lot of damage there. That's effectively taking one more buy away from Wings Up later on, taking 4 sets of AKs and armor away from him. paiN Gaming with the reinvestment as well. Those kills will help them out. When you're on that 2k scoreline with not much loss bonus, every kill you're getting with the pistols helps you glass cannon and AWP, helps you maybe get extra Molotovs, and you can see the effect of that. They have a little bit more util than they would usually have in a round like this.
Another big round ahead for both of these two teams. I mean, paiN, if they get this, it's one step closer to putting it over the line. Wings Up, an equalizer, another money reset for paiN. Gas is going to lead that charge into A, has not checked Annex well enough, but still, he's alive. The smokes are going down, the kills are coming through. Wings Up, they're getting it done. It's a massive round to win. 13-13. Are they doing it? Are they doing it? Is it finally a map 3 here at ESL Challenger?
That was clever from Wings Up as well. Usually they leave Gas on the lurk on outside, and you've seen both of these teams. They're playing around the fact if Gas is alive, they're looking at outside. If PKL's alive, they're looking at outside, regardless of which side you're on. That time they leave LAN on the lurk and they send in Gas on the entry. They're going to send him in again, straight into upper, straight into the pistols.
There's another player on top of Hut. They don't know about Skulls. It's a 2-for-1. The trade comes through, but low HP for Child King. Every single round, it feels like it's fraught with danger. 4 Wings Up. Zevi on the wrap behind in lobby as well. Could be a problem. If Martin's not on point.
I think Zevi knows. You can see his positioning. He doesn't want to step a foot forward.
Plans down now, though, so round starting to favor Wings Up. Oh, again, though, they really are just getting through this by the skin of their teeth, aren't they? Hard's going to give it a crack with that Deagle. He's got a low HP player and then some below. A 1-for-1, though, is good enough for Wings Up at this point. And I doubt Zevi's getting this done with just a USP. That would be an absolute miracle. Time starting to run away from him. Anyway, he did hit the headshot, though.
He knew that Martin was in the backside of Squeaky there.
It's advantage Wings Up for the first time in a long time.
Not just advantage, they have got so much money on this T side. They can do 2-3 gun rounds back to back, and they're 14-13. They only need a couple more to get it done, so they're in pole position to at least have a crack at securing OT, if not forcing us through to a third. paiN, goodbye for them in this round, though.
What a perfect time as well for the stadium to be as full as it has been so far for ESL Challenger. It's only going to get bigger than this, ladies and gentlemen, if we hit to map number 3. Obviously, the grand final still coming later on this evening. It's a big day of Counter-Strike, and it's a big moment now for both paiN and Wings Up as we head now into round 28. Another buy out for the CT side, but if they don't get it done here, it's looking like map 3.
Smokes on outside. Wings Up. Gonna go very quickly across the secret, it looks like this time. Zevi with a little bit of gap in the smoke, but drops the angle. Now you get the rotation down lower from Biguzera. It's going to be keeping tabs. Gas not looking to rush into lowers, but a lot of players linking up for Wings Up. They haven't gone heavy through secret yet. This is something that paiN Gaming hasn't had to deal with just yet. Bingo on the lurk is on through outside, so he's not going to go for a late lurk through lobby, trying to control those rotations into Squeaky, or maybe go late ramp. Instead, looking to try to punish players as they try to wrap secret later on.
Eye of the storm right now. We've seen a couple of really big rounds. We're liable to still see a couple more, but it's calm for the moment.
Can sense it. Hardzow's on the rotation into lower as well.
Molly in is going to keep Bigu from doing anything on the entry.
Ooh, it's a good setup for paiN.
Zevi's gone up as well.
He's going to get lobby control. That's so much info. paiN know exactly what they're playing against here.
Wings Up continue to keep things slow. A shot rings out across the B bomb site. They now, if not already, know even more info. Hardtail's in a great spot, a cheeky one, but Martin is prepared for it. One and done position for Bigu, perhaps even more than that. 2 already, looks for 3. He's getting danced around by Lan, and Lan on Lan steps up in the penultimate potential round.
PKL.
Bomb plan, not the timing. Zevi's got 1, the trade is not there. Time a factor now, they have to plan. Wings Up have to get that bomb down. It's denied. Bingo can't win it anymore as long as Zevi hides. Round, paiN Gaming.
Wings Up did so much damage in that round though. Another timeout for paiN.
Timeout. Ooh.
They're going to have a much tougher time buying this time. Bunch of players at 3.5. Can drop 1 rifle over from Zevi to one of the other boys. He's still going to have the AWP to work with, but way less util. Might even have to go down to a FAMAS or an MP9 on some of these players. Whereas Wings Up, that's what I was saying. They've done such a great job on this comeback train, stabilizing their economy. So they're going to have full buys. They're going to have to keep giving it a crack. That was a little bit too readable from them though. Wall of smoke across outside. They all go down secret. You could tell paiN knew exactly what was happening. They had 3 players down here on lower.
It's huge from Bigu as well to get 2 there. It just delays long enough for Zevi to get in position to deny the bomb plant. Had he not got 2 there, different round. Wings Up, gonna give it another crack here at 14-14. We're going to full 30 rounds.
This could be the round where they win the game, potentially. If they break the economy of paiN here, they're going to have less than 3k to put a buy together with. Timing on this opposite is everything.
Util's getting tossed on out. Skulls playing anti-flash. He's fully white, still gets a kill. They've got rid of him though. It's a 2 for 2. Now 3 for 2 on the entry. And Wings Up, once again, crack open the A site.
Zevi trying to retake with an AWP is a nightmare here. He's going in through radio side. Hardtail's only got an MP9 to try and fight from outside into Annex with against an AK. I don't think that you're going to have a great opportunity to do that. Child King caught by the AWP now. No kits for the CT. Another one for Zevi.
It's again Martin. Martin again in the clutch, and all of a sudden it looks doable for paiN. There's not much time to play with. 1 more kill for Martin might be enough. He's got it. There's no defuse kit for Zevi. He has to sit it.
He ran past it.
And he can't. There's no time. There's no time. Wings Up will win the round. That was too close for comfort again. Why do they have to make it so hard for themselves?
That's the Asian CS way. It really is. There was a kid on the ground there for paiN Gaming. Sometimes hard to communicate that kind of stuff in the pressure environment. Zevi actually ran past it. It was somewhere on the upper side, outside hut, and he didn't pick it up, unfortunately. So time gets the better of Wings Up in the previous round, but that time for paiN, a little bit flustered on the retake coming on in, and Martin gets it done again. This is what I was talking about. Wings Up, they took so many guns away from paiN in that previous round, and now they reap the rewards of that. Zevi's the only one who saves. He's going to be able to drop over 1 rifle, but paiN, a couple of their players are going to be on like 2.9k, and that's not really conducive of a full buy. They're going to be down to a few SMGs. They're going to be light on util. I'm not sure if Zevi saved over that AWP after the round. He did. Oof. So that's a big tool for paiN Gaming, has to be said.
Well, could be a map 3, could be overtime.
Only 1 kit on Zevi.
We'll find out in 2 minutes' time. Util getting tossed onto outer 4, Wings Up. Bit of a slower approach this time on the T side. PKL still just running around with an MP9.
Yeah, he can't do what he was doing on outers earlier. He was just taking the aim duels with the A1S. Now he's got an MP9. It's not going to be a thing. 2-man setup on ramps here. Bigu is boosted up. This could be a great read for paiN. If Wings Up go into ramp here, it could be a bit difficult.
Shot is not connected for the second time as well. Wings Up, they're pushing their way in. They do trade Zevi. I think they know Hardtail's boosted up as well. He drops off. It's 1 for 1. All things considered, probably good for Wings Up.
This duel is so important between PKL and Gas.
Does he know?
I don't think he knows, but PKL has played here in the previous games. Gas knows that these positions are something he has to keep an eye on. Child King gets it done from Squeaky Door, though.
They don't know where they're getting shot from. Bigu got 2 from behind the silos. It's 2 on 2 on the side. A drop into vent. The bomb's going down to B. Child King will have to do it
12
with 12 HP to secure the map. But Wings up.
No kit for paiN as they come in on this retake. They got to speed it up.
Where's he going to play from, though?
Off angle.
This is a scary, scary spot. Can he get 2?
Needs 2 headshots straight
With
away.
12 HP, they're both funneling in through Squeaky Door. They might line up for him. One down, but not the other. It's overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely massive for paiN Gaming. Great resilience. Didn't have a great buy, but they still put the pieces together and force it through in towards the OT.
Oh, the drama continues. Maybe elevates even.
Well, now paiN Gaming, they don't have to deal with those economic woes that they were having at the end of that CT side half. Can buy everything they need to. Zevi's got to go down to Glass Cannon if he wants that AWP again, though.
Well, tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I think I need a bit of a break. I've been yelling myself hoarse, and so do the players. We'll take 5 and be back in just a sec.
It's when the morning glows. I cannot hide myself from you. It's when my feeling grows. I'm coming back to you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? When I'm with you, I cannot sleep at night, 'cause in my mind there's only you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? When I'm with you, when I'm with speak to me, your silence broken. Share with me your heart's desire. Hey, shout it out in words unspoken. Shout it out above. When I step out of the
go, ladies and gentlemen. It's overtime, and as we head in, I want to get a vibe check from Rod Laver Arena. Will it be paiN Gaming? Or will it be Wings Up Gaming? A resounding success, I think, for the Chinese cohort, but we'll find out whether or not that will ring true in the OT.
They're on the push through the lowers. Again, aggression into lobby in response from paiN Gaming. Bingo trying to check it. It's a left eye, right eye peek, but Hard's out with the crouch peek. A little bit too strong. Wings Up have got to speed up in lower now.
Yeah.
They're a player down. They're all stacked up in the backside event, and paiN Gaming have got the whole map.
Really did look like Bingo was going to get at least one there, but Wings Up now have to do it 4 on 5 already. paiN have players down on the B side. Zevi close with the AWP. Damage done on that molly, and Wings Up, they are in trouble right now. Plants going down, but only just. It's 2 players left alive. paiN almost control the site more than Wings Up do, even despite the bomb plant going down. Gas now looking to step up, finds 2, land another, and a 2 on 5. Is that on the cards now for Wings Up Gaming? Round the corner! What a shot from paiN! What the hell was that? What the hell was that? A 2 on 5 for Wings Up to start the overtime.
They make it look so easy. Gas from the control room in complete control of the round. Land in decontamination, just cleaning up. You love to see it.
Oh. My word. Well, that's going to be a bit of a tilter for paiN. They do so much work to get it into OT and start it like that.
They're in pole position. Started it off super well. They were just peppering Wings Up through that lower smoke, but couldn't get it done. Util traded on outside, on upper. Both teams just investing a whole lot of nades. So many players in Wings Up here. This could be another quick one in towards uppers.
It's a double AWP set up on the CT side, so if a site is taken, it could be great news for Wings Up, but getting in there might be difficult. 2 kills to start, 3 now for paiN. That round done before it started. It's not the same as the last 2 on 5 they got last time, but it was a post plant. This one way more difficult. Zevi will not make a mistake.
This is the same paiN Gaming as we saw on Inferno. The way they're reacting to these T-side rounds is phenomenal. Outside smokes into the secret control, instantly went straight into lobby and took control and got the numbers advantage in that round. As soon as that flash comes out, Squeaky, you had the instant molly on Hart and the 2-man setup on the site. paiN are reading Wings Up so well right now. And that's where we need to see the star power from Wings Up shine through.
It's getting fuller and louder here in Rod Laver Arena. We're at DreamHack Melbourne for ESL Challenger. It's our first overtime, and LAN starts off round 3 well for Wings Up Gaming. The home crowd favourites.
Gas sneaking through outside. Man advantage for Wings Up. PKL's down in lower. It's been Gas and PKL all game long on outside. Need to be aware of each other's tendencies. Gas just trying to maybe force out a bit. Util, the double AWP. I didn't even see it. Or did Hards out pick up Zevi's? I'm not sure, but he's got a collat there.
They had a double
now. paiN Gaming with a man advantage.
They had a double AWP last round, so presuming it came through from that. paiN doing a great job on this CT side so far. It was a blistering start from Wings Up, but by rights, you could almost say this looks like a 3-0 half, even though it's going to end up likely being a 2-1 half. Such is the strength of paiN so far in the OT.
It's got to be Lan and best mate for another 2-on-X. Got to get it done from Megaton. 2 players in lowers already. paiN are all over this for the most part. They're a little bit nervous about outside. You can see that player going up and down in towards heaven.
DKL's
one on the
check
other side. Yeah, this is just not going right for Wings Up at all.
Child King with a 1-on-4 ahead of him. He's going to get that molly out into the silo. Pushes PKL out of position. Nice little chip damage. In fact, a lot, but not enough to find the kill.
You just can't. There's nothing you can do as Child King here.
Bit of aim prac maybe for the last few seconds of the round, but that will indeed go the way of paiN. And it's now a 2-1 lead in the OT. paiN looking for the magic number 19.
Could have been 3-0, to be honest.
Absolutely.
They played a hell of a CT overtime just there. Now they got to switch it up. Back to T side. Whoa.
Nasty.
They just line up.
Can't afford any more mistakes here, Wings Up. Lives are on the line in this tournament. They lost map 1 in convincing fashion. They've been much better here on Nuke, but are they good enough?
Aggression from Wings Up. Two-man push in towards radio off the contact of the AWP from LAN.
Nothing yet.
Child King having a think about pressure on Squeaky. paiN Gaming blow the door up. They're going to throw some smokes on outside now. That's where Gas has to keep an eye out, try to get a good read on what's happening for Wings Up. Child King making moves over towards Annex side. 4 players on outside for Wings Up. They're leaving Skulls on the lurk in her lobby. They're just going to head down in towards lowers and try to see what LAN's up to down there. But LAN and AWP is not always what you're expecting on this Windows line.
As long as LAN can get 1 here, it sets the round up nicely for Wings Up. Do have Skulls still up on the top side of the map, but the slow creep coming through for paiN. We'll have to see how that plays out. LAN waiting patiently, gets the molly in. It lands on his head, forces him back. And paiN starting to make their way toward that B-bomb site now. LAN needs a little bit of assistance.
He doesn't know where to play from. He's all alone. paiN Gaming, 30 seconds on the clock. Creep out from Skulls. No one's watching Squeaky.
LAN misses the shot. Child King down a no-scope. It's 2 for 2, 25 seconds. They've got to retrieve that bomb, get it onto a site. Wings Up scrambling. They've got no idea where to go.
Oh, you can't go down. It's vent here. As Wings Up, they got 1 player in towards ramp, linked up with by Child King, who was having a look at the vent, but that would have been a death sentence as he tries to go down it. paiN very entrenched in the lower site.
Zevi's in a great spot to find himself a cheeky frag here as well. Fully white, timed nicely on the peak. But Zevi, I mean, how do they dislodge him? They've got a nade. Gas is going to have to be ballsy to throw that, and he won't. Zevi just finding that timing with the AWP.
It's too fast.
Gifting another round to paiN. Surely Child King can't get it done with the time remaining. 18. Double match point available now for paiN, and it's now Wings Up who have to dig themselves out of the hole.
You see Zevi for half a second. You see his shoulder and you're dead on LAN. Big round for him. He's so good in these post plans, even in awkward positions. You saw LAN in that round. He didn't know where to play from. I don't often see that from Zevi. Man just puts him in the pole position. He's able to reposition around all that terrain, and so many multi-frags from him.
Last chance for Wings Up. They've got to make it work now. Full out of control already for paiN, and PKL is just sending it down secret. Gas making a lot of noise. This is danger territory. He's going to go round the corner. It won't work for him. LAN got 1.
Yeah, you're scrambling if your Wings Up here. Oh, you've lost that player on outside. I don't know if Child King's been hurt. He's going to try and wrap around behind PKL. He knows he was around here. It's like shifts in the night. They've gone past, but PKL shoots. Child King's not turning around. He heard him shoot.
Oh, he wants Hards out. He's been spotted now as well. This is looking really bad for Wings Up. 1 round away is paiN, and they have the player advantage. Oh. They have the map control. Zevi unable to hit that flick, but Child King has dropped. 2 players remaining. Martin, he's going to have to execute PKL here. It's not the saving grace just yet.
paiN are in no man's land. Molotov in towards heaven, though, keeps Bingo at arm's length. They knew he was at hell. Zevi trying to keep tabs if he rotates through outside. Hardzout's putting down the plant on uppers and syncing up with that player in lobby. Oh, Martin straight up the vent, but he's got to complete a 1-on-2.
It's got to be Martin now. Every single time there's been a clutch, it's been Martin for Wings Up. Zevi's low. That makes it doable. He has a bit of time. He has a bit of util. Molly into Annex is not a bad choice. Taps the defuse. He's going to draw out the peak. He's won the duel. Can he spin it? Zevi's not peeking. Now he is. Oh, he's held it. He's held it. Pros don't fake. Zevi even fired to try to get him off it.
Yeah.
Balls of steel from Martin.
That's so ballsy. I don't know how he walks around with those things.
Has to carry them in a bag. And back.
That's what the team manager's for, right?
18-7, wings up. They are surviving. They are tenacious. Will they provide us with our first map 3? They've given us our first overtime.
Could be a double OT. They can get themselves another.
Indeed. Still hanging on for dear life is wings up. That's the only way I can describe this timing. Doesn't work out well for Bingo. There's still another player on this side to find. Child King, he's getting aggressive. He hears hard. He wins that duel. AK's out. Can't turn around in time. Wings up have lost control of A. And they've also lost Martin, their clutch master. 2 players remain, now only 1. It's time for paiN to secure 19 rounds. It's an all-Brazil Grand Final at ESL Challenger.
So deserved as well. The preparation that they showed in this game was phenomenal. Like, they just had Wings Up's number the whole semi-final long. Wings Up, I mean, credit to them. They won so many big rounds of individual performances. These guys would not even be considered the best team in China, and it just shows you how many great Chinese teams there are, how much competition there is in China, and how much they deserve more opportunities on stages like this.
Indeed, it's been a fantastic showing from Wings Up. I don't think anyone expected them to get this far, but the real winners of today is Brazil.
Got some support in Wings Up. Few chance for Wings Up as well. They came to this tournament with some great set pieces, some great individual skill, but paiN, after seeing a couple of those, we got some great reads from them.
Well, the crowd appreciates what Wings Up has given us, but of course, there is much more to look forward to. Grand Final up next.
Some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night.
There we have it. We successfully had our very first overtime right here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. I feel like it took damn long enough for us to finally get there, but paiN were able to win out their own map pick over on Nuke, and unfortunately those wings have been well and truly clipped.
Yeah, do you know what, regardless of the results, I mean, what a story from Wings Up. First international LAN as a core, and for them to even take it to OT on a map like Nuke, which for paiN has been so good. I mean, you've got to give them the credit. I mean, it was a fantastic game. We were going to say one of the best games we've seen so far, and for it to go to OT for the first time, what a performance was.
Yeah, after they lost Inferno, the series was just bound to be so difficult, and even if they, edged this one out, winning Dust 2 would have been a bit of a stretch, I think, in my books. But as you're saying, Wings Up, they're already winners here. Beating OG was probably the biggest result for the region I can remember for maybe even 3 or 4 years, honestly. That's how big that performance was, and yeah, that's what people are going to remember. This semis to final was a little bit, a little bit underwhelming, I think, from Wings Up overall, but yeah, overall, still did amazing.
Well, I want to check in with Conky. I believe he's joined by Zevi and Skulls. Conky, how are they feeling after that game?
Mate, what an absolutely incredible run from everyone here. And again, the crowd has been insane. I do want to give a massive shout out to everyone who was supporting Wings Up though. How'd you guys go? And also a massive shout out to the Brazilian fans who have been sticking through. Now we've got a Brazilian grand final, but I do want to check in with the big boys first as well. The 2 newest additions to paiN. Zevi, you absolutely have popped off this tournament. How are you feeling?
Você amassou esse torneio, como é que você está se sentindo? Tô me sentindo muito bem, a torcida ajuda bastante também. Jogar aqui no stage não é nada diferente que em casa pra mim, foi a mesma sensação, não senti nenhuma diferença. Então é isso, espero que vocês estejam gostando, galera. Agora finalzinho contra o Imperial, bora!
He just said that he feels really great, that he's playing very nice. There is no difference that he's on LAN with this crowd. That being at home, he performs the same. So that's it. Lovely crowd here. Thanks for all for coming. And later, Brazilian final.
And I also have to say, like, with that overtime, when it went there, how did you guys feel? How did you guys keep it under control?
I think that was many mistakes on our side. Yeah, so we just paused the match and then we reset and we came stronger.
And I will hand it over to you, Zevi. Do you have anything to say to the crowd?
Valeu, galera, pela torcida. Torçam por nós, não pelo Imperial, hein? Por nós. Tamo junto. Valeu.
There you have it. Thank you to everyone again. And I want to hear it once more for both teams who just played here. Let it have it. Lovely. We'll see you guys back shortly.
That game over on Nuke was well and truly a back and forth affair as well. Obviously, we did manage to successfully make it to overtime, but I feel like credit where credit is due, particularly when it comes to Child King in particular. I know that we had mentioned previously that he wasn't necessarily having the best of games over on some of the other maps, but over on Nuke, he really did start to shine.
Yeah, I mean, in a slow performance at map number 1, we were kind of concerned whether this was going to be the story of Wings Up to kind of see them fall in this phase, but, Child King can't find the form that he's meant to. He's meant to be the guy who brings the firepower, and he can't step up on the day. But thankfully, in towards Nuke, he really started to find his own. But we highlight Child King. He's not the one for me for Wings Up. It's Martin. 4 times he pulled off a 2 versus 1 clutch. Yep. I mean, he was the man of the moment for Wings Up, time and time again, tooth and nail, dragging them to success, and he very nearly crossed it to the line time map number 3.
Yeah, I feel like it was a wonderful performance from all of their players, to be quite honest with you, but 2 players in particular were definitely PKL. I'm so close to calling him Pickle because in the green room I just keep on calling him Pickle. But PKL and Zevi were giving us an incredible performance throughout. Alan, take me through some of these PKL.
Yeah, PKL was sensational, obviously in-game leader for this squad, and kind of the slightly bizarre thing about the way they set up Nuke is he plays the most important positions on both sides, always towards this outer area, trying to work for picks and find map control. On the CD side, as we'll see a little bit later on, he also plays towards that position. And these might even be the most impactful positions in the game, forget about just Nuke. And it's always quite amazing that in-game leader puts himself in that sort of spot and still finds impact. So PKL, we rarely see him towards the top of the scoreboard, but he was amazing here and really justified taking these high caliber positions.
Yeah, it's a question of now, of course, going into towards Imperial, where we saw the likes of Zevi and Skulls stepping up. Would there be a possibility of essentially, PKL adding towards it. You know, if we have three prongs to this kind of trident attack, essentially, going forward in towards Imperial, then paiN, we've already seen him taking down 16-5, but in a best-of-3 format, is he going to be that step above?
And you mentioned that Martin was constantly being placed in these clutch-up situations, which is incredibly unfortunate for him, but Child King was also placed in a little bit of a situation himself as well, the one of which managed to take them all the way to overtime as well, which was absolutely heartbreaking because I feel like it was so close yet so far. But I want to dive into these head-to-heads a little bit more, particularly speaking of our Aces head-to-head with the two players that we have here, Lan versus Zevi.
So the reason we've gone for these two players, obviously the AWPers for both teams, is Lan's had a good tournament. He's been playing well, he's been fairly distant, always having good impact. The difference is we've got a good AWPer on the left and an absolutely amazing AWPer on the right. Zevi has played amazing, fully earning his monumental buyout from his previous squad. And Zevi, oh man, just across every single map, he's had monstrous impact.
Yeah, and when you look towards his previous teams as well, like he was always that guy who everyone was asking when he's going to have that question